Thomas May. Chapter 1. Sleeping God. Thunder blasted out in an absolutely clear sky. The earth shook and ripples ran across the swamp muck. Then slimy creatures started frantically crawling and jumping over one another, scrambling to get out of the water. The water started steaming, then bubbling, and the creepy crawlies all went belly up, boiled alive. The huge blood-sucking leeches and faintly glowing balls burst, spraying droplets of disgusting brown slime. Then a global notification rolled through all Disgardium, breaking my train of thought. Behemoth's voice was still whispering, but it was more like sleep-talking than anything I could make sense of. His greeting was the last intelligible thing I heard him say. "We have detected a disturbance in the strings of creation. A new evil has awoken in Disgardium. Estimated potential threat class, A. Current threat class, Q. Most likely location, cannot be detected. The world has never seen a threat of such might. Now that this evil has awoken, we mustn't let it grow more powerful. Be the first to find and eliminate it, and the powers that be will reward you generously. If you succeed, O brave hearts and heroes, the gods will be favorable to you as well." Praise all the gods that they couldn't detect my location. This disturbance in the strings of creation must have been so powerful it shook the whole world, not just one particular location. I felt just completely exhausted. The few hours of ersatz sleep I got last night, first in the instance, then outside while waiting for the Dementors to reach the final boss, were helpful but not exactly great rest. Even in Dis, I could feel my head just splitting. I wanted to bring the situation to its logical conclusion, find out what the sleeping god wanted from me, and finish Patrick's quest. I decided I'd think over the rest later. For now, I just wanted a break from Dis. Plus, by evening, my parents would be home and I wanted to spend time with them. When I hoisted myself onto the island in the middle of the swamp, the entity I saw there was least of all reminiscent of a god. It was a small blob of green protoplasm sloshing around inside some film or skin. If I hadn't been looking closely, I might have thought this was a puddle covered in duckweed and fluttering in the wind. Only the system's explanation served to convince me this was anything more, namely, Behemoth, sleeping god. And for a noob like me, there was no way of telling whether this was a creature with no level or a very high level. We exchanged greetings, and the blob was suddenly at my feet, asking to be let in. And I let it in. As it turned out, it meant into my head. That was what preceded the thundering notification about my potential and actual threat classes going up. And that was when everything changed. Behemoth's speech became intelligible and reasonable. Then I saw a transparent figure, probably the god's avatar. It even looked vaguely like a hippopotamus, a nod to the biblical origin of its name. Still, it was hard to describe. There was no easy comparison with any of the animals or fantasy creatures I was familiar with. A wraith? A monster? A nightmare? None of the bosses of any instance I'd ever seen came anywhere near Behemoth. But all that aside, it was the same height as me, and looking me right in the eyes with ill intent. "I thought you'd be bigger," I admitted. "I mean, you're a god after all, even if you are sleeping. And hey, you're not sleeping now. Does that mean you aren't a sleeping god anymore?"
"Size is irrelevant, Scyth the Apostle," the voice rumbled. "The body you see now is merely an imprint of one of my forms in your mind. It has adopted a size convenient for conversation. My true nature is locked very deep down, and you and everything around you are nothing more than a dream I am having."
I think this world's several hundred other gods might disagree. Some have even had mountains split by their name.
"All intelligent creatures might disagree,"
Behemoth concurred with surprising ease. With a hiss, thick steam poured out of the many trunks on his face and ghastly toothed openings all over his hefty body. I couldn't tell at first, but that was how it laughed.
"None of us sleeping gods control our dreams, but once we all awaken, everything will be destroyed, and that includes the so-called so-called gods, such as the abomination that has staked a claim to you. I can smell its mark.
Mark? I perked up my ears. Is this about the destroying plague?
The destroying plague.
He issued a dull roar in dismay.
Empty words that make no reference to who started this. A masquerade. But that abomination gives you power, and I say let that be to our advantage, for now.
Our advantage? I wouldn't be so fast, sleeping god. I am not on your side just yet. But you are right, I did come to help you. I got sick of standing, so I sat down on the withered grass. I was sent here by Tristad resident Patrick O'Grady, and in return for my help, I would like the thing you promised him and never did.
Tristad. Patrick. More empty words with no meaning. If you're referring to the nut job who showed up here with a wolf pup he kidnapped from its mother, I never promised him anything. What happened to him was not in this world, and the thing he thinks he was promised was never promised by me. And you are here not because some Patrick sent you, but because I intercepted you on the paths of the depths.
Wait, Behemoth, I don't understand. I'm confused.
It is not for you to understand.
The voice of the sleeping god sounded weary and noticeably quieter than before.
It matters not, Apostle. You are weak, so my imprint in you is weak. It is fading. We're wasting time.
Well, it matters to me. My voice, on the other hand, had grown stronger. I was not going to accept an answer like that, and I was not going to fail the only proper quest I'd ever received, other than the ones I'd taken by the fistful from the prison bulletin board. I made a promise to Patrick O'Grady, and I am prepared to help you, but in return you must do something for him. What did you promise him?
He lost his wife, and life's meaning.
The god's trunks drooped, but I didn't know how to interpret that.
I cannot give him back either thing, but I can help him find a new one.
A wife or a meaning?
The first will become the second, and with the second, he won't need the first. It doesn't matter. Empty words. I'll tell you what he needs to hear to get back what he's lost. Are you satisfied, Apostle?
Mission of Honorary Tristad Citizen, former City Guard Patrol Squadron Captain Patrick O'Grady complete. You went where he told you to go in the mire, offered help to Behemoth, and asked for what he promised Patrick as a reward. Unfortunately, it is not the reward he was hoping for. Tell Patrick O'Grady about your talk with Behemoth to receive your reward. I am satisfied. Why are you calling me Apostle? And what does Sleeping God mean?
Because you shall be our initial herald, the one who precedes the others. You are our apostle, and now we are inseparably linked.
Behemoth lowered his head and flickered his eyes.
What was that? You don't need it. I have removed the madman's blot placed upon you in my name.
I wasn't able to tell what he was talking about at first. But when it hit me and my profile confirmed my guess, I didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Restless soul, Patrick's curse that made me respawn where I died, was gone.
My imprint is fading,
the sleeping god continued.
As I already said, neither I nor the other sleeping gods control our dreams anymore. Otherwise, the spawn of our dreams would not believe in their creators. Without our control, everything will be swallowed up by the Nether one day, and your abominable gods are only hastening that process. And with the Nether comes a never-ending nightmare from which there is no awakening.
But what can I do?
You are our apostle, the initial herald. That means that in this world, we are you, and you are us. Do not be afraid. It just means that you are our main surrogate.
You keep saying our. Who else?
All the sleeping gods. There shall come a time when you will learn everything, but for now, you listen. The greater our power, the stronger you shall become. You can attract new followers, and everyone who joins you will make both themselves and the others even more powerful. In the name of unity.
His last few words were barely audible. Behemoth, the sleeping god, has given you the divine ability, Touch of the Sleeping Gods. Touch of the Sleeping Gods, active ability, allows you to convert intelligent beings into new followers of the sleeping gods. Requires confirmation from target. Behemoth, the sleeping god, has given you the divine ability, Unity. Unity, passive ability. +1 to a random attribute for each follower per follower of the sleeping gods. Well, well, I exclaimed. With upsides like that, I can get the whole world on my side.
Unfortunately, for the time being, your number is limited to 13 intelligent creatures.
The avatar of the sleeping god dissolved into thin air, but the voice remained, now just a rustling in my head.
Ask.
How can I increase that number?
An island to the west of this continent, in the bottomless ocean. There you will find the ruins of an ancient shrine. It is the closest place of power to the sleeping gods. Build a temple there to concentrate faith. Then build it bigger.
Behemoth, the sleeping god, would like you to build him a new temple on an unnamed island in the bottomless ocean. Rewards unknown. I accepted the quest without a second thought. It was a divine quest chain and had no potential downsides. What was there to consider? I see. I don't know how I'll start, but I'll try. What should I tell Patrick?
Bid him go to Darant. His Jane is alive and studying at the University of Magic. But before he goes, he must restore his former mental and physical condition.
Anything else?
She was never his wife, so tell him that she doesn't remember anything. And given he's the only one other than you who's seen me, convince him to become a follower.
I don't think that will be too hard after what I've got to tell him about Jane. By the way, he mentioned that you call yourself the one true god, but you just told me there are several sleeping gods. How does that work?
That one true god was left in his world. The madman has simply confused reality and delirium. My powers are waning, Scyth.
Wait, how do I get back to you? What if I need to ask you something, or...
The same way you got here this time.
Its rustling thoughts finally dissipated. I looked around and noticed that the muck around the island had retreated and the level of the bog had gone down. The sun was nearing the horizon. Depth's teleportation wouldn't cool down until tomorrow. Before I started mixing up worlds like Patrick, I had to get back. Exit. Chapter 2. Alliance of Preventers. My parents came home in the evening. I spent the few hours between exiting Dis and their arrival getting the apartment and myself cleaned up. And I caught up on my studies. I had now missed a critical number of days in school, and I was sure my parents had already been notified. I missed a few phone calls from Mom, culminating in an enraged message that all but confirmed it. So I hurriedly skimmed through my school books, studying everything I'd missed. Meanwhile, Tissa called me to ask how I was doing and where Depth's teleportation had taken me. As it turned out, the Dementors had been flung to the furthest corners of the sandbox, and it would take them a long time to get back. I was caught up in guesses about what classes the system had offered me. In the mire, I just wasn't feeling like looking. Then I talked with Behemoth and exited before I remembered to read the system message. Tissa, by the way, had said that tomorrow Ed and the gang were going to celebrate the first kill after school and asked if I wanted to join. I replied that I would be happy to. Then, as I was catching up on quantum field theory from physics class, the front door opened and Mom and Dad shuffled inside looking impossibly tired and sullen. "Alex, Alex." She shook her head, but contrary to expectation, she didn't start shouting. "Your citizenship tests are in a few months. After that, you'll have to live on your own. What do you think is going to happen with this kind of attitude toward your studies?" While she sermonized, Father tousled the back of my head and locked himself in the bathroom. For the next half hour, I heard him splashing, gurgling, and grunting away inside. "How was the flight?" I asked. "Fine," Mom muttered and spent a long time in silence. "The project was rejected. At least they didn't ask us to pay back the advance, and they easily could have." "But how? Why?" "We had another bad fight," Mom answered, and I realized she was talking about Father. "Our calculations were way off, and some big bugs crawled out during testing. The clients were furious. They were preparing for a top raid dungeon that will be part of a global event in Disgardium. They have an inside man in Snowstorm who gave us the mechanics and attributes for the boss. Our job was to use them to make a beta training ground." "For what clan?" "One of the most influential in Dis, Modus. They won the last adult arena and are the most successful preventers in the game." "Why didn't they give you time to fix it, Mom?" "Oh, they suddenly had a bigger fish to fry. In Dis, a Class A threat popped. It's the highest there's ever been. So naturally they went bananas, and now they're practically digging a hole to China to find it." Mom laughed. "That might be why they didn't insist we pay back the advance. There was an emergency assembly of all preventers." "What? Why, Mom? Don't clans usually try and find threats on their own so they don't have to share the reward?" "Once there was a clan that eliminated a Class D threat. They went from a group of nobodies ranked around 8,000 to one of the top 3. So what do you think, Alex? Do the preventers know what they stand to gain for a threat 3 levels higher than that? An A? Every level, the rewards increase practically exponentially. From what I overheard, they're planning to form an alliance of preventers." It was only then that I realized exactly what I was up against. Just me against the entire world, discounting whatever the destroying plague was and a blob of protoplasm that called itself a sleeping god. And Eve. Things had been dicey with her. I was afraid that if I didn't reciprocate her feelings soon, they might do a 180. And staying with the Dementors was like being tied to a powder keg. Maybe it looked like a beer keg from far away, but one day, they'd realize who they were dealing with, if they hadn't already. The get-together tomorrow would open my eyes to a lot of things. I wasn't sure, but there could be alcohol, and that would loosen their tongues. I hoped that might clue me in on how to act around them from there on out. "Mom," I faltered, affecting a mild tone. "Have you and Dad—" "What, Alex?" "Have you and Dad tried patching things up? I mean, you've been together for so long." My question caught her off guard. She spent a long time pretending to be busy making tea. But eventually she came and sat opposite me, placing a mug in front of me. The water went quiet in the bathroom. Dad was done washing up. We sat in silence, listening to Father shave the old-fashioned way, with an electric razor instead of just using a lotion to remove his facial hair once and for all. He thought stubble made him look more manly. I couldn't bring myself to repeat the question, and she didn't want to answer. But she did say something eventually. By the time Dad was rustling a towel, wiping his face, she coldly stated, "I don't love your father, son. I don't love Mark. I have another." I'd guessed as much, but hearing it out loud hit me harder than a hammer. I felt a lump in my throat, my face crinkled like a baby's, and I covered it with my hands, holding back tears. It was the final verdict. The whole past week, I still had some hope, subconsciously sure that they would get it out of their system and change their minds. But this was final. Dad would never live with her knowing she had a lover, and Mom was losing her mind, waiting for the freedom to move away to live with her new beau. I looked at her with different eyes. She was 36 years old. She was still attractive and had a smoking hot body. But now she was in the embrace of another man. Feeling a furious attack of hatred for whatever horny dipshit had done my mom's head in, I walked into my room, not finishing my powdered tea. Old man Furtado was right. The drink my mom made had nothing to do with the noble beverage called tea. To distract myself, I tried to contact Eve, But her calm was unavailable, so I dove headfirst into a physics textbook. Quantum Theory for Systems with Infinite Degrees of Freedom. A gripping read. As the last bell of the day rang, the class kicked up a ruckus, stood up, and headed for the door. I caught up with the Dementors. We were going to fly over to Ed's to celebrate the first kill, but I was stopped by my teacher's hand.
"Shepard, hang back,"
said Mr. Kovacs, his eyes focused on a panel showing my performance. Yes, Greg? I stopped next to him. His eyes shot up in surprise, even though last week he said I could call him by name. I corrected myself. Mr. Kovacs?
"We'll wait up."
Ed nodded at me, and the Dementors left class.
"You'd better sit down."
Mr. Kovacs pointed me to a chair next to his desk.
"We're going to have a long and serious conversation, Shepard."
It was the first time I could remember something like this happening. He'd never talked to me with such a serious, dry, and official tone, calling me by my last name. Usually he acted like he was on equal footing with his students. Kovacs stood up, closed the door, and came back. He drummed his fingers on the tabletop and said sharply,
"I don't have a lot of time, Shepard, so let me be brief. For the last unit, your attendance was just 80%. Your integrated performance score is 79. That's nothing fatal, but it's getting very close. I'm not going to let that happen. So this morning I called up your parents to get to the bottom of this, and you know what they told me?"
That they're getting divorced?
"What?"
Mr. Kovacs asked in surprise.
"So they're getting divorced? Well, that clears things up a lot."
He drummed his fingers again.
Okay then, that makes me feel even more responsible for your future, Alex."
His tone softened.
"I'm going to give you 2 extra classes every day until your integrated performance score is completely back to normal. Starting today, I've already signed you up for a study spot in the lab, so you can head there and get started as soon as we're done talking."
I had no response, just nodded. As he said, it wasn't fatal. I'd survive, and I myself understood that I had fallen a bit behind. Sitting through the lessons I missed in a VR helmet and retaking the tests didn't scare me.
"And that's not all. Your mom, Mrs. Shepard, told me you have developed an unhealthy fixation with Disgardium."
What? Unhealthy? Are you saying something everyone enjoys is unhealthy?
Maybe I didn't express myself properly. Anyway, I was just repeating your mom's words. Most likely she meant your interest in Dis has suddenly increased. And you know I don't agree with the Department of Education on that particular rule. How to put it lightly, to me it seems they crossed the line when they required kids to spend time playing a game. You understand? It might make sense for kids with low citizenship status. After all, they really have nowhere better to go after school, and Dis is great at reducing social tension.
He chewed his lips and stroked his nose.
But Alex, you're from a good family. Status F. There's nothing stopping you from becoming a fully fledged member of society.
Did you forget? They're getting divorced.
But they aren't divorced yet.
Greg slapped the desk and lifted himself up. I could see flickers of fury in his eyes, and in surprise, I fell back in my chair.
And if they're smart, they won't get divorced, at least until your citizenship tests.
He was right. My parents' high citizenship status might afford me extra points in the eyes of the Commission. It also might not. That was just rumored. But the rumors were stubborn, and statistics seemed to confirm them. Though perhaps it was just because high-status families had more opportunities to provide their offspring better health, social skills, and education starting in early childhood, if not from the moment of conception. Gene editing cost a lot of money, for example, but anyone was legally allowed to use it. Just pony up. Mr. Kovacs spent a long time boring into me with his eyes, but finally his forehead wrinkles smoothed out. His nostrils stopped flaring threateningly, and he found his seat again. Then he went right back to his usual tone as if nothing had happened.
1 hour ago, I petitioned the Department of Education to temporarily ban your character from Disgardium. I ticked all the boxes to get it done, too, including referencing your potential value to society, of this world, not Dis. And the petition was approved. Your character has been banned for 2 weeks. I hope that'll be enough time for you to catch up on everything you missed."
What? You have to be joking, right, Mr. Kovacs? You can't. I just about told him I was a threat and thus required to spend at least 8 hours a day in the game, but he fortunately spoke over me.
Do I look like I'm joking? You better believe I can.
He flew into a rage again.
Stand up, Shepard. Into the VR lab for extra classes, now!
Slamming the door behind me, I thought that the rumors of his fighting past may have had a firm basis. In the hallway, I saw the astonished faces of the Dementors. Hung was standing at mock attention.
Sir, yes, sir,
he shouted, bulging out his eyes.
Hung Lee!
Kovacs's voice came from the class. 2 extra classes with Shepard. Step 2. Out of solidarity, everyone waited for us. For me, the hour and a half in bionics lectures flew by fairly quickly, but Hung Lee took it worse. Removing the VR helmet, he shrugged his shoulders, turned his head, and said with frustration,
Damn, they say decent schools have pods, not this ancient trash.
He pulled off the manipulator gloves, threw them on the floor, and cracked his fingers.
So, we getting out of here?
Yep, I nodded, but it was interesting. No, really. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have learned that just 100 years ago you would have been a Cyclops. Hung reflexively touched his left eye. It was bionic, but indistinguishable from the normal one he'd lost in some mindless kid's game.
100 years ago? Grandpa told me that back then, at least everyone had work. But he was little then. He could be imagining things. He tells all kinds of tall tales.
Hung slapped me on the shoulder and gave me a somewhat unhappy laugh.
What are your plans, Alex? Me and the guys just can't stop guessing. What made you get so good at this all of a sudden?
I'll talk about it at Ed's. I don't want to repeat myself. The guys were waiting at the flying car launch pad. When they saw us, they got up, shaking off some snow. Finally! We've been freezing our asses off out here, Malik shouted. Their heated clothing would hardly have allowed that, but he and Tissa and Ed all had rosy cheeks. The first snow had fallen in the night, and it was so much that the pad's climate control system was overwhelmed, so the snow was simply shoveled to the edges of the roof. And by the looks of things, the guys got into it and had a snowball fight while waiting for me and Hung. The 5 of us got into one flying car, and Rodriguez set the destination. On the way, we talked about all kinds of stuff, but for some reason, avoided any mention of Disgardium. Even when I raised the topic of my account being banned for 2 weeks, they didn't react. Tissa shook her head and softly touched my chest, whispering with just her lips, Later. After a quarter hour, we landed on the roof of the building where Ed lived. It was a Category H neighborhood, inhabited by citizens of low civil status, and the differences were instantly obvious wherever you looked. The buildings were taller and denser. There was less green space. The windows even looked smaller.
Let's go.
Ed brought us through the parking lot and stuck his finger up to the lock. It gave a click and the door slid up.
Don't track any snow.
The elevator brought us down to floor 24. That, too, was different here. It wasn't as fast, silent, or as spacious as the one in my building. We walked down a long hallway, then stopped next to one of the doors. Ed opened the lock by putting his head up to the facial recognition camera. Malik started whistling a recent hit song and even tried to dance, but Tissa whispered, Infect quiet. You'll wake up Ed's grandma. As soon as the door opened, I heard a sonorous girl's scream. Eddie! A 5-year-old girl threw herself at Rodriguez and, jumping up, hung off his shoulders. Who's there, Pollyanna? I heard a woman's voice from deep in the apartment. Edward, is that you? You're late, Edward.
Yes, Grandma. Mr. Kovacs assigned extra lessons.
Ed shouted over the girl's head. She jumped out of her brother's arms, hugged Malik and Hung, then clung to Tissa's neck. Clearly they were frequent guests here. Melissa whispered something softly into her ear, and she nodded and laughed, shooting me a furtive glance. My name is Alex. I extended a hand. Polly. She barely touched my hand with her palm, embarrassed.
I'll go talk with Grandma, Ed said. There's Coke in the fridge. Grab some and go park your asses on the balcony. Little Polly, have you eaten?
She nodded.
Good, then go play in your room.
I studied Ed's apartment. It was roomy, no less than ours, though the category made it a bit dumpier. The guys pulled a couple of big bottles of soda out of the fridge. Tissa picked up a packet of disposable cardboard cups and a few bags of chips. All that in hand, we walked over to a wide windowed balcony with a view of a gray neighboring building with blue window frames just a couple dozen yards away. Still, there was room for 4 chairs and a small plastic table. The rest of the space was occupied by a pile of random objects, pictures, a ton of little figurines, and some boxes. Everything was covered in a layer of dust. The house had a certain feeling of neglect, as if it hadn't seen a woman's touch in ages, or at least the hands of a robot cleaner. And by the way, I didn't see one. "There's room for 5 people here," I noted while we waited for Ed. "It's a big apartment."
"Once upon a time, 5 people did live here,"
Hung answered gloomily.
"But 3 years ago, Ed's parents caught the rock virus in Africa."
"Isn't it treatable?" I asked in surprise. There was a new disease just about every year, but modern medicine found ways of defeating even such hellish adversaries as the rock virus, which caused healthy cells to rot while still alive. "It was at the very beginning," Tissa explained, opening a bag of chips. "They were in the first wave, before anyone even knew how to diagnose it."
"But they were good artists,"
Hung added. "What was it?" Tissa rolled her eyes, remembering. "The value of the cultural contribution of their works, blah, blah, blah. Basically, they put their citizenship status on Ed's grandma so the family wouldn't have to move." "And what about his grandma?" I asked. "Should we go say hi to her?" "It isn't necessary." Tissa shook her head. "She can barely walk, is just about deaf, and doesn't like strangers. And to her, you're definitely a stranger." "And you always will be one unless you meet her," Malik snorted. "Actually, that's a good idea. Go introduce yourself." I got up from the chair and headed for the door, but Ed walked into the doorway.
"Quiet down, Granny just fell asleep. Why'd you get up, Alex? Bathroom?"
"No, I wanted to go meet your—"
"Another time,"
Ed shot out.
"She needs peace and quiet. So, we need one more chair."
He disappeared from the doorway and soon came back with a stool in his hands. He closed the balcony door tight and sat down with us. A slight smile came onto his face. He looked around and stopped on the big guy.
"Hung, did you get it?" "Of course."
Bomber sniffed the air and gave a broad smile.
"We came here to celebrate, so—"
He took a large flask out of an inside pocket and shook it in the air.
"Pure whiskey, folks, from the bottomless stash of my dear old dad."
"First kill, whiskey and coke. Let me think." Ed rubbed his hands together. "Guys, we're wasting time. All right, Bomber, you're the tank." Chapter 3. Academic Ban. A message from Snowstorm came when I was still at Ed's with the Dementors. As much as the strong alcohol clouded my mind, I still had enough sense not to read it. I uncovered my communicator just enough to see the notification. As soon as I read the name of the corporation, I clenched my fist before Tissa got curious and looked. She was sitting between me and Ed, periodically touching me here with her shoulder and there with her hair. A few times she put her hand on my knee. Just to be fair, she would put her other hand on Ed's at the same time, as if our legs were just armrests for her. Eventually, I felt like my tongue was about to get too loose, and not even so much because I was an inexperienced drinker. I was just having fun hanging out, and they all radiated friendly warmth. I tried to give a furtive goodbye, but they wouldn't let me leave alone. We all went together to the flying car. Hung made sure I input the right destination. Then they spent a long time hugging me and patting me on the back. Ed, his tongue loosened, said that they would look over the loot from the dungeon and start quickly selling everything they didn't need. And he assured me I would get my share for the whole ince, not just the final boss. And after that, they let me go. I fell asleep on the way home, and didn't wake up when the flying car landed on my parents' rooftop. When I woke up, I wasn't sure how long I had been there. Maybe a minute, maybe an hour. Then, hitting my shoulders on door frames and leaning on the walls for support, I lumped my way home, pulled myself into the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. I woke up just before morning to a gut-rending thirst, out of my clothes and under the covers. One of my parents had taken pity on me after my first real drinking experience. As further proof, there was a bottle of water and a glass on the bedside table, and next to them, a fizzy tablet. I had seen this combination before when Father was hungover. I sated my thirst with the bubbly liquid analgesic and got up from the bed. A.T. was lying next to me, her head on her paws. Noticing that I was up, He raised an ear, but, sensing my mood, didn't come over. My head splitting, I paced around the room trying to gather my thoughts. I still had plenty of time before school, so I decided to start with the basics. I got into the shower and spent a long time standing under its warm water, bringing my body and mind back to life. I was afraid to even imagine how much money I wasted between the water and the electricity to heat it. But it made me feel better. I decided to check if Greg was bluffing and got into my pod. But as expected, I saw a message that I was temporarily banned from all game worlds. Then I remembered the email from the corporation. Dear Alex, we are writing to inform you that you have received a 2-week academic ban from Disgardium. Taking into account your special status and required game time, I wanted to write personally to reassure you. All of us here at Snowstorm went to school as well, so we understand what you're going through and won't make your life any harder. For the duration of your academic ban, you are free of all obligations to spend time in Disgardium. I wish you a speedy resolution to all your issues, and may the skies of Disgardium always be blue over your head. With friendly greetings, Mariana da Silva, Customer Service Department, Snowstorm Incorporated. With a happy chuckle, I got ready for school and left my room. I stuck my head out and saw a sympathetic look from my father, then heard a sermon from my mom, ate breakfast, and went to school. Lessons just flew by. For the first time in recent memory, I hardly thought about Dis, carefully listening to all my teachers and finishing my assignments properly. During breaks, I would talk with the Dementors. They were getting close to Tristad and could practically taste the reward from First Advisor Whiteacre's quest. The final boss had dropped a scorpion eye for each of us, and that triggered a quest. Thanksgiving was coming up, so Greg didn't insist on my extra classes, but I still went to them to make up for lost time. The 4-day weekend went by like it was one. On Thursday, we had guests, and they ate all the food Mom made. Although saying she made it might have been a bit much. It didn't take her more than an hour. She just unpacked a high-end cooking set called Thanksgiving into the multi-cooker, and it spat out a full meal for 8 to 10 people. It cost just 99 phoenixes. The star of the table was a roast turkey. Then came the mashed potatoes, cheesy corn casserole, and pumpkin pie, among other things. On Friday, it was our turn to be the guests. My parents carefully hid their impending divorce and did a great job playing the happy family. It came easily to them. They just about had me believing it, if I hadn't heard Mom say she didn't love Dad anymore. On Saturday and Sunday, I did normal stuff. I studied, watched movies and videos from the Lehman expedition to Mars, and tried unsuccessfully to drag Tissa out on a date. At first, she was in Dis, so it took her a long time to answer, but when she did write, her message was dry. Can't. Not in the mood. I considered whether it was worth getting upset over, but decided that it definitely was not. Out of boredom, I even tried to call up Eve, but her mother answered, saying her daughter's recuperation was dragging on because she was getting a taste for it. Anyhow, by the end of the long weekend, I was sick of vacation. On Monday, I was delighted to fly to school, and that was where everything became clear. Dead of sorrow. Gloomy. Downtrodden and crushed. That was how the Dementors looked when I found them in the schoolyard. And although the sun was scorching down from a cloudless sky, they were surrounded by a cloud of coldness and despondency. It was as if the Dementors had become their clan's namesake. They hadn't shown up for first period, and they came late to second. During the break, Greg held me back, and I only managed to catch up with them after that. They were sitting on a bench and looking dismal, like frozen sparrows. "Hi," I drew out cautiously. "How's it going?" "Hi," Tissa answered gloomily and turned away. She was in a touchy mood. The others kept silent. They all looked visibly tenser when I showed up. By the looks of things, I was intruding on a conversation they didn't want me there for.
"To hell with it,"
Hung spit out.
"This is his problem, too."
Ed sized me up with an empty gaze and lowered his head, burying it in his hands. What happened? Did somebody die? "Yeah, we all did," Malik laughed nervously. "A crap load of times." "All right," Ed muttered, having made up his own mind. He raised his head and exclaimed, "Alex, we're up Schitt's Creek. Hell, we're at the headwaters." "I can see that," I said, taking a seat between Hung and Malik. "But what happened?" "Axiom," Malik started explaining, but Ed stopped him and spoke.
Last Thursday, Big Po added us all to their KOS list with a bounty of 50 gold for each time one of us is killed.
And me?
We aren't sure about you, but you can check the forums, Ed answered. So far it's just us four, me, Tissa, Bomber, and Infect. As for you, they have questions. But for what it's worth, we said you weren't with us.
Did you at least get the loot back?
We did. Hung exploded unexpectedly, but we lost almost all our gear. None of us made it back to town on foot. They caught us all.
Where are you now?
Same place.
Hung burbled.
The respawn point at Alton Quarries.
We all got brought down to level 10, and they stripped us bare. Ed took a loud breath in through his nose. His voice dropped and he said, barely audibly,
I lost my epic cloak of Earth and the Fiery, and I can't go anywhere. There's always a new headhunter waiting to rack up kills until diminishing returns kicks in.
What is that? The same player or group can't kill one person more than 3 times in a row per day, Tissa explained. After the 3rd time, their attacks stop doing damage, so they switch out. What about teleportation?
It doesn't cast instantly,
Hung complained.
They are watching out for it, so they always make sure to get us before it's done. Ed did manage once, but that just delivered him up to the Nagas, and they tore him to pieces. What chance did I have? Ed snorted. Naked at level 10.
Is that going to keep happening for long?
I asked. Until we leave the sandbox. Me and Hung flew over to see Big Po this morning. We were hoping we could come to an understanding. Ed spat. He just laughed in our faces. He said he is owed 100,000 gold in moral and material compensation. We don't have anywhere near that kind of money, so...
What? We don't know, Alex, Tissa moaned. We don't know. We'll wait a few days. Maybe things will quiet down. Our priority is reaching the city and getting geared up. From there, we can go level somewhere without people, maybe the mire. It's our only hope.
If that doesn't work, we'll just quit this until we can go into the big world, Ed threw out, but he changed his mind. Hey, you think you could go with us? If we find a new ince, we could easily level there. Alex.
It won't work, Ed. I don't have the curse anymore.
What do you mean?
Rodriguez exploded.
Why?
I finished Patrick's quest. Right after that, the curse was removed.
Oh, never!
The Dementors all shot out at once.
So that means...
Ed squeezed out. It was over. This was how my brief friendship with the Dementors would end. Obviously, no one said it out loud, but I could feel it. Disgardium was the thing that connected us, and with it out of our lives, we had nothing to talk about. They would sit through classes in silence, replying dryly to my greetings and showing no desire to talk. During breaks, they would all just disappear. Meanwhile, I didn't intrude. I didn't even have the time. All I knew was that a week later they eventually did get into Tristad, bind there, and were preparing for a desperate escape to the mire. Greg, delighted at my renewed upwelling of interest in school, loaded me up not only with extra lessons, but also homework, even going beyond the required school program. I then tried to make progress, using the time before I could play again to maximum effect. At home, my parents had inked a ceasefire, and in that shaky peace, both father and mother were particularly cautious with their words and actions. He stopped drinking, she stopped nagging, and they both threw themselves into a new project, wanting to earn as much as they could before the divorce. I didn't know what the deal was with Mom's beau, but for the whole 2 weeks of my ban, she never once left home without father. It was all like before, even better. But that was just an illusion. After being discharged from the clinic, Eve had flown south to recover. Mrs. O'Sullivan must have gotten the school to agree to distance learning. I still hadn't seen my childhood friend in person, but we were talking on our comms. She had changed a lot. I hadn't seen anything except her face, but that was enough to make a big impression. Eve had become perfect. Ideal, but she still wasn't to my taste. On the evening of the last day of my ban, I got a letter from Mariana congratulating me on the end of my academic ban and reminding me that my required time in Dis was coming back. That was a Tuesday. And that Wednesday, right after school, I ate lunch and climbed into my pod. Welcome to Disgardium, Scyth. Chapter 4. Who Wants to Be a Billionaire? The small island behemoth called home had grown larger in the 2 weeks of my absence. Due to the lower water level, it had also sprouted a good bit of grass, and there were no remainders of the sleeping god. He must have poured the last of his energy into me, giving impetus to my new skills, and now was dozing away, waiting for new followers and a temple. During the adaptation process, I considered how a packed and exciting life can change the perception of time. After I heard my parents were getting divorced, I spent 1 week in Dis, and now I hadn't played for 2 since Greg's ban. But it felt different, as if I had lived a whole past life in this world of might and magic, been exiled from it, and was now finally able to return. It was a strange feeling, especially considering how bored Dis used to make me. I spent a bit of time thinking about what to do first. Flickering envelope icons, notifications about unread letters, system messages about my unchosen class and unspent stat points, the uncompleted quests from Patrick and Whiteacre, the set epic in my inventory. It was all intriguing, but I wanted to savor it, or something. And here in the swamp, hostile creatures could appear at any moment. I had lost my secret weapons, so they posed a real threat now. If I died, I would both lose experience and be sent to the Tristad Cemetery. The mark of the destroying plague was not enough on its own. It only had an 8% chance to proc. I made up my mind. I had to get to my personal room in Tristad as quickly as possible. But big pose guys might be waiting there to waylay me, and I doubted they'd let me go before shaking me down for everything I had. I just needed one little thing, for the great depths RNG to be in my favor. Well, sleeping god, don't fail me now. Depths teleportation. But I didn't land in the city. It was a gloomy and morose place, but still light thanks to the bright sun. My swampy surroundings were replaced by the ever-present twilight of Gloomwood. As soon as I realized where I was, I fell to the dry, cracked soil, hiding in stealth. Something crunched beneath me, poked into my chest, and my hands were immediately covered in green slime. There was a clacking noise all around that would not stop. With a careful look around, I shot to my feet. My field of vision was flooded with notifications about failed stealth checks. There was no hiding in the middle of a huge, well-guarded clutch of spider eggs. Beyond the web-sheet walls, I couldn't even see any trees. Thousands of eggs dotted everything around, and I could see little spiders poking out of a few of them. But all that faded in comparison with the monstrous silhouettes of the adult arachnids. I quickly scanned one of them. Corrupted Arachnid Guard, level 14. Next to him were the towering column legs of an even more powerful creature, a Corrupted Arachnid Brood Watcher, level 17. As for me, my excursion in the new Gloomwood ended before it even got started. A moment later, all the spiders dogpiled me. With stone skin on, I was able to last a whole 30 seconds, then another 10 thanks to my resilience being 90% of cap. In that time, I managed to lay low 15 spiders, not sparing plague energy or a ghastly howl. But my fate was sealed. Unless Curse of the Undead triggered, it was foolish to even hope. Newborn Arachnid has damaged you, 16. Health points, 0 of 405. You are dead. After I died, I was in no hurry to respawn. Based on the logs, all my resilience wasn't worth a wooden nickel against mobs of a much higher level. Even the newborn spiders were already level 13, and every level of difference in the enemy's favor cost me 10% damage. In the end, even though the spiders were hitting half-heartedly, their numbers were overwhelming. And as for me, my current amount of health was enough to hold out 2 or 3 blows against something like a Corrupted Arachnid Broodwatcher. The timer counted out my last second in a dead body. Out of old habit, I was ready to activate a chain of skills when I respawned to instantly rejoin the fight. But this time I didn't need it. Before me then were the towering walls of Tristad. Nothing was rushing to attack me. I was in the graveyard. I saw a warning floating in the air. Penalty for death minus 550 experience points. I thought a bit and remembered the mechanic for calculating penalties. Present level times 50. Not pleasant, but bearable. That was what I'd get for killing about 10 mobs at any level. It only became a problem if someone was stalking your respawn point. I dismissed the notification and checked my inventory. Thanks to my rare bag, all the loot from Evil from the Depths was where it belonged. I mentally composed a route, calmly reached the city walls, and from there ran to the bubbling flagon like a coward. I wasn't going to leave my room until I'd figured out all the letters, classes, and plans. The city looked exactly the same, though there were perhaps a few more people walking the streets than usual. I found out why when I got to the tavern. At the doors of the bubbling flagon, some level 12 player was tearing his throat.
"Vote in the city council elections! A player is running for the first time, the famed and respected polynucleotide. His main issue is increasing rewards for social missions. Beyond that, he wants to make it legal for players to acquire property and—"
Astonished, I wanted to know the details, but suddenly found someone staring at me stubbornly. I turned my head and realized I'd been spotted. A level 14 courier girl from Axiom by the name Cherry was silently moving her lips in front of a signal amulet. She made sure I was looking and pointed a finger at me, which I took to mean, "Stay where you are." No thanks. With a shake of my head, I walked into the tavern and went up into my room. I'd have to talk with them one way or another, but preferably not like this, wearing only underwear and with unspent attribute points. No, from a psychological standpoint, nothing good could come from talking like this. In the room, I sprawled out on my bed and breathed a sigh of relief. Last time I was here, half a month ago, I was level 6. Now I was 11. Oh well, time to look through my presents. I opened the window and quickly scanned the names of the classes the system had offered. Solo Adventurer, Wandering Monk, and Herald. None of those meant anything to me, but they would soon enough. I opened my mailbox and saw a bunch of unread messages, and the most recent was by Tissa, sent just one day earlier. Alex, sorry that I'm only writing here and now. Ed is paranoid IRL, and we're trying not to say anything until the time is right. To anyone, even you. I know it's stupid, but it's what we decided. Sorry again. By the way, Hung was right. DT gives 2 possible destinations at level 3, and then it's the luck of the draw. Obviously, DT meant depths teleportation. Did that mean that they used it every day trying to escape until they were all in Tristat? I'd keep that in mind. But why not just tell me by comm? Or say it in school? All this secrecy seemed weird. I didn't answer, having decided to talk one-on-one. Then I opened the next message. It came from Overweight. Hi, Scyth. I haven't seen you in a while, so I decided to drop you a line. Today, me and Undy sorted through our stuff. Well, you know, took stock. Basically, we found a set of equipment for level 5. Undy set it aside for you. How's it going? Have you hit 5 yet? Overweight. Rita. Had I hit level 5? I chuckled and quickly popped off an answer. Rita, hi. Sorry I haven't been in Dis for 2 weeks. I'll drop by one of these days. I didn't know if I'd buy anything from them, but I wouldn't mind seeing her. The next letter came from Big Poe. Shepard. I know you were there. I hope you won't wuss out when we meet and deny it. Your friends have already gotten their punishment, and rightly so. In case you haven't heard, the only reason you aren't on our KOS list yet is that I wanted to have a talk with you before you go sour. Write me as soon as you enter Dis and read this. Don't draw out the inevitable. BP. My answer to him was even shorter than to Rita. 1 hour in the tavern. He was right. There was no reason to draw it out. Best settle this issue before I made any plans. Honestly, I wanted to figure out my class and attribute points first, and see what changed when my potential threat to the world went up. And by coincidence, that was exactly what the next message was about. It all started with a familiar greeting. Greetings, fair Scyth, from the gods of Disgardium. The rusty gears of creation have turned over and given a push. A great number of independent events have culminated in the impossible. Now, 2 horrifying scourges of the old and new worlds have met in one intelligent creature. I haven't seen a threat as fearsome as what you could become since the rending of the worlds. Potential class of your threat to the world, A. Present class of your threat to the world, Q. Threat traits, overt, sleeping gods, destroying plague, rending, pandemic, explosive character growth, global cataclysm, war of gods, hidden advantage against much higher level enemies. That was followed by a text I had seen before, warnings, penalties for disclosure, and a list of rewards, which were again not spelled out explicitly. But at the end there was something new. It said that for reaching Class L, my previous threat ceiling, I would be given a state-of-the-art pod with full life support, massage and muscle stimulation, and other important and less important features. For example, it was faster at reading data from the brain and sending it to DIS, giving the owners of such pods the jump on the others, even if only by a fraction of a second. But that all faded in comparison to what came at the very end, where it said what I stood to gain for bringing the threat to maximum. The number looked to be made of pure zeros, and I had to count them 2 times. I got the same number both times, but still I was in disbelief, just staring until the zeros were wandering around in my vision. There were 9 zeros after a 1. I would be given 1 billion phoenixes if I could bring my threat class to maximum. But that wasn't all. If I reached D or higher, they promised a fully fledged contract working as a consultant for Snowstorm's threat department with an 8-figure salary. And that was before bonuses. My heart was beating so fast I could feel it even in DIS. Big Poe, the Dementors, school, and even Tissa all faded when I thought of the reward. That could solve all my problems. I could study on Snowstorm's dime. My citizenship status would be C at minimum, millionaire level. A space guide? Ha! For 100 million I could buy my very own brand new space yacht and fly it wherever I liked. I pressed accept, but that was only in Disgardium. I still needed to sign a contract in the real world. Not wasting time, I left the game, waited 1 minute in total darkness to readapt as the intragel returned control to my body, got out of the pod and opened my real electronic mail to sign the updated contract with Snowstorm. Getting right to it, how can you get distracted with something like this on the line? I closely read all 9 pages and placed electronic signatures everywhere it was required. Right after I came back to DIS, I wanted to pick my class, but there was someone knocking stubbornly in my private messages. Player Polynucleotide, Wesley Cho, would like to add you to his friends list. Accept? You may set privacy settings to determine friends' information access level about your character. Wesley Cho, a.k.a. Polynucleotide, a.k.a. Big Poe, was reminding me of our meeting. Chapter 5. Too Many Poes. The part of the bubbling flagon where Big Poe was sitting leisurely looked almost deserted. The empty tables around him and the other axiomites clearly had plenty of room, but still everyone tried to keep their distance. As it turned out, when I got closer, I ran into an invisible curtain. When I pushed, it gave, but it felt like I was back in the thick muck of the mire. My body was enshrouded with invisible pressure, my ears popped, and it became harder to breathe. I couldn't hear what the top clan was discussing over the table, but I could see Big Poe's lips moving. The field disappeared, and, out of inertia, I fell into the bubble. At the same time, almost all the Axiom players stood up, and a few of them, hitting me with their shoulders, headed to leave the tavern. I recognized one of them by name, JJ, a level 18 bard who used to lead the Night Stalkers. He and Big Poe had joined forces, leaving him second in command of Axiom. Only 2 people stayed back. Next to Wesley Cho sat a girl with shaved temples and a long blue ponytail. Wesley? Irina? I nodded and, not waiting for them to invite me, sat at the table. They sized me up, both the information available in my profile and what I was wearing. And I did the same to them. Polynucleotide, level 19 human. Clan, Axiom. Real name, Wesley Cho. Real age, 15. Class, Chieftain. Irina was a mystic 2 levels lower, and though I'd heard of her class before, Chieftain meant nothing to me. Nice class you've got there, Big Poe, I drawled to break the silence, made deafening by the bubble. I could even hear my heartbeat. Is it at least a combat class? The leader of Axiom raised a pointed finger, calling for silence. Then, without breaking his gaze, he leaned toward Irina. She whispered fairly distinctly, 44,000 experience points in the last week, plus or minus a week. An average of 5,000 points per day. Class not chosen. By the looks of things, he didn't have time. He was at 6 when he entered our ints. After the ints, he got an academic ban. The last 5 levels must have come the day before the ban. He was there. He sat back forcefully, his arms now behind the bench back, and turned to me. You heard her, Shepard. My analyst is sure you were with the Dementors. No hi, Scyth? No nice to see you, or at the very least, we've been waiting a long time, Alex? Don't be rude, Irina said harshly. You are nobody here, and thus you have no name. Thank Poe for his decision to be fair and hear you out before putting a bounty on your head. Deepest gratitude, Big Poe. I stood up and bowed like a jester. So why do they call you Big Poe? Not medium, not little, but big. I didn't know what had come over me. With the perspectives I was imagining 10 minutes earlier, I should have been more polite. After all, his clan ruled this sandbox. Why fan the flames of an already tense situation? And I would have been polite, if they had been. What? Weren't they taught to say hello? Polo, Pocket Rocket, my little brother Polynuclear. Wesley started counting, bending his fingers. There are too many Poes for one clan. I'm big. I've got a metabolism disorder, so that's why they call me Big Poe. Any more questions? Not for now. Thanks for answering. I nodded in embarrassment. He had disarmed me. I expected anything right up to being added to their KOS list. A flare-up of rage, an overturned table. Anything but a simple and clear answer. Now you answer me. Were you in the inns? Yes. Just tell me one reason. Big Poe made a big pause to take a swallow of ginger beer. Why should I forgive you? Forgive me? I laughed. For what? It was your guy who let me into the dungeon. What happened after that? After that, it was all easy. The inns got closed for maintenance, and I left before they kicked me out. Irina didn't believe me. Keep lying. In the morning, I came back and saw that my tune was still inside, so I called the Dementors. After that, you know what happened. He's lying, the girl cried out dogmatically, turning to Big Poe. During maintenance, dungeons are completely reloaded. All players get sent to their res point. Look, Shepard. Wesley sat his big paunch on the table, squinting his already narrow eyes. Crawler and his guys are finished. This game doesn't exist for them until they get out into the big world. I guarantee it. And if they try anything funny, they'll have problems IRL. They stole a first kill from me in a very ripe dungeon. Such things are not forgiven. In Big Dis, people get killed for less. So do you understand what's at stake? According to our observers, you guys scooped up some gear in there, and it's a bit nicer than low-level epics. But to hell with that. It can be bought. The ability to teleport is something we can never have now. You understand? Your disappointment, yes. But as for the can never have now, no. Why should that be? You've got your whole life ahead of you. The day will come when you can get other first kills. Like hell it will. Poe thundered his fist on the table. The top clans control everything. If some noobs find a new dungeon, they're better off selling the location to the Big Ten than trying to pass it themselves. It's both more profitable and more reliable. The tops have scout networks that cover all known Disgardium, and they are meticulous. So if we happen to get lucky, there's no guarantee what kind of first kill we will get, if we even can. I'm talking about teleportation precisely. Poe wrapped up his fiery speech and started sucking at his glass of beer. While he greedily wet his throat, Irina turned to me. She spoke quietly and measuredly, but every one of her words had a drip of poison. Scyth, do you have any idea how much it costs to hire a mage who can open portals in Big Dis? Depending on distance, one-way travel can cost as much as 10,000 gold. It isn't enough to be a mage. You need to specialize in spatial magic. The price of a full course with the required folios and scrolls can come up to 1,000,000 gold. Plus, that class is worthless in combat and are generally only leveled by powerful clans for their own private use. Stationary portals only cover the capitals and do not come cheap either. You and those idiots of Azkaban stole an invaluable skill. Oh, never! Wesley cursed, describing how and in what positions he would perform coitus with Ed Rodriguez and his clan. Minus Tissa, of course. To hell with that Latin freak, but hung. We're practically related. If only I'd convinced him to join us before. Without a tank, Crawler would have just sucked down candies in the dungeon until he died, and everything would have been fine. Watching their revelations, I felt a certain disbelief. Sure, I thought their anger and indignation, grief and disappointment were sincere, but I'd never seen them act this way before. In general, they were strong, cold-blooded, calculating. I mean, that was why they were called Axiom. And now this whole spectacle? What were they playing at? Were they trying to make me feel so guilty that I would admit to something I didn't do? If so, it wasn't working. "So then, Shepard," Big Poe snorted, watching my reaction the whole time, "you tell us what you really did in that dungeon. Tell us what loot dropped from the last boss and send us a full description of the ability it gave you. Then I'll decide whether I should kill you or not." Before he'd even finished talking, I had made up my mind. If they add me to their KOS list, I'd just run off to the mire. Or just sit out my required hours in my personal room. Admitting what actually happened, and by the looks of things the Dementors hadn't given me up, was not in the cards. And I couldn't give a single hint of my true status either. After all, Big Poe had connections with Preventer clans. "No." "What do you mean, no?" Wesley asked in astonishment. "Don't kill you?" "No, as in I'm not going to tell you. I'm really sick of Dis, and I'm not planning to keep playing. I've got college, studies, plus citizenship tests ahead of me. I won't have time." "We've all got the tests," Irina muttered, gloomy. "So you understand. Ed, Hung, Malik, and Tissa are my friends. I've known them since first grade. I've never met you before. If they didn't talk, I'm not gonna either." "Understandable," Wesley nodded. "Accepted. I will not add you to the KOS list." "Are you serious? That easy?" "Absolutely. You were right when you said it was my guy who let you into the inns. He, by the way, is no longer in the clan. As far as I know, you didn't promise him not to kill Mercus, right?" He guffawed. Irina also smiled. "No, then?" "No, I didn't." "Then no further questions. You're free to go, Shepard. My apologies, but we are going to watch you a bit, discreetly." "And that's all?" I couldn't believe my ears and was waiting for a catch. "You'll watch me a bit, and that's it? No more problems?" "If you ever decide to share, write me a message." Polynucleotide shrugged. "I might even invite you to the clan if you want to start taking this more seriously." "I have a question," Irina shot out. "Did you do all that leveling on your own, or did the Dementors power level you?" "A little of column A, a little of column B," I answered indistinctly and got up from the table. "All right, bye." "Yep, bye," he answered. "By the way, Shepard." "Yeah?" "Chieftain is a combat class," he said, hiding a smile by lowering his head. I smiled back. Big Poe was giving a clear demonstration of his position of power, not leaving a single question unanswered. Irina took down the bubble, and my ears were struck by bass tones and clanging music from the group of joyous bards on stage and the tumult of tavern patrons. There were only players and bots in the room. The workmen were still earning their keep on shift. Patrick, who I wanted to talk with to finish up the quest, was not around either. According to the map, he was near the Tristad Market Square, and all the better. Passing that quest with potential Axiom spies around would have been a mistake. I took a look around and saw Big Poe whispering into a signal amulet, and Irina giving commands to a rogue and a thief who were suddenly next to her. Had they been there the whole time? In the end, the talk with the leaders of Axiom wasn't quite as unpleasant as I expected. What was more, it made me reevaluate what I got from the Ints. Depth's teleportation was now more valuable than any legendary in my eyes, especially when I considered how important it was for me to stay mobile. For escaping an ambush, it was the ideal lifeline. I ran up the stairs to the second floor, jumped down the hallway, running into a couple of 14-year-old noobs hugging, and dove into the portal to my personal room. I was going to pick my class today. If it took too long, I could study the descriptions and leave Dis to look over some guides. Initial class choice was not fatal. After all, you could regenerate your character on entering Greater Disgardium without losing your level. But that was clearly the wrong move for me. I stood to lose too much. My threat status, achievements, and the skills like Ghastly Howl and Teleportation. Plus, then I would only get to pick standard classes, even if there were 400 and some. And that was disregarding specializations from Courier to Gunsmith. But the unique ones, well, the game's AI only handed out rare classes in the sandbox based on gameplay style. So then, what were my options? Solo Adventurer, Wandering Monk, and Herald. Before me stood 3 full-sized copies of my character. The first, suited up in full plate armor, twirled a sword and sat it on his shoulder. The second, wearing pants and a vest, performed a series of punches and kicks, then did a flip and froze at attention. The third was wearing light-absorbing armor and either a crown or a simple diadem that was pitch black. He was just standing with his arms crossed over his chest, his glowing green eyes blinking forebodingly. I decided to leave him for dessert, and started from the most obvious. Wandering Monk. Rare combat class, less than 0.01% of players. Specializations, melee, support. Bonus attributes, agility. In the hidden and faraway reaches of Disgardium there are monasteries which only a select few know how to reach. There, monks study not only faith and the use of defensive and offensive auras, but also deadly martial arts. Reading the class description, I mechanically kissed the knuckles of my right hand. My lips spread out into a smile. If I could do nuclear damage with hammer as an untrained noob, then what would happen after I learned combo moves and other deadly attacks, then juiced them up with plague energy? Chapter 6. A Difficult Choice. As it turned out, wandering monks were a very particular class. They had no home and could not belong to any faction or adhere to a particular deity. They preached altruism and could not start fights, or they suffered huge penalties to faith power and would be forbidden from using class moves. A more tolerable downside was that wandering monks couldn't take professions. Beyond that, they were not allowed to refuse quests or wear heavy armor. But still, the more I studied the game class, the more it drew me in. First of all, it turned out that beyond mana for spells, monks had another resource called Spirit, which governed spell and attack power. How much of it they had was dependent on faith, and that wasn't the same thing the priests of the many gods of Disgardium operated on. In fact, it was just about the exact opposite. Whereas followers of a sect believed in the power of their deity for crumbs of reputation, with faith points used to activate buffs and new abilities, well, wandering monks, thanks to their ardent faith that the world, although made by gods, yields easily to change and is formed by the mind power of intelligent creatures, have the ability to bend and warp reality itself. Their unarmed attacks still deal physical damage, but that is reinforced with mental damage, which can also be crushing. By power of faith, monks can control the rate time passes in battle, making them more able to dodge or land a series of unstoppable blows in the space of a second. And the stronger their faith and attacks become, the more nightmarish an opponent they can make. Monks are probably one of the speediest classes in Disgardium, and the most unpredictable. After all, they have the most powerful combat attacks. Literally tearing the fabric of reality with their mental fortitude, a monk has a certain chance of taking down any enemy. Of course, the chance is extremely small, and the higher an enemy's level, the lower it gets, but it is there. Always, in every battle with enemies of any level, and with every attack. Further, monks can also make valuable support characters. Their defensive auras increase dodge chance and slightly improve the armor of all allies. Their healing auras restore health points, and offensive auras constantly damage all enemies in active radius. Class bonuses: +5 agility per level, +1% recovery speed for health, mana, and spirit per level, +30% unarmed combat damage, +25% polearm combat damage, +10% attack speed, +5% movement speed on foot. So, no swords, rings, or armor? I supposed I could get used to that. I had spent almost all my battles wearing nothing but underwear. Beyond that, although it was a rare class, it did a great job of masking my abilities. Oh, I'm doing crazy damage with my fists? It's because I'm a monk. Walking around bare naked? Pants are taboo. Not in the city often. Monks cannot spend the night in taverns or spend longer than one day in a city. And that, by the way, was all verifiable. Overall, studying the 2 remaining classes might be a formality. But considering that I couldn't go back on this, I needed to look it all over carefully. Then unhurriedly comb the forums and sit with a calculator, putting a build together and figuring out my attributes. And the class bonus would give me 120 points to throw around. Anyway, there was no rush. I could do this the smart way. Just in case there was no info on this class online, I took a screenshot of the description and opened the next. Solo Adventurer. Rare mixed class, less than 0.01% of players. Specializations: Soldier of Fortune, Universal Warrior. Bonus attributes: any two of your choice. In Disgardium, loners walk a prickly and winding path. Where a group may clear the way with fire and sword, a lone adventurer has to go around. But if need be, they will accept battle and fight with the strength of 3. As I was reading, my avatar completely changed equipment a few times. First, he looked cool with 2 curved daggers in his hands, then pulled on some leather armor, changed it for chainmail, then into plate. The daggers converged into a short, narrow sword which grew longer and two-handed before turning into a halberd. Then, in a flash, it turned into a composite bow with a notched arrow. The animation looped back around. Lone heroes are no strangers to relying on themselves and must forge their own path. Soldiers of fortune rely on stealth and the element of surprise and, whenever possible, prefer persuasion to combat. Failing that, they will get inside their enemy's head and manipulate them into thinking they're a friend. Still, different situations require different abilities. Some solo adventurers are famed for their quick wit and insight into all manner of subjects. Also, by leveling one type of weapon, they have a high chance of improving adjacent weapon classes. A talented swordsman will be just as good with a cudgel or an axe, and learning to shoot a bow will give your character the ability to use crossbows and slingshots as well. Several paths can be chosen, all giving different bonuses and abilities. Although soldiers of fortune can wear heavy armor, they would never do so as not to lose their advantage. Universal warriors have the same chance of success regardless of armor or weapon. Traders and tavern owners are favorable to lone heroes and give them good discounts. The active insight skill gives an adventurer knowledge of an enemy's weak points, and knowing the optimal way to pack for a journey while leaving room for loot will allow you to carry more weight. However, the defining feature of a solo adventurer is their independence. When outside a clan, they receive huge attribute bonuses, and even larger ones when outside a group. Unlike the Wandering Monk class, this one gave different skill bonuses depending on specialization. Unfortunately, they could not be combined, but some bonuses and penalties were shared by every solo adventurer regardless. Class bonuses: +3 to any chosen attribute per level, +10% to all main attributes outside a clan, +20% to all main attributes outside a group, +30% health and mana recovery speed outside battle, +20% to critical damage, +15% carrying capacity, +5% to movement speed, +10% to vendor discount, +100% to inventory size, +1% to chance of receiving improved loot. Class penalties: -10% to all main attributes in a clan, -20% to all main attributes in a group. I was amazed at how many bonuses solo adventurers got. Standard classes only received +5 points to bonus attributes per level. A solo got a total of 6, and the choice would be mine to balance how I saw fit. That 1-point advantage would provide a full 100 extra attribute points by level 110, and with bonuses it went up to 130. As long as I didn't join a clan or group, I'd be a killing machine. Strange that it was such a rare class, although it was only possible to get through dungeons alone in Dis with Curse of the Undead, same for soloing rare mobs. For the most part, if you didn't have a group, you were nobody. I would have to spend a long time sitting with a calculator and busting my brains. After all, I'd have to consider potential bonuses from following the sleeping gods and the destroying plague. Gods? Nether, wandering monks were not allowed to follow any specific ones. What did that mean? Would I not be allowed to choose this class? Or would I be forced to refuse Behemoth's quest, and they'd undo my initiation? What about the destroying plague? Was it even a deity? I wiped the perspiration from my forehead and lay down on my bed. I heard a plaintive creak below me and spat out a curse. The room started to smell musty, and dust swirled up in the beams of the sun coming through the window, shimmering. Was this a sign that it was time to upgrade my personal room? Who knew? I would potentially be spending a lot of time here after today. I closed the class window despite myself and got the next one. Its name intrigued me. Herald. Unique class, never before chosen by a player. Specializations: none. Bonus attributes: charisma and luck. Only those marked by the gods can foretell world-altering events. And even though we haven't seen any of those around, Mr. Inganamorte insists on implementing all possible classes before release, so I'm just filling up empty space. Blah, 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 great herald, something here, get it done. Nergal shoots lightning out of his ass. Or light. Screw it. My cat pissed in my boot, the jerk. Oh, Elsa, stop shaking your ass around in front of that stupid bastard Ramachandra. What kind of name is that anyway? OMG, so much to do and I've got to fill text. No one is ever going to see this. Okay, I'm going for a coffee. But I don't know who you are, but if you're reading this, just know it's my last day working for Snowstorm. I might even say my last hour. So how much more do we need here? 5,000 characters, and that's just the description. Nether, I trust this text is unique enough for you, Mr. Inganamorte? What's with this rush to launch? I've still got bonuses to earn, and the damned class specializations department, of course, didn't send a damn thing. LOL. Who in their right mind can think up 10,000 different classes? Who needs them all? Why come up with 100 different kinds of warrior? Plate armor and a sword, that's a warrior, but no, we've got to stamp out every class in between to meet all tastes. If you name the class Bogatyr, it doesn't stop it being a warrior. But we've got a huge Russian market, a higher strength-to-damage modifier. You need a separate class for that. And that's saying nothing of the Chinese. A Shu warrior or a G warrior. The coders just change one line, but we've got to sit here and peck out a whole description. Our game will be self-regulating. Sure, of course. This whole thing is held together by duct tape. It's just idiotic. A whole department spent a year hacking away at these sleeping gods, and now they aren't even going to be in the game. We have to have sleeping gods. Every self-respecting game has sleeping gods. Of course, Mr. Inga Kiss-My-Ass Namorte. No one is ever going to play your stupid game. This is complete crap, and no newfangled VR immersion technology is going to help. Pressing buttons and looking at a screen is one thing. Taking a real sword to the stomach is totally different. Where are you going to find enough masochists to play this crap? No more than 12 bonuses and penalties per class. Hit 2,000 characters. That same kind of blather went on for a long time. My first thought was to write Snowstorm support, and I would have done so if I hadn't gotten to the class bonuses first. Class bonuses. Plus 100 persuasion skill. Plus 5 charisma and luck per level. Plus 50% ranged damage. Plus 30% movement speed. Skill dissimulation. Skill imitation. Skill herald single use. Skill divine revelation spontaneous. Class penalties. Minus 50% vendor discount. Minus 30% carrying capacity. Minus 90% inventory size. Minus 50% armor value. Unique class taken automatically, cannot be declined. The final lines of the unique class description simply mocked me. Russian random in action. You're going to have to try real hard now, bud. I pity you. I'm going off home in the first flying car I find. If you're ever in Orenburg, drop by a restaurant called Uncle Vanya's. Ask for Vlad the Lisper and tell him how you managed to get this one. Wow! Chapter 7. Herald. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. The 5 stages of grief. Denial and anger had passed fairly quickly, but I was stuck at the bargaining stage, studying class skills. Dissimulation. Active class skill. Current level 1. Knowing who your enemy is can often define the course of a battle. Now you can hide your true nature, keeping important information from your enemies. This skill works on everyone. However, the higher someone's level compared to yours, the higher their chance of ignoring the effect. Hidden at present level. Character name. Perhaps as this skill improved, I would eventually be able to hide more than just my name. Meanwhile, in my case, this was a useless skill for now. Having no name would just cause questions, and it did nothing about my flashy title of Herald. Furthermore, in the sandbox, real name and age were displayed, and this said nothing about hiding that. I even realized why. The class and its skills had been invented many years ago while the game was still in the design phase. but the Department of Education had only started requiring real names a few years after launch. That could have been a lot more useful. Imitation. Active class skill. Current level 1. Heralding a new era puts you on an extremely difficult and thorny path. No matter where they go, the high priests of new gods and coming changes are always subject to persecution. However, not every herald can take someone else's identity, only the true ones. This skill works on everyone. Choose target to use, must be in line of sight. Imitated at present level, character class. I shot up out of bed, my arms itching to test this skill. I left the room and quickly looked down the hallway. Clear. Even if Big Poe had stuck someone here to spy on me, stealth didn't work due to the special light fixtures here. If someone was on the lookout for me, it would be outside at the exit from the tavern. After careful examination, I went down the stairs. There was nobody there either. Walking along the wall, I slipped past the kitchen into the main room. I heard a measured hum coming from inside. I stopped at the entrance and took a cautious look in, trying not to catch anybody's eye. I couldn't afford to show my herald class to anyone. Even if it didn't make direct reference to threat status, attention and interrogations were virtually guaranteed. Evening hadn't come yet, and it was still relatively quiet in the bubbling flagon. A group of bards was rehearsing last night's performance and chatting on stage. The 2 tables nearest me were occupied by workmen, and at the next one, a warrior and druid were having some sort of stormy discussion. I slid a gaze over the tavern. There was a thief, his face under a hood, a player with no class trying to get something through to him, a barbarian sucking greedily at a mug, an archer hanging around some cute waitress. Ah, the archer would do fine. Considering my bonus to ranged weaponry, that would make good cover. I activated the skill, and every player in my field of view gained a green outline with a pop-up question. Imitate level 10 warrior lumberjack? Imitate classless player Zuzuvela? Imitate level 11 archer Duplolas? Yes, I focused on the archer and pressed the button with my gaze. But that was not all. The system considered it necessary to give me one last chance. Only class can be imitated. Would you like the class archer? Yes. I opened my profile to make sure the skill was working properly. Scyth, level 11, human. Real name, Alex Shepard. Real age, 15. Class, herald. Displayed class, archer, imitation. I felt like a stone no smaller than the crags of the nameless mountains fell off my neck. I was already imagining using Depth's teleportation to ditch this place so I wouldn't broadcast my new class, but thanks to imitation, it was not necessary. Whistling a happy tune, I turned to the stairs and, going back up, ran into Crag on his way down, looking gloomy. In my surprise, I greeted him. "Hey there, how are things?" After beating him in the arena, I was expecting to be sprayed with curses, but instead, he stopped and answered. "Decent. How about you? I haven't seen you for a while." He was still at level 12, but his gear had gone down a couple rungs. Mismatched armor, a rusty sword, a beat-up gray shield on his back. Only the boots were blue quality. All the rest was gray, white, and green. Seemingly, things had not been going well for him since our duel. They banned me in school because I was getting bad grades. "Level 11 already. Archer?" His brows shot up in surprise. "I thought you'd be some melee freak." "That's exactly why I picked range. I'm sick of taking bobs to the head. What about you?" "I see." Crag faltered, not answering, and wiped his brow looking at the floor. He muttered, "Could you spare some change? Just a coin or two? I'll pay you back." I sized him up. Things must have been going very poorly if he was coming to me for money. But I did have some, 22 gold from auction sales, which had just so happened to go through right before my duel with him. And with the drops from the inns... "Please?" he added unconfidently. "No, Tobias." I shook my head. He nodded, and in silence headed for the tavern exit. For 1 second, I wanted to call out to him and give him a couple gold. It wasn't that big a deal to me, but maybe it would mean a lot to him. But I shook that thought off. Why feel pity for a ganker? In my room, I got back to my class skills. The list contained Divine Revelation, which was written in gray. No description, no requirements to open, just one scant word in quotation marks. Spontaneous. Although, what did I expect from such a buggy class? Spontaneous indeed. Reading the last skill description, I laughed. Oh, nether, just what I needed. Herald. Single-use active class skill. Raises level of any previously discovered skill except class skills to maximum value. It didn't take me long to decide. I already had almost everything leveled to maximum. So, my field of vision filled up with notification lines. Mark of the Destroying Plague skill has been raised to maximum level, 100. Herald skill lost. Passive skill Mark of the Destroying Plague improved, plus 92. Chance to receive Curse of the Undead, 100%. Current level, 100. Mark of the Destroying Plague skill upgraded. Herald of the Destroying Plague. Active skill. On activation, you receive Curse of the Undead. It will make you begin to rot alive but not die, and all damage you take will be reduced by 100%. This curse will be active until you completely restore your health points or simply deactivate the skill. Okay then. I wouldn't have to die ever again. After studying my Herald class skills, I was ready to jump past depression and get right to the final stage, acceptance. But I still wanted to dot all my I's and cross my T's. When considering whether to write tech support, I initially waved it off, afraid to gain a reputation as a problem player. At the end of the day, it was a unique class, and the last thing I wanted to do now, after being given a fully controllable God mode, i.e. complete invincibility, was lose it. And there was a chance that would happen. Considering how OP and imbalanced it was, Snowstorm might just delete it. But I still decided to write now to avoid problems in the future, and I received an answer fairly quickly. Greetings, Scyth. Your tech support claim has been received and reviewed. We have evaluated your claim. You received a unique class, Herald. Congratulations. What exactly seems to be the problem? As for bonuses and penalties, you could see them before choosing the class, and you were warned the choice could not be made again. If you merely want to change classes because now you regret your decision, apologies, but we cannot help. Please note that if we do not receive a reply from you within 2 days, your claim will be considered resolved and will be automatically closed. Sincerely, Snowstorm Incorporated Technical Support. Seemingly, they didn't understand what I wanted. Plus, I didn't get any warnings. I started seething, pouring my indignation into a reply saying the class was chosen automatically and the description was pretty clearly generated by a person, not some AI. I attached a screenshot of the class description, which I saved earlier. The corporation's response was brief. Greetings, Scyth. Your tech support claim has been received and reviewed. Let us once again remind you that game classes are not chosen, as you put it, automatically. Sincerely, Snowstorm Incorporated Technical Support. Not a word about the description being off. Furthermore, right after receiving the message, a notification came in saying claim resolved. And that little quirk put me on guard. I was starting to feel like something was off, and my heart felt ill at ease. Something was really bothering me. My throat was so parched that I crawled out of my pod to drink some water and check my email. At the same time, I went to read the forums to find out more about unique classes. In the kitchen, I caught my parents eating dinner. I froze halfway to the fridge, but I'd been spotted. Come to the table, Alex. You're just in time, Mom ordered. Join us, Dad added and cocked an eye. Tell us how everything is going in school and dis. I didn't say no. Who could say how many more times we would all be around the same table? For around an hour we ate dinner, then drank tea with an apple pie Mom had made. Dad was hooked when I told him what classes I could choose, which I, of course, somewhat fudged. Then he started giving advice. That's a difficult choice, boy. On the one hand, I'd pick Archer. Unlike complex ranged classes like Hunters, they can do crazy damage against lone targets. In raids, Archers are always among the top damagers. And it's safer. You spend less time dodging in boss fights. But the Monk class gives incredible pluses. They easily compensate the bonuses monks can't get for following gods or joining factions. And the chance to kill in one hit? What a sweet class! Dad shook his head in delight. Pick that one, boy. It is the right choice. And forget about being a solo adventurer. You'll never see raid dungeons alone, and that means you'll never get good equipment. Plus, all the flavor of the game comes from playing with other people, whether clans or groups. Going solo will be a disadvantage. Mom shot Father a look of reproach, but didn't say anything. Without any words, I already understood what she wanted to say. "You're setting a bad example, Mark." I think she still blamed Dis for their split. After all, if Dad hadn't submerged for days on end in raids, maybe Mom wouldn't have gone looking for consolation on the side. After dinner, I went back to my room. There were no new messages, and I immersed myself in the forums, running a search for unique classes, including the 2 I was not able to choose. In the monk topics, there were just a few dozen. The general tone was not about how sweet the class was, which nobody doubted, but how incredible it was to be offered it. No one could figure out how to get it. When regenerating a character, Wandering Monk was nowhere to be found, showing just a standard monk instead, which had much less blatant perks. People had tried fighting only with fists or staffs, avoiding groups and staying out of cities. Nothing helped. After some consideration, I figured maybe the trigger was passing an ince alone, or maybe it was something else that was only possible with such an OP skill as Mark of the Destroying Plague. Solo adventurers were more common in the world of Dis, but they did not enjoy popularity for the reasons Father stated. But for the record, the strongest solo adventurer in Dis was a level 380 player named Deck. His very existence refuted all Father's theorizing. He could clear high-level dungeons all on his own. In a separate topic dedicated to Deck, I found a rational explanation for that. He had a bubble and sword with vampirism. Thanks to sky-high reputation with Nergal the Radiant, this adventurer could surround himself with an invisible shield for 30 seconds, which would fully absorb any damage. And he had a fast, lightweight sword that gave him a high percentage of lifesteal, meaning it would convert a lot of dealt damage into health for him. But Deck was an exception to the rule. Those who tried to copy his path didn't consider how long it had taken their paragon to reach his goal. In fact, it had taken him years to pull off. But now he was actively hiring himself out as a mercenary, participating in castle sieges for this or that clan, and charging extortionate rates as a bodyguard. There were more than 1 million search results for unique classes. Everyone dreamed of getting such a class when they started playing Disgardium, and put forth a lot of effort to do so. They were also called epic or legendary, but never officially. Surprisingly, unique classes weren't guaranteed to be super awesome. Technically, for the system to consider a class unique, it only had to meet 2 criteria. The first was at least 12 bonuses and penalties, and second, no player could ever have received it before. If someone else was offered a class and took it, it ceased to be unique. According to the forums, after that, the class would be given more often and with time become fairly popular. That was what happened with the White Necromancer, Crusader, and Wandering Monk. As for Solo Adventurer, it was a standard class from the get-go. My comm beeped. A new email. I brought up a projection before me and opened it. This one had a built-in burn-after-reading feature, but it wasn't from Grant. This time the author was someone by the name of Cooper. "Alex, hey. First of all, let me inform you that all information provided in this email is of an informal nature and cannot be construed as an official statement by or position of Snowstorm Incorporated or any related corporate entity, including but not limited to..." Par for the course with these mysterious folks. I scrolled past the intro. "Thanks for letting us know. Don't pay any mind to the answers from the tech support geeks. By the time they saw your claims, they had been, let's say, adapted. Sorry about how it turned out with your class. I laughed while reading Vlad's final message. Funny story, but I used to know him. Right before Disgardium was released, we had crazy last-minute crunch time. We couldn't move the release date, so unfortunately a few little bugs got left in. The thing is, the core of Dis cannot really be altered. We planned for the game world to take on a life of its own after release and, after a series of additions and bug corrections, to stop interfering in its core mechanisms. And that's what happened. Now Dis does have a life of its own. Our intrusions are minimal and never alter the core. To be honest, it's not doable. If we so much as touch the core, Dis will have to be rebooted, and no one can guarantee it will be the same when it comes back online. And that's if it doesn't just go up in smoke. So we can't change the description of the Herald class. The company does not fault you here, but if you'd like to change your class, you'll lose your threat status. I don't even have to mention the fact that you shouldn't be broadcasting the description, right? Those penalties are hellish. You have my sympathy. The assortment of bonuses doesn't make any sense either. I get the feeling Vlad just cobbled them together at random. Not the skills, though. They were packaged with the class from the get-go. I don't know how you'll manage, but I took a look at your growth potential and it seems pretty fun and promising. Just know that charisma only works on NPCs, and luck defines every calculation with the word chance in it. Do you understand what I'm talking about? And don't go looking for any Vlad the Lisper. He hasn't been with us for a long time. Good luck. Cooper. Not really. The writing style was very similar to Grant's. Perhaps there were less jokes this time. I was left to guess who this person was and what position he occupied in Snowstorm. It must have been a high one, given he had been there since the very beginning and could intercept my tech support claims. All right, now that I had Snowstorm's approval, even if informally, I could finally start playing. I was just going to set my attribute points and head off to auction for a bow. And then Patrick, Behemoth's Quest, and a tough, shameless solo leveling session in the nude. Just how I liked it.
Chapter 8. The Birth of a Farm Machine.
It's hard to constantly be surprised. Happiness is not infinite either, especially when there's always some new reason for it. I might even say it's impossible. In biology lessons, we learned that any emotion a person experiences is accompanied by a release of hormones which, in essence, are reactions to changes in external or internal circumstances. To marvel at or be astonished by something, to experience something that doesn't square with prior life experience, that is also an emotion. And I was already weary of violent reactions, so when I read my profile as Harold yet again, I noted how cool and awesome it was as if in passing. Any other player would have spent years working for something like this, completing endless quest chains without any guarantee of success. But I just couldn't truly feel any joy or surprise. In the heap of system messages before, I hadn't noticed a pack of enhancements to Curse of the Undead. My plague reservoir was bigger and the energy would spawn from damage at a better rate. The final notification looked like this. Curse of the Undead enhanced. Plague energy pool capacity, 100,000 points. 10% of damage taken while Curse of the Undead is active will be converted into plague energy and stored. You can use plague energy to increase the power of an attack at a rate of 1 energy per HP of damage. 100,000 points? Now I could take down loads of creatures like Crusher in one blow. I still didn't know who or what this destroying plague was, but the abilities it gave me seemed absolutely unreal. Considering that now I could turn Curse of the Undead on and off with basically a snap of my fingers, leveling my character had become a walk in the park. My thoughts were interrupted by a horn fanfare, breaking the silence of my personal room. Attention all sandbox players. Clan Axiom has successfully made the first kill of the local boss, Bloodsucker, in the Gloomwood. Residents and visitors of Tristad, hats off to Clan Axiom. All hail the heroes. All hail players Polynucleotide, Leonarm, Showoff, JJ, Makan, Greykilla, Atiakari, Luca, Nat, Wisecracker. The whole Axiom raid list contained approximately 40 names. I felt a slight, fleeting annoyance. After all, I could have gotten it if I hadn't been wasting time. It had been approximately 3 hours since the meeting with Big Poe and Irina, after all. My first thought was, nether with that. You can't get every achievement. But I could have gotten this first kill so easily it made me mad at myself. I was just sitting here, harping on, writing to the admins. Nevertheless, before rushing off in search of adventure, I needed to spend my attribute points. 5 had already been added to luck and charisma at level 11. I started thinking. There was no sense in relying on strength. With plague energy, my damage was monstrous as it was. By analogy, endurance wasn't very important because of Curse of the Undead. Carrying capacity, considering my penalties to inventory, was no use at all. I could carry only 3 items with my current pack, and even if I bought an epic bag of the best quality for 100,000 gold, the highest possible number of base slots was 100. With my penalty, I would have a grand total of 10. For long farms, it would be nice to find a companion with huge carrying capacity. I left that thought on the periphery of my mind and started thinking through how the class bonuses and penalties had affected my character. To my skills had been added Persuasion, current level 100. When speaking with intelligent creatures, you can manipulate their minds, making their perceived reasoning less critical. In conversation, your reputation with anyone is increased by 10 times. You have reached maximum level in this skill. I opened the table of reputation values to read what the skill could do. Aha! By my estimation, neutral mobs would be friendly to me, and friendly mobs would be affectionate or respect me. As for vendor discounts, the skill didn't seem to be reflected. But my class penalty for discounts was, based on my profile, all vendor prices had gone up 43%. Fortunately, the penalty was only calculated on base discount value, so with my charisma bonus, the situation was gradually rectifying itself. I toyed around with it for a second. If I added all 100 points there, my discounts would go positive and hit 47%. Great, except for the fact that I might be doing all my trading through Undie and Overweight now. My carrying capacity was down, but that didn't mean much with my limitation to inventory slots, so I forgot about it. And a line showing bonus to ranged damage had been added, reminding me that I was meaning to buy a bow. Was I an archer or what, at the end of the day? I smiled. Another reason to pay Undie a visit. My movement speed had gone up 30%, but running circles around my room trying to check, I couldn't tell anything had changed. And how was it physically accomplished? Were my paces longer now? Were my legs longer? Or was I simply walking faster? I didn't feel like anything had changed. All right, I'd check that later. I returned to thinking about how to spend the points, and after doing all the math and thinking, decided on a slant toward intelligence and perception. Out of love for round numbers, I brought my other attributes up a bit, and the resulting character was nothing short of a farm factory. Scyth, level 11 human. Real name, Alex Shepard. Real age, 15. Class, Herald. Main attributes, strength, 25. Perception, 40. Endurance, 20. Charisma, 10. Intelligence, 40. Agility, 20. Luck, 20. Secondary attributes. Health points, 653 out of 653. Mana points, 50 out of 50. Plague energy points, 258 out of 100,000. Recovery speed, 60 health points per minute. Movement speed bonus, 50%. Base damage, 9. Carrying capacity, 503 pounds. Accuracy, 210%. Spell power bonus, 48%. Dodge chance, plus 31%. Critical damage chance, plus 41%. Vendor discount, minus 40%. Chance of receiving a unique quest, plus 1%. Chance of receiving improved loot, plus 2%. Ranged damage bonus, plus 50%. Fame, 0. Skills. Unarmed combat, 72. Bashing weapons, 1. One-handed swords, 1. Night vision, 30. Swimming, 40. Stealth, 63. Persuasion, 100. Resilience, 90. Abilities and special attacks. Stone Skin, 90. Sneak attack, 1. Hammer Fist, 72. Battering Ram, 1. Trades and professions. Cooking, Journeyman, 100 of 250. Special skills and abilities. Depths teleportation, 1. Ghastly Howl, 9. Herald of the Destroying Plague. Class skills. Divine Revelation, spontaneous. Imitation, 1. Dissimulation, 1. Divine abilities. Unity. Touch of the Sleeping Gods. Achievements. The Lich is dead. Long live the new Lich. First kill, Crusher. First kill, Mercus. I came, I saw, I conquered, 1. I'm on fire, 1. I'm on fire, 2. I'm on fire, 3. Hidden status, Emissary of the Destroying Plague. Hidden status, Class Q threat with A potential. I took a quick glance at the description of Hammerfist and chuckled. My top attack now did just under 1,000 units of damage. I was ready to farm. I met him at the fountain, a much-loved meeting point for players in Tristad, on my way to see Undie. He was hanging around near a street food vendor and running his nose over the man's wares, greedily pulling in the scent of roast meat and garlic. Speak of the devil, which is to say the quest-giver, and he appears, I thought, and walked out to meet him. Mr. O'Grady? Touching him on the shoulder, I took a step back. Patrick was gloomy as a black cloud. Blowing his nose, at first he was standoffish and trotted out his old song and dance. "Boy, find a little copper for an honorary citizen." But when he recognized me, he shuddered. "I can't find the words to truly apologize to you, wee lad. I sent you off to certain death. Oh no, there can be no forgiveness for me." He buried his face in his hands, and his burbling turned indecipherable. The town drunk was so sincerely aggrieved that he made me embarrassed. Did he know we didn't die? "I spoke to Behemoth, Patrick. Can we talk?" He raised his head and opened his mouth in disbelief to say something, but couldn't find the words. It was as if he was afraid that what he would hear might rob him of his hopes and dreams. "Jane is alive. She—" "Shh!" He stuck a grimy finger up to my lips, but I wriggled away, noticing his black fingernails. "Not here, Scyth. The authorities have proclaimed monotheism. Just mentioning a god other than Nergal the Radiant is enough to get you tossed in the jail." So what?" "After me." Patrick shook his head. I wasn't sure what had greater effect, the positive conclusion of the quest or my persuasion skill, but he had stopped calling me boy and was now addressing me by name. All the way to the city gates, and that was where the drunkard was leading me, I was turning my head. I was seeing familiar streets, but couldn't shake the feeling that they had all subtly changed. There were more priests of the luminous god than guards. Everywhere there were posters with pictures of Big Poe, candidate for city council. Patrick maneuvered between passers-by, but his coordination was clearly lacking. He was slamming into people, hitting them with his shoulders and tripping over his own feet. The drunkard even fell over a few times, cursing elaborately and spraying abuse at anyone who'd listen. Life beyond the city walls had also changed. Although it was late evening, there was now ongoing construction where the chaotic rows of merchant stalls once stood. There were carpenters hammering benches, workers briskly smoothing earth. It was just very lively in general. I crossed my arms behind my back. Chief Councilman Whiteacre walked past, surrounded by attendants. Among them I noticed Irina from Axiom. The top Sandbox clan was seemingly aiming at absolute power in the city. "Where did they stick the people who used to hang out here?" I asked Patrick. "The city is expanding," he explained. "Now if you want to trade at the walls, you need a license. Black market vendors have moved closer to the forest. There, look," he pointed. "You see?" And in fact, the vendors were there, a few hundred steps from the city walls. In the twilight, the strip dividing the wasteland and forest was marked by torches and magic lamps. "You mind walking over there?" I suggested. "I need to pay somebody a visit." "If you say so, Scyth." When we got a bit away from the busy construction, Patrick slowed his pace and demanded, "Well, come now, stop this torment and tell me." Patrick was shaken, agitated, breathing heavily. The quarter-hour walk from the city fountain had not come easy to him. But we'd almost reached the edge of the forest, and I didn't want to have this talk near the vendors. "You were right, Patrick. The mire really is a deadly place. I've never seen so many vile and dangerous beasts in my life. If not for your curse, I would never have made it alive. Well, relatively alive." "And? Did you meet Behemoth?" "Yes. Do you know who that is? He is one of the sleeping gods." "And?" Patrick said impatiently, jerking me by the hand. "What did the sleeping god say? Did you do as he commanded?" "Yes," I replied, and Patrick went pale. "But it was nothing to be ashamed of. I'm not certain what he asked you for, but in my case, the lives of the unclean beasts that live in the muck were enough to make him talk." "How did you do it?" He took a step back, but I grabbed his elbow to stop him falling over. "How?" "Mr. O'Grady, let's sit down. Your legs can't hold you." Patrick nodded. I helped him sit down on the grass and sat next to him. "Behemoth considers your promise fulfilled, although not directly. Sending me was enough. In return, he upheld his end of the bargain. Jane is alive, but doesn't remember that she was ever your wife."
"Where is she?"
"In Darrent, studying at the University of Magic." Patrick got up, immediately forgetting about me and muttering,
"Darrent? Darrent? I can get to Carrickson on foot, then get on a ship and by sea—"
"Wait, Patrick. The Sleeping One said you cannot go to her looking like this inhuman. You need to restore your lost appearance. Get yourself together, stop drinking. Jane simply won't recognize you. By the way, is she the one in the locket?"
"Oh, yeah."
Patrick, starting up from the ground, sat back down. Seemingly, of everything I'd said to him, he had heard only the last part.
"Can I see it?"
"I wanted to give it back to you." I got out the locket, but didn't hand it to him yet. "There's something else, Patrick. Behemoth named me Apostle of the Sleeping Gods and said you are to be my first follower as the only one other than me who has seen him." With these words, I handed him the locket. He opened it and stared at the woman's portrait. Mission of Honorary Tristad Citizen, former Guard Patrol Squadron Captain Patrick O'Grady completed. Experience points received, 1,200. Experience points at present level, 11, 7,740 of 8,800. Your reputation with Patrick O'Grady has been increased by 150 points. Current reputation, affection. Patrick closed the locket with a click and stuck it in the inner pocket of his wrinkled vest. I saw his previously hunched back straighten up, his shoulders spread wider, and a fire was lit in his eyes as if he had made up his mind to keep living and fighting for his happiness.
"As promised, I'll tell you my story, Scyth. You're a good boy and have earned my trust. But I have one request. You and Behemoth are right. If Jane sees me like this, downtrodden, dirty, stinking and weak, honestly, I hope she wouldn't recognize me. I cannot lose her again."
He smiled bitterly.
"I am prepared to follow you and the Sleeping Gods, but I ask you to help me get my wife back."
"I'll do everything in my power, Mr. O'Grady," I said cautiously, imagining the next quest in the chain would be popping up soon.
"Patrick, mate, you can just call me Patrick."
"Okay, Patrick."
"You know, for you, Scyth, I would do anything you ask. I had lost all hope. I thought I'd die in a ditch looking like this."
He plucked a stalk of grass and stuck it in his teeth, staring dreamily into the starry sky.
"And you know how it all started?"
"You were captain of a patrol squadron for the city guard?"
"Yes, I was a captain,"
he agreed.
"But you know, Scyth, my memories are all mixed up. I know I was in the Tristad Guard, that I fell in love with a lanky, thin girl with knobby knees, the daughter of a luxury fabric trader, and I waited until she grew up. I also remember that I served in the Alliance Army for 3 years during the Second Swarm War. But you know what's strange?"
"What, Patrick?"
"Before all that, I fought in a different war. The Third World War, as it was called. But strike me down here and now, I have no idea what kind of a war it was, or who was fighting who. I can only remember who I was, pilot of a battle mech. And drag me to the nether if I know what that means."
Chapter 9. Big Hello. Town-drunk Patrick O'Grady was the strangest of all NPCs I'd ever met in Tristad. And mine, I suspected, was the very strangest of all sandboxes. I remembered his gaunt face with emaciated channel wrinkles as the non-player character of indeterminate age rewarded me with a curse that was the first step toward my threat status. Then the late Clayton, who controlled Dargo, took pity on me, and it all might have ended there, but then the very same drunk pulled me into another story. I was reminded of Behemoth saying that Jane had never been Patrick's wife, and he was simply confused and had forgotten how to tell reality from delirium. And just now he'd brought up the Third World War. In spite of ominous predictions, it had been one of the shortest conflicts in human history and didn't even involve nuclear weapons. There were almost no civilian deaths, though there were a few, and mechs had played a fairly big role. Nevertheless, I didn't want to get to the bottom of that right now. The black market traders, based on the extinguished fires on the forest edge, We're already going home, but I needed a bow today so I could start leveling archery right away. I'd already lost a lot of time listening to that drunkard's story. Patrick told me how he'd come to have such a life. He'd served in the city guard, fallen in love with Jane, and one day before their wedding, executed his whole squadron, subjugated by the will of either a mysterious fog or the breath of a sleeping one. It was a tragic story, but absolutely not in Snowstorm style. They usually don't go out for such gory stuff, which was yet another oddity.
You know what happened next, Patrick finished his story. And so, mate, I'm asking, please help me. The light has returned to my life, and I need help like never before.
Honorary Tristad citizen, former Guard Patrol Squadron Captain Patrick O'Grady has discovered that his fiancée is alive. That perked him up and gave him back his taste for life, but now he needs your help to become a person again by restoring his former reputation and authority in society. Reward, 2,400 experience points. Your reputation with Patrick O'Grady will be increased by 250 points. Next mission in quest chain. Unlike the beginning of the chain, there were no penalties threatened for refusing, so without thinking it over, I agreed. Of course, Patrick. I'll help any way I can. Or, the description painted a fairly vague picture of the mission, but then I could see progress bars for the quest. I quickly realized this mission would be impossible to complete, even if I dropped everything and spent years doing nothing but helping the former City Guard Patrol Squadron Captain. Alcoholism. Days without alcohol, 0 of 21. External appearance. Charisma, 2 of 15. Physical attributes. Strength, 9 of 45. Agility, 6 of 35. Endurance, 4 of 35. Perception, 9 of 30. Reputation. Tristad, 25 of 2,000. Mistrust. Jane, 0 of 2,000. Mistrust. Seemingly the mission would be completed when all the bars were completely filled, but I immediately saw a catch. How to get Patrick's reputation with the city to respect, that is, 2,000 points, in the time I had left in the sandbox. Impossible. I could do everything else in the big world, and the wrinkles would even leave his face if we brought up his charisma, but reputation with Tristad? Or what would change after removing the alcoholism debuff? Maybe that was what was cutting all Patrick's attributes. Boom. Thunder blasted and a notification came in. There was a new threat in the world, this one of Class D. I panicked for a moment before I realized it was not talking about me. The message said the threat's location could not be determined. Just imagine the jolt this must have given the preventers. Patrick, meanwhile, looked as if he hadn't noticed a thing. The odd NPC started shaking my hand and thanking me.
Thank you, Scyth.
It took me a few seconds to realize what for. But I warn you, no more alcohol, I said sternly. If I see you drinking even one time, you'll have to get Jane back on your own. Got it?
Not even elven white, but it's a lovely concoction that tastes of berries.
No elven wine and no dwarven drink. This is the most important step on the path to getting your wife back.
Good, Patrick said seriously. When I asked you to pay a visit to Behemoth, I didn't think it would lead to anything. But now that it has, the gods have given me a clear sign that my path is not at an end.
By the way, speaking of the gods, I remembered Behemoth's recommendation. The sleeping one.
I am ready,
he interrupted me with a chuckle.
What needs to be done? Sacrifice somebody? Swear an oath of loyalty? Swear off?
Nothing of the sort. Interrupting him, I shook my head. Give me your hand, Patrick. He extended me a dirty palm with blackened fingernails and got on edge. I squeezed his hand and activated Touch of the Sleeping Gods. Patrick gave a barely perceptible nod and clenched my fingers in reply. Nothing happened visually, but Behemoth and his lethargic friends had gained a new follower. Patrick O'Grady has become a follower of the Sleeping Gods. As Apostle of the Sleeping Gods, you can see information about new converts in a special window in your profile. For now, it's just general facts, but as the Temple of the Sleeping Gods grows in level, you will have more access to information about followers. The free city of Tristad has been added to the list of cities where followers of the sleeping gods dwell. Not enough followers in Tristad to proclaim it a city under protection of the sleeping gods. Requires more than 75% of residents are followers of the sleeping gods. At present, less than 1%. Dominant god in Tristad at present, Nergal the Radiant. You have received experience points for converting a new follower, 100. Experience points at present level, 11, 7,840 of 8,800. Unity effect, +1 to strength. Would you like to initiate Patrick O'Grady as a priest of the Sleeping Ones? A priest has the ability to convert new followers, receiving new bonuses for each one. Present temple development level, 0, gives a maximum of 1 priest. A bot priest of the sleeping gods? The idea seemed attractive to me, and the legend was more than appropriate. A drunk suddenly converts and gives himself up to the priesthood to make new converts. But it wasn't that easy. Patrick didn't accept.
"Hold your horses, Padre," he explained. "First tell me about these sleeping gods. I've heard a lot about them, and none of it good. It's one thing for an atheist like myself to officially become a follower to butter up a friend."
He bent his fingers into quotation marks.
"It's a totally different thing to go bringing innocent people into a cult."
I don't know much myself at this point, Patrick. I got up and helped him to his feet. Let's go see the vendors before they've all gone home. You could use a new set of clothes as well. And what do you fight with, a sword?
"What, are we going somewhere?" he asked. "Who are we going to fight?"
You've got the idea. We're going to be exterminating vermin, I said, moving on an idea I had to kill 2 birds. This would help him and get me on track with leveling. Have you seen the rewards the city council gives for monsters? That's what we're going to do.
"I've got everything I need, then," he exclaimed. "Of course I drank through everything I ever owned, even my mind, but I never sold my sword or armor. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I just need to drop by my house."
I couldn't find either underweight or overweight in the vendor rows. Maybe that was for the best. I didn't have to waste time talking. Instead, I just bought a normal white bow from a yawning, low-level gear dealer for 10 silver. Composite arched bow. Damage 7 to 10. Ranged weapon. Durability 55 of 55. Requires level 10. Sell price 3 silver coins, 25 copper coins. Then Patrick and I dragged ourselves into town, went back to the city jail, and, in the street lamp light, I replenished my inventory of quests for the heads of wanted monsters and criminals. Overall, it was just a formality to help the players know what to hunt and have an idea of where to find certain creatures. You didn't need a quest to turn in the head of the sinister witch Meredith, who lured travelers into her hut. Just bring in proof that the witch was dead and get your reward. The players we came across followed us with surprised gazes, but if they asked any questions, I had a perfectly good reason to be walking with a mob. A quest, and I could easily show it off if anyone got curious. Sure, it may have been a unique quest, but it wasn't a big enough deal for anyone to envy me over it.
"Ah, wee lad, I can just imagine seeing Jane again. Even from afar, she's the only one for me. Everything inside me is singing," Patrick said dreamily. "And you know, even if she doesn't want to know me or forgot, for example, I won't be upset. Just knowing she's alive is enough for me. And now I would do anything to get back her love."
After the jail, we went to the other end of town so Patrick could get his gear. By that time, he was getting on my nerves. It just seemed he had a story for everything, usually more than one. He told me about being a young peasant's son who enrolled in the army, then suddenly jumped to his refusing the priesthood and took a wild tack.
"You know, Scyth, I used to know a bearded old preacher," Patrick began, unable to stop staring at the tavern door and smacking his lips reflexively. "But he didn't preach faith in any one god. In fact, it was the exact opposite. His name was either Carlos or Marcus. I don't remember anymore, but he was always calling for collective living and equality and other such nonsense. He said earnings should be shared, everything should be shared, even wives. And by the way, he was dishonourably discharged from the army after banging his corporal's wife, the rogue. He was mixed up and couldn't tell the difference between other people's things and public property. But there was one thing I remember in particular. He said there were like no gods, just the opium of the masses, and gods were all just something dreamed up by priests to fill their coffers with offerings from their parishioners. They said to him, "You fool, where do blessings come from if not from the gods?" But he balked, saying it was nothing more than cheap magic. Patrick stopped next to a small house with crooked shutters. The low, pockmarked fence was reminiscent of an old man's toothless lower jaw, and the gate was just lying right on the ground. "We're here. Sorry you can't come in. Yet. It's not very picked up. I'm embarrassed," he admitted, and asked with hope in his voice, "Are you in a big rush? I'd like to wash up. I don't want to stink up my uniform." "I've got other things I could do," I confirmed, "but I'm afraid it might be too late. Patrick, you know everyone in the city. Could you tell me where I might find the master of unarmed combat?" "Didn't you just buy a bow? I thought you were an archer." "I am, but I don't have the skill yet. I need to learn to shoot." "You must be kidding," Patrick guffawed. "They don't just put bounties on the heads of those bogies just for fun. Don't you know that? They're dangerous. How are you planning to handle them? If you were pinning your hopes on me, I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not exactly in shape, if you understand what I'm getting at. Or are you just trying to get rid of me? You don't need to go through all this trouble for that, wee lad. I'm just as happy to die without a bath." "No, that was not my plan, but I am already starting to regret agreeing to help you. I asked you a direct question, and all I get in response is—" Okay. Patrick raised his hands in conciliation. "Sorry, I haven't had a drop to drink for 2 hours, and it isn't coming easy. My pipes are burning, my throat is shredded. But it's fine, I'll survive. Listen, the hand-to-hand fighting teacher is Master Sagda. He lives in the armory quarter. There's a red fist on his banner. You won't miss it. By the way, he can also teach how to use your feet, Nargal willing. Sleeping one willing. Maybe you can learn to windmill. You'll find Conrad the hunter in the same place, if you like. He's the bowmaster. He can put an arrow in a squirrel's eye from 500 steps. Though it is honestly night, and they aren't likely to let you in, but feel free to try your luck." Patrick yawned wide, and when I saw him, I did the same. My first day in Dis since the ban was dragging on, and I still hadn't really accomplished anything. "You know what, wee laddie? Maybe we should put it off until tomorrow," my underling suggested. "I'll go get some sleep and get myself together starting in the morning, then clean my armor, sharpen my sword, and you calmly get your lessons from the masters and—" I didn't realize what happened at first. O'Grady suddenly ceased, choked on his words, burbled, and then I saw a black bubble come from his mouth in the light of Gala the moon. Blood. The town drunk's body fell to the ground, and behind him was the dark silhouette of his murderer. In his hands there were a pair of smoking daggers twirling ravenously. He didn't run away. Looting the corpse with a cool smile, his white teeth shimmered. Atiakari, level 18 human. Clan, Axiom. Real name, Sanji Reddy. Real age, 15. Class, cutthroat. Whoa, almost a gold worth of silver. Some beggar he was. I always knew he had money. Damn, -3 rep with the city, he said. "What the heck?" was all I could burble out. "Did I break a unique chain? My sympathy." But I didn't hear any sympathy in his voice. "What the hell, Sanji?" "I don't understand," he shrugged. "Just following orders." "From who?" I asked, even though I didn't have to. I guess I forgot to say. Big Poe sends you a big hello." The cutthroat dissolved in the darkness. I looked at the pool of blood spreading beneath Patrick and heard laughter growing quieter in the night. Chapter 10. Judge Cannon's Dilemma. The starry sky was reflected in Patrick's glassy eyes. My initial shock had passed, and it was replaced with questions. How much did Atiakari hear? What if he was invisible there the whole time and saw us talking about the sleeping ones?
Had Patrick perhaps managed to accept my offer while dying? I had no answers to any of those questions. The deserted outlying street suddenly grew lively. Torchlight and the sound of clanging armor let me know the guards were on the way. I was quickly surrounded by 10 city guardsmen, one of whom patted down Patrick's corpse.
"On the ground," someone drawled out authoritatively, snarling. "Hands behind your head. Don't move."
I was knocked off my feet, twirled around, and disarmed. Grabbing me by the hair, the guardsman lifted my head, and the smell of meat and onions struck my nose. Curling his lips, the familiar senior guardsman, Gale, stared me straight in the face.
"Tristad Visitor Scyth, you are charged with the premeditated murder of former City Guard Patrol Squadron Captain, Honorary Citizen Patrick O'Grady," he announced. "Take him to the slammer, boys."
"It wasn't me, Guardsman Gale," I shouted, coming to my senses. "I saw who it was. It was—" A strong punch to the gut stopped me from finishing. Gale picked me up painfully by the ears, broke my nose with a sharp blow of his forehead, and, rolling his eyes furiously, roared,
"Shut up, you son of a bitch! You will open your mouth only when it is asked of you."
Just then, my reputation with the city plummeted to hostile. A thought flickered by that I should use Ghastly Howl and flee the city, but I brushed it off. That would be equivalent to admitting guilt. It was better to wait and see how things played out. Naturally, I also decided against taking the guards down. If I did that, I might as well forget about the Commonwealth forever. The only consolation was that Patrick did accept my offer. Notifications usually popped up on their own, but ones related to the gods specifically were filtered out, and I could only see them by scrolling through the logs. "Patrick O'Grady has accepted your offer to become a priest of the sleeping gods." He did it! Seeing Patrick twitch as his killer repeatedly stabbed with his dagger, I reacted intuitively and sent him another request. And he accepted. After that came another notification, and it showed why Patrick's new title mattered. The sole priest of the sleeping gods, Patrick O'Grady, has died. The sleeping gods have decided to intervene. By the will and power of Behemoth, the lone priest of the faith will respawn in 23 hours, 58 minutes, 21 seconds. With a sigh of relief, I stopped trying to negotiate with the guardsmen and decided to keep silent while they dragged me to jail. Just wait for Patrick to respawn and then hope that his miraculous resurrection would restore my reputation with the city. I didn't have to guess who set me up or who sent out these guardsmen who had been peacefully feasting in the tavern earlier. In a clear show of magnanimity, Polynucleotide was sending a message that he was still angry at me and would keep tripping me up any way he could. And what could be worse than breaking a unique quest chain and giving me negative reputation with the only city in our sandbox? The only inhabited place a normal player could buy gear, sell stuff at auction, fix equipment, take a rest, visit trainers, and receive quests. But that bastard was forgetting one thing. I was not a normal player. 1 block from the prison, I remembered how Gale had tried to extract a 3-copper bribe after I tore Vista's dress, and decided to try and bargain. I thought it might help me to get my reputation back. Plus, when better to test how the persuasion skill worked than right now? "Sir, I have money," I whispered at the back of Gale's head. "Maybe we can handle this without a judge? It's nighttime. Why bother an old man?" It seemed they hadn't heard me, and then I made an offer. 30 gold, sir. And if you can wait, I can give you more." Gale stopped sharply, and the other guardsmen stood still as statues. Gale walked up closer. I could see on his face that greed was struggling against something else. He worked his jaws, then said amicably, "Don't you sir me. You can call me David. To be honest, if it was any other townsperson, we may have been able to come to an agreement. Murderer. Well, alleged. But Captain O'Grady isn't any old person. Right, boys?"
"That's right,"
their voices rang out around me.
"He's one of us."
"Exactly right," Gale nodded. "And once you're one of us, you're always one of us." "I'm proud of Mr. O'Grady myself," I exclaimed. "He and I spent the whole evening together. Ask anyone you like. Many saw us, sir. David. We were going together to search for the criminals that harass our citizens, the ones who have a reward on their heads. Mr. O'Grady wanted to stop drinking and earn back the town's respect. Any truth seeker can confirm it."
It doesn't work that way, Gale winced. Truth seekers are not brought in to resolve disputes between Tristad visitors and the city Scyth. When it comes to townspeople, they are powerless. So, that function for resolving disputes only worked between players. Nether. I still had a severe lack of fundamental knowledge about this game. But if truth seekers did work that way, Big Poe probably wouldn't have done this. Then it might have blown back onto Axiom. A member of a clan headed by a candidate for city council kills an honorary citizen? Not the best look for their chances in the election. Sir, is there really no other way? I swear to you I am not guilty. I mean, how could I kill Mr. O'Grady? Look at me, David. I didn't even have a way of hurting him. Gale took a skeptical look at me, judged my level, and said somewhat guiltily, You see, Scythe, we received a tip about you from above. This case is under special observation, so it simply cannot just fade away. Sharply turning, he gave the command to get moving and said if I spoke again to break my arm. The only clue that he was making a very peculiar kind of joke was the low rumble of laughter among the convoy. I walked with my head low, and next to the portal into the inns for the right wing of the prison, out of the corner of my eye I saw the real killer. Ati Akari, grinning. Seemingly, today was his shift to watch me. If they were going to be observing me constantly, I would have to be more careful in the future, and check carefully before activating Curse of the Undead. The judge's small chambers were right inside the prison building and had just 2 exits, one into the prison and one out to freedom. In the prison, Gale handed me off to Geezer, a gray-haired prison guard I had also met before. He spent the whole way to prison not saying a single word, and only then said with just his lips, Good luck, Scythe. He stood next to me. I was immediately surrounded by an energy field, and magical handcuffs appeared on my wrists. What was more, now I couldn't exit Dis or say anything until the judge reached a verdict. My mouth was sealed with a silence curse. There was no sign of solemnity. A dimly lit building, smoldering torches on the walls, guardsmen shifting about impatiently, Judge Cannon yawning. By the looks of things, he'd just been rattled out of bed. But worst of all was that I had a pacification debuff. All my attributes and skills were lowered by 10 times. And that meant there was no way to persuade the judge I was innocent. Behind a short rostrum next to the ancient cannon was Warden Cooper. He whispered something into the judge's ear and said summarily, Tristad visitor Scythe, you stand accused of the premeditated murder of honorary Tristad citizen Patrick O'Grady. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Scum? Cooper shouted. Scoundrel?
Order in the court,
the judge called. As sickly and ailing as Cannon may have seemed, he had a commanding voice, thick and bassy. I thought feverishly. I couldn't mention the fact that Patrick would be resurrecting. After all, they would require an explanation, and I'd have to admit that I founded the faith of the sleeping gods. No, I'd better act like a normal player. I am not guilty, Your Honor, I declared, as soon as the silence curse turned off. It wasn't me that killed Mr. O'Grady. The judge tilted his head on his thin old man's neck in disbelief. Mumbling with his lips, he asked,
Is there anyone at all who can confirm your words, accused?
There was no one around other than Patrick O'Grady, myself, and the killer whose name is Ati Akari, Your Honor. But maybe some townsperson.
Enough, Warden Cooper bellowed. Your Honor, let's not draw this out. In all his time in Tristad, Visitor Scythe has never shown us his good side. He has not earned a dignified reputation nor the respect of the townsfolk, and if I was in your place— I didn't ask, the judge said angrily, interrupting Cooper. But thank Nergal, you are not in my place. You can have command over the prison, but this is a fair court of law. Bring in the witness.
I turned around and saw Ati Akari grinning and entering the judge's chamber. That was when I realized I had no chance and started trying to guess how the game's mechanics would punish the murderer of an NPC. Negative reputation? Banishment from the city? A few days in prison? Work in the mines? A fine?
The Axiom cutthroat meanwhile sang like a nightingale, saying he was walking the darkened streets, enjoying the silence, and writing a poem in honor of this magnificent city, when suddenly he noticed a player who he identified as me insulting and flagellating the defenseless town beggar. Atiakari wanted to intervene, but didn't make it in time. The defenseless honorary citizen O'Grady, incidentally, had already fallen dead from my lethal daggers. Without delay, Atiakari ran to a nearby patrol of the city guard, telling his friends via signal amulet to send help urgently. He didn't risk taking me on in single combat, knowing of my criminal inclinations. At these words, he faltered, catching a skeptical gaze from the judge. He realized he'd overplayed his hand a bit and took a step back. "No, it's true, Your Honor," the killer shouted. "That Scyth, you know what a monster he is. He is famed for taking down the celebrated warrior Crag with nothing but his fists."
Is that so?
Cannon asked and turned to me.
So then, defendant, are you a master of unarmed combat? Logical question. Examination of the body revealed that the deceased died of puncture wounds, but no such weapons were found either at the scene of the crime or on the defendant's person. All we found were brass knuckles, which, as far as I understand, are quite difficult to stab someone with. Witness, how do you explain this?
"How should I know, Your Honor?" Atayakari asked in surprise. "It was dark. Maybe I saw wrong." Cooper leaned toward the judge and, gesticulating wildly, started whispering. The old man nodded.
All right, I'll allow it. He looked at me. Defendant, please provide complete access to the contents of your bag.
Equality in action. Mobs not only knew about our extra-spatial inventories, they had them as well and made active use of them. I removed my backpack, gave the judge access, waited for the force field to switch off, and handed it to Geezer. The guardsman, in his turn, brought the backpack over to Cannon. He dug around in disgust and took out a huge scorpion eye the size of a head of cabbage.
Nergal the Radiant!
Cannon was struck and threw the eye onto the table.
What is that thing? Eye of Murkis? The very beast that invaded the Alton Quarries? What is your relationship to this item, defendant?
Very straightforward, Your Honor. I was in the group which expelled the evil from the depths of the Alton Quarries. As far as I understood the mechanic of such instances, after we took down Murkis, it changed phase from active to passive. Now other groups could still go in and pass it, but no longer had any influence on the outside world. To put it crudely, the miners could work there at ease now, at the very least until the next phase started. "Yeah?" Geezer snorted softly, but he was heard. "What twist? As far as I know, Whiteacre promised a great reward for defeating that scorpion. 2,500 gold, if I'm not mistaken, and—"
"Zip it, Sergeant," Cooper barked, then continued more calmly. "One creep killed another, nothing more. Of course we appreciate that, but it doesn't compensate for the murder of the Honorable Mr. O'Grady. Judge Cannon, Chief Councilman Whiteacre told me directly that—"
Send Mr. Whiteacre my sincere wish that he mind his own business.
Cannon struck the prison warden with such a spiteful gaze that he shut his mouth and didn't try to speak again. I then racked my brains trying to figure out how Axiom had achieved such influence in the city council that Whiteacre himself was trying to lobby for their agenda. Meanwhile, the judge continued, and his monotone bass filled the room.
All the same, I must admit the Honourable Warden's words are not without merit. I suppose I agree with the notion that past deeds cannot be considered in the evaluation of this case. But still, I will take the defendant's act into account. So then,
he coughed, drank some water, and continued.
After hearing all parties, I have come to the conclusion that, in the murder of Patrick O'Grady, Scyth has not been proven guilty.
Cannon frowned when he saw the smile on my face.
Not so fast, defendant. You have not been proven guilty. That doesn't mean I have found you innocent. So I put your judgment into the hands of the gods. The court's verdict, trial by ordeal. He thundered his gavel on the table. Carry out the sentence. Take the defendant away.
While waiting for Geezer to let me go, I noticed Cooper was not hiding his joy, rubbing his hands. The judge turned to him.
What is it, Edwin? They got a full house over there.
All cells are packed, Your Honor. To the gills. The next test will be tomorrow after midday.
That is good,
the judge said in satisfaction.
That is good.
Laughter rang out nearby. The axiomite came next to me and expressed false pity. You've really landed in a heap of trouble, Scyth. People who get sentenced to ordeals usually just start over. What does that even mean? Ordeal? They put you in a closed dungeon filled with prisoners from all of Dis. For various reasons, they can't be executed, so they get sent to be tried by the gods. Via portal, they are all sent to one location. Every prison in Dis has one. They're one-way portals to an inns that lasts until only one player is left. Well, or something like that. I've never been, as I'm sure you understand. So what's bad about that? I mean, let them kill me there. I'll respawn in the town cemetery and it'll all be over. Big deal. Well, Scyth, that's the thing. Yakari chuckled. You don't respawn. Chapter 11. The Destroying Plague. Well, Scyth, that's the thing. You don't respawn, Yakari said with a chuckle. He said something else, but I didn't hear. The cutthroat dissolved into thin air and everything else disappeared just after him. In a sudden flash, the courtroom was all gone, together with Judge Cannon, Warden Cooper, and all the guardsmen, including Geezer, the Cali-bottomer, inside a bot. Instantly, I realized I was back on Moss Street, a few blocks from Patrick's house. The drunkard himself was a few steps ahead of me and reiterating something I'd heard before. And so I signed up for the army. The recruiter, of course, was very convincing. To hear him tell it, war is just tons of fun and entertainment, traveling, girls, drinking, and a bit of light jogging that didn't even make him tired. Not knowing what to think, I caught up to him and turned my head. Everything was calm. There was just a group of tipsy dwarves stumbling down the other side of the street, but still able to walk. Suddenly, I saw an alert with no sound effects whatsoever. The text, formatted like a standard notification, appeared before my eyes. Divine Revelation has activated spontaneously. Sorry there was no warning, buddy, but that's how it's supposed to work. It's a crude skill and doesn't give perfect accuracy. There wasn't enough time to even write up a description, but I guess you probably get the idea. The AI models the near future based on what it knows about your character. It turns that model into something like a personal instance with copies of the non-game characters and players you interact with, or potentially could in the near future, and tosses you right in. Time passes much slower during Divine Revelations than in real life, so don't be surprised if the vision just showed you an hour in the space of a few seconds. The skill triggers suddenly and only before events that could be crucial to your character. I hope this helps. Most importantly, bear in mind that its models of the future are fairly crude and unrefined, and if you overact, it is very possible that everything could go haywire. Also, you'll never see this text again. Good luck, Harold. The letters dissolved in the thick, humid air. After the description for the Herald class, it was hard to be surprised by anything, but I was still astonished. After all, the modeling of my personal instance was so realistic. Even now, trying to remember, I realized that many details were missing, and the memories were sort of like flashbacks. Patrick died, the guards appeared out of nowhere in one instant, I had a short conversation with Gale, and blam! Right into a fast-paced trial. It was like a short but vivid dream, and now, after waking up, the details were fading. Remembering that the murderer was lurking somewhere nearby, I held Patrick back just as he was launching into his story about the bearded priest named either Carlos or Marcus. Wait, I put a finger to my lips. Patrick stopped and, looking baffled, fell silent. I quickly considered where we were in town and decided to bring him to the tavern, because it was just 1 block away. Let's drop by the Bubbling Flagon, I suggested. Change of plans, Scyth? Yes, Patrick. First of all, for your own safety, you must accept my offer, and I don't want to hear a word about it. Big Poe's ears could have already been nearby, and I was not going to make the same mistake twice. Patrick agreed to become a priest of the sleeping gods without a word. One problem down. At the very least, I didn't have to worry that he might die now. I wasn't sure I'd be able to pull off the same trick as in the dream, or, I guess, vision, if the killer attacked again. We made it to the tavern, looked around for a free table, and headed for it. Midway there, I looked around and, to my complete lack of surprise, saw Atiakari entering the front door. Not today, creep. Have dinner, get a room in the tavern, and go to bed, I said quietly after we were seated, making sure the cutthroat went to join his clanmates. In the morning, leave the city and go to Darrant, Patrick.
To Jane?
A pocked smile lit up his face, but it quickly went out.
But you promised to help.
And I will, but things have changed. I have enemies in this city, and once they realize we're working together, they won't let you live in peace. You're too weak to stand up against them now, and I can't be there to protect you all the time. And I'm not all that tough myself. I've got to keep myself safe.
As far as I understand, you're talking about them.
Patrick nodded at the axiom table, where Big Poe was boring into us with his eyes, his ear cocked toward Atiakari.
I heard them talking about you. You must have really pissed them off. All right, I'll do as you say. In Darrant, can I meet with Jane?
I cannot forbid you to see her, but try not to ruin everything. You aren't the brave and strong warrior you were when she knew you. As for now, knowing your wife is alive, you have to become the man you once were. Most importantly, don't drink. Start training again. Do something useful with yourself in the capital. Here's some money to get you started. I handed him 10 gold in a clenched fist. I'm not sure if you know this, but I cannot leave the lands around Tristad before the spring.
I'm familiar with the concept, Patrick nodded. You, by which I mean guests of the city, come to us from a different world while you are young, and when you come of age, you can leave into the big world.
Yes, that's right. Have you seen what we get from new followers?
Each one will make us all stronger. I like that, he whispered, and, blocking with his hand to keep others from seeing, gave me a thumbs up.
Scratching his head, he looked up at the ceiling and asked,
These, are they at least good, Scyth?
I don't know, I admitted, but the basic idea is if they don't get their power back, the world will fall into the nether.
Yeah, looks like it, he agreed. I'll try to convert some followers. Are you leaving?
Yes, it is time. All right, good luck on your way to the capital, Patrick. I stood up from the table and extended him a hand.
And to you, wee lad.
The former drunk squeezed my hand and, not letting go, asked,
What's it like, the world you come from?
Why are you asking, Patrick?
There's this drink in my head. I just can't stop thinking about it. It was sweet and a bit sour with little fizzy bubbles that tickled the tongue and throat. And once you have a sip, you can never get enough. I've never tried anything like it in all my days, even though I've been to many places. So that gave me an idea. Have you maybe got it over there?
Sweet, fizzy, and a bit sour? I asked, and then lied. No, we don't have anything like that.
I guess I must have dreamt it.
He looked away and muttered barely audibly.
I have strange dreams, Scyth. And anyway, to the nether with them. I'm going to see Jane.
Of course you are. And the next day, based on the priest marker on my map, Patrick was already underway to Darrant. I slept uneasily that night. At first, I woke up with a headache. I spent a long time out on the balcony, taking in the cool air and trying to wait it out, but the splitting pain in my temples wasn't going anywhere, instead digging deeper and pushing into the backs of my eyes. I spent a bit of time digging in the settings of our home doctor until the noise woke Mom. She figured it out and turned it to painkiller, and that helped me get to sleep. Then, just before sunrise, I shot up, soaked in sweat, waking suddenly from a nightmare I couldn't even remember. I turned my pillow over and spent a bit of time lying there, but I couldn't get back to sleep. And that left me a bit sleep-deprived. In school, I just couldn't stop nodding off. Teacher Greg noticed, shook his head, but said nothing. During a break, I tried to figure out if the guys had been able to hold on to the epic loot they got in the Alton quarries. I found them in the same little nook where they had convinced me to help with evil from the depths.
We put it up on auction, but it hasn't sold yet, Ed said, exchanging glances with Tissa and Bomber. We need money, so we set the price sky high. Why? I picked a class, I answered. Archer, so now I'd love to have an epic bow. No problem. If nobody bought it yet, I'll take it off Auk as soon as I get home. Ed had no objection. You earned it. I'll ditch last period and do it while Axiom is still in school. I'll send it by mail. Great, thanks. In return, I can give you the gloves from the epic set. No need yet. Keep 'em, Alex, Tissa said. For now, we're keeping all our epic gear locked up safe and sound. Otherwise, they just take it. Even epics have a 10% drop chance when you die. It's just not worth the risk. Plus, as far as I understand, it's a level 20 item and we definitely won't be able to use it anytime soon. So then, maybe just sell it, if you need the money. No way, Tissa shot out. We'll never get 20 before we leave the sandbox, but the gloves will be useful in Big Dis. They're basically exactly what both Ed and I will need. All right, if you say so.
How are you, Alex? How was your first day after the ban? Hung asked. I heard you had a talk with Big Bo.
Yes, he isn't holding it against me, but he is going to watch me. His guys are always sniffing around in stealth. I didn't say I was in the Ints, and thanks to you guys for not telling either.
What kind of jerks do you take us for? Hung snapped. We knew what we were getting into, and are grateful to you for the achieve. But it's all bullshit anyway. No one can take our talent away from us.
Yeah, teleportation is a big deal, Malik exclaimed. I didn't even notice him at first, even though obviously he didn't have any stealth in the real world. What are your plans? They exchanged glances again, and when I thought there would be no answer, they gave one anyhow.
We're farming an inch of gnolls in the underwater caves of the Murlocs, Ed answered, then selling everything through vendors in the auction, usually in the morning, while everyone is in school. I don't know if you noticed, but sometimes one of us isn't at first period. Well, basically, we're saving up for Big Dis. We aren't too worried about leveling, just trying to squeeze out as much gold as we can while we're still in the sandbox. And what are you going to get up to, Alex? Tissa asked. Well, I don't have the curse anymore, so who the hell knows? I might try to join a clan, or maybe I'll try to level solo, or just dive headfirst into social quests. Well, you could join us, she offered.
Yeah,
Hung supported her.
It's going to be hard for you to level bow without a tank, but with one, just stand to the side and shoot. Plus, if you got your class, you must be the same level as us.
He laughed, but it was somehow mirthless. Maybe. I decided not to refuse directly. Maybe I would go with them just so they wouldn't get suspicious. I've got a quest to finish up first. When I got home, I had lunch with my parents, then slept a few hours. When I got up, I got straight into my pod, hoping I could work on my leveling plan without anyone bothering me. Before running off after wanted criminals, I was planning to drop into the city council and turn in the Eye of Mercus. A bit of money and reputation points with the city couldn't hurt. Then I'd have to drop by the unarmed combat trainer Master Sagda and the bowmaster Hunter Conrad. Beyond that, I wanted to rank up my only trade, cooking. Then I could run over and see underweight and overweight. But it was not to be. As soon as I appeared in Disgardium and left my personal room, I ran into a massive figure, taller than me by a whole head. I had no idea whether they were human, elf, orc, or tauren. Their black cloak obscuring their body had a silver symbol, a circle in a square, the square in a triangle, embroidered into the left side of the chest, and the shade of their hood hid their face. There was no information over the head, and I couldn't even tell easily whether it was a player or a mob. I extended a hand, touching the stranger's body. It was real, but had a coldness emanating from it. They gave a noisy exhale and came right up to me. The face was not human. The mouth had no lips. There was a hole where the nose should have been, and it had no eyes whatever.
Scyth.
Its cheeks slid out of the way, revealing something between a mandible and a tentacle. A rotten reek breathed onto my face, and a vibrating voice sounded in my head.
I am an emissary of the destroying plague.
I looked down the hall, hoping there were no players nearby. The last thing I needed was to be seen talking to the boogeyman.
Don't worry,
Only you can see me." The emissary's voice rustled out. "The nucleus is pleased with your progress and would like to give you a test. You have been given a great honor. Tristad is to become a bulwark of the destroying plague. You have 3 months, Herald." With these words, the emissary disappeared, leaving me alone with a new ability and a quest I was forced to accept. You have unlocked the skill Plague Infection. Active skill. Infects the living with the destroying plague. After death, the infected come back subjugated to the one who infected them. Must touch victim. Only works on NPCs. Cost to use 10,000 plague energy points. The nucleus of the destroying plague has given you an initial mission as a test. Vanquish Tristad. To prepare the city for invasion, you must infect a critical mass of the townsfolk, 51%. Then save up enough plague energy to open a portal, and legions of undead will come streaming in. Progress 0%. Time limit 90 days. Reward 10,000 experience points. Promotion in hierarchy to Legate of the Destroying Plague. Penalties for not completing mission: lose Mark of the Destroying Plague. Lose rank Herald of the Destroying Plague. With a quiet clap, a level 15 barbarian named Scissor emerged from the portal into the personal player rooms.
"Cripes!"
he exclaimed, pushing me aside.
"Out of the way! What are you doing standing around here, friggin' noob?"
Spewing curses at all the idiots that filled Dis, he headed down the stairs. I then, feeling my legs buckling, slowly slid down the wall, thinking, maybe I was just a friggin' noob, but I could very well be wiping out this whole sandbox very soon. Interlude 1. Tobias. For as long as Tobias Crag Asser remembered, he had always lived with him. The creator of the universe was always by his side. He awoke with his name, and fell asleep with it as well. Even when he went to answer the call of nature, he mentally gave thanks to the Creator. And it wasn't that he was a particularly pious guy. In fact, when left alone with his thoughts, Tobias resented him. But he was afraid to admit that even to himself. Try as he might, Tobias saw him and his teachings as the sole cause of all his failures, his and his parents'. If not for their religious fanaticism, they might not have been content with the very lowest citizenship category, L. The only people lower on the totem pole were the non-citizens. But his parents had no ambition to improve their lot in life. They could get by on modest means, and taught him to do the same. All of their words, every action related to their son was aimed only at one thing: raising a devout and God-fearing boy. Nothing else had any meaning. Only the word of the Creator. They never asked how Tobias was doing in school, what his grades were like, or whether he had any friends. They only bought him clothes if he'd completely grown out of his old ones. Any hole could always be patched. His family considered toys a luxury, along with all other forms of entertainment, from books to films. He never would have had a shot at seeing a virtual world if not for the fact that all teens were required to spend time playing Disgardium. When the Department of Education employees brought in and set up his immersion pod, his mother just looked on, stone-faced. It was a cheap base model, but Tobias was happy to have it. Still, he had to falsely grieve the foolish secular laws forcing him to do something he really didn't want to do. In the ungodly pagan world, everything was different. He always remembered his first day in Dis, which he started calling Dis much later, referring to it by the more neutral there when talking to his parents. The day he turned 14, he never even left the guest room of the city council building. All beginners had already long since placed their attribute points and run off to see the city, and he was still sitting there trying to grasp it all with his tongue hanging out. He had no experience with video games. He hadn't studied guides of any kind. Everything he knew was based on things he'd overheard in school. But he carefully read the introductory text and listened, afraid to interrupt the beautiful woman's voice telling him about this magical universe full of captivating adventures. And she went on to describe it as a world inhabited by thousands of races where anyone could become a king and a hero.
He saw glimpses of a future where he himself became a hero and saved the world. But Tobias slapped himself on the arm for such fantasies and prayed to the Creator for forgiveness. He never saw the real Dis that day. Chief Councilman Whiteacre gave his welcome speech and sent them all over to Carlson the scribe. Ashamed to ask any questions with others around, the young boy waited until the party of beginners had dispersed, then spent a long time interrogating the scribe about what did what. But before he finished, the required 2 hours had passed, and Father slammed on the external emergency exit button. Tobias was dumbfounded when he climbed out of the pod, disgorging himself with effort back into the gray and melancholic reality. Everything seemed dull now, and, in point of fact, it always had been. But Tobias only realized that after spending time in Dis. He didn't get the hang of it right away, but it didn't take him too long either. He was surprised how readily he accepted the game world as real and adjusted to its interface. He could wait to get a grip on attribute and damage points, or leveling skills and trades. For the time being, he was just happy with how realistic Tristad and the NPCs that inhabited it were. It was very hard for him to believe they were non-player characters controlled by artificial intelligence. They just seemed painfully real. For the first few days, Tobias tried to do social quests like an honest player. He delivered mail, weeded gardens, and took out trash. And he was happy to do it. Quite a lot happier, by the way, than when he did practically the same stuff in the real world. But helping his parents with chores was an obligation, and the best reward he could hope for was to not be beaten. In Dis, he was praised, thanked, rewarded with points of experience, reputation, and copper, which he could use to buy things. One of his first days, he blew all his money on ice cream and candy. Sure, the virtual rendered food didn't really exist, but what difference did that make? It was sweet, and tasted quite a bit better than the cardboard food he got in his world, the world of the Creator, who required not only unwavering faith, but also constant praying, obedience to rules, and turning down anything fun. And he gave no rewards. Here, though, unending gratitude was not a requirement. There were many gods, and no one forced you to have faith in any of them. Stay on the good side of those stronger than you, and you could take whatever you wanted from those weaker than you. Tobias worked out that primitive rule in his second week. By that time, he had grown sick of social quests and didn't want to group farm little mobs. He didn't like playing in a team, and he wasn't drawn to being a leader. He couldn't even communicate competently, and carrying out someone else's orders and being called out for messing up? No, thank you. Playing on his own was a much better fit. He could go where he liked, do as he chose. Tobias couldn't get enough of this feeling of freedom and was not willing to trade it for anything on earth. He walked around the outskirts of Tristad, cautiously pulling lone mobs and systematically stacking up experience points. The simplicity of the rules struck him. The stronger you became, the more you could have. The stronger the mobs you could kill, the better the loot they dropped and the more powerful your equipment became. The circle of power, as he called his new philosophy. One day he was hanging around by the Tremetel River, watching a group of careless fishermen where the river grew calm, carrying its waters quietly and measuredly. There he saw a group of level 2 players. He couldn't say why they'd wandered over to these parts, but there they were, beating down a wild level 5 boar. It was shrieking savagely and resisting. It had killed 3 of them, but they had already almost killed it. The creature had just 10 or 15 health points left, no more, and Tobias had just coincidentally hit level 2 the day before. So after a bit of mental math, he ran at the players from behind. In all the confusion, the noobs didn't even realize what happened. He took 1 down, then a second, a third. Then came the boar's turn. Towering in the middle of a heap of corpses and trying to catch his breath, he surveyed all the riches with delight. One of the dead noobs was well dressed. Later, Tobias realized he must have been spending premium currency. But nevertheless, he netted a couple silver coins, and the simplicity of it drove him crazy. It was much more than he'd earned in all his days in Dis. Plus, there was lots of good gear and some not-so-good stuff, a mountain of experience from the boar and ingredients from it as well. Pelt, meat, liver. After he sold all the junk, Tobias realized he'd found his calling, and his gold mine. He started by catching lone newbies at farm points, attacking from behind when they were most vulnerable and couldn't afford to look away. No matter what decision his victim made, finish off the mob or defend themselves and come after Tobias, it almost always turned out the same way. The player, being attacked from two sides, would die, and the fresh ganker, full of strength, would finish off the mob. He spent a year doing that. Tobias leveled up to 10, and unfortunately, that was the ceiling for his 2-hour limit in the game. His parents were strict disciplinarians when it came to that, and his little bit of time wasn't enough to make any more progress. To make matters worse, his father hurt his back trying to earn money illegally by competing with autoloaders at the docks. Then all the tough day-to-day chores fell on the shoulders of the 15-year-old boy. Money became very tight around his house. Too bad there was no way to withdraw gold from the sandbox. Then at least some could have gone to help them. Nevertheless, legal adulthood and big dis with it was not so far beyond the horizon, and that meant he could start earning money in the game soon enough. Tobias thought doggedly until he came to the conclusion that continuing to live the ganker life was a road to nowhere. Noobs generally only dropped trash and a few copper, and after level 10, lots of people joined clans, so Tobias was afraid of landing himself on a KOS list. After weighing his options, he decided to join a clan himself. A small one with the same goals as him and a hardcore style of gameplay. People who weren't just there for fun, who wanted to earn money both then and in the future. Monitoring the Tristad bulletin boards, he noticed a small, tight group of 4 led by a kid named Crawler. A heal priestess, a fire mage with AoE damage, a warrior tank, and a thief who could deal explosive damage on lone targets. Considering there were 1 or 2 fully fledged healers in Tristad at best, and even less mages, it seemed like a very promising group. He met them and offered his services. Tobias hadn't yet chosen a class, and beyond warrior, was only offered cutthroat or juggernaut, an idiotic class with potentially crazy armor but negative accuracy. Crawler said a second tank, an off-tank that could do damage, would not hurt, and Tobias was taken on for a trial period. And that was how he became a warrior and joined the Dementors. Taking advantage of his father's helplessness, he spoke harshly with his mother, saying that, thanks to the Creator, he had a solid chance of making good money, but to do that he needed to spend more time in Disgardium. Still, she was never really okay with it. The boy could hear his mother crying at night and praying to the Lord to bring her son to reason. But he was fine with that. At the very least, she stopped hitting the emergency exit except for one time when his father was feeling ill. Tobias was torn from the ints in the heat of a boss battle and flew out of his pod enraged and ready to scream at his mother or worse. But he held back when he saw how his father was doing. Foaming at the mouth, his gaze was wandering as he wildly spewed disjointed nonsense. His parents were the only real people he was close with, so he was even afraid for his father. Fortunately, it wasn't all that bad. A medical bot gave him the proper medications, so the stroke had minimal consequences. After that, father's mouth was always slack on one side, and his prayers became hard to parse. But nothing else really changed. He didn't even lose his job. He had joined a union. The Dementors gave Tobias something new. It may have been the first time he'd ever talked to a girl in his life, but she was not opposed. Tissa was something like a sister to them all, but even so, talking with her was an important life lesson. He learned that girls, no matter how pretty, were also people, not princesses, and they pissed and shat just like boys, which he, to be honest, wasn't totally sure about before. But he became convinced when they started taking him along to parties. No one would sell them alcohol, but Tissa knew a security guard at a club who would let them in. Hung always knew how to get booze, too, and Ed's balcony was at their service. Tobias still felt bad about the moronic way he messed it all up. Crawler warned him about ganking. If he ever did it again, he'd be out of the clan. And Tobias really did get clean. For a time. But one time he just couldn't resist. There was a girl in the Gloomwood with no clan, all alone against a pack of wraiths, and dressed head to toe in blues. By his most modest estimations, the loot was worth 100 gold, and, well, 100 was always 100. In fact, it would have gone for twice that, but he didn't sell the loot fast enough. Her father went to Big Po, and he pressured Crawler, who demanded that he return everything at once, compensate the emotional distress, and apologize. And Tobias, his heart clenching, did just that. But that wasn't enough for her. She demanded he get on his knees and apologize. He couldn't stand that. Even for the Creator, he kneeled only in church. So he spat a fat loogie at her feet and ran away. Crawler gave him his first strike then, saying he wouldn't get a second. Tobias would be thrown out of the clan if he did anything that damaged the reputation of the Dementors. He tried to explain, but nobody listened, and even Tissa, who was always there for him and treated him like a friend, couldn't resist, and hammered in a couple extremely offensive words, among which he heard retard and moron. And that was the least of it. So he just lost it and left the clan, slamming the door behind him. Well, he first slammed the door to Tissa's father's garage where they had the fight, then did so figuratively in Dis. After a few days of constant tracking, he found the same girl again. But this time he kept everything he stole, deciding to stand strong until the bitter end. He went to Big Po and said ganking was part of gaming, and if Big Po was thinking of pressuring him again and demanding he give that loser girl her stuff back, then Tobias would tell them all to stick it where the sun didn't shine, hide in his personal room and not leave until he could enter the big world. Polynucleotide laughed long and hard, slapping him on the shoulder and saying he'd let the girl figure it out with Tobias herself, and he could go straight to the Nether for all he cared, but he'd better never see his face again. If he wanted to hide in his personal room in Big Dis, too, then it might work, but no matter what, Big Po was going to be on the lookout even there, no matter the cost. And from then on, he was more careful. He opted for a somewhat more low-key gameplay style and took it easy on the ganking. Instead, he just leveled and did quests, secretly hoping to cobble together a clan of his own and do exactly what the Dementors did and farm dungeons. He kept his eye on every crop of beginners and helped them as much as he could, preaching his own philosophy of the circle of power. And that was how he got Rashidos to join his circle, then Vista. He was hoping to make her a priestess of Nergal, i.e. a healer for the group. Everything was going well. But this idyllic life began to fall apart after he crossed paths with Scyth. Tobias thought nothing of their first meeting, the very same where he'd met Vista, in fact. The noob tore her dress, and that gave Tobias an opportunity to make an impression on her. And the next day was what some might call the beginning of the end. Tobias himself didn't suspect a thing when he tried to talk the noob into giving him a blue belt. Of course, he should have been smarter and followed Scyth until he was all alone and defenseless. But when he saw that sucker and his real deal item, which was such a great fit for Rashidos, all he could think about was strengthening his underling. But Scyth, that freak, went psycho. It wasn't the first time they'd met. For almost a year and a half, this weirdo spent all his required time outside the bubbling flagon, and the fact that he turned him down with such ease came as an unexpected surprise. He made him look like some kind of retard. From his very first memories, as soon as he learned to distinguish speech, his parents had called him a retard, and now someone else was making him feel like that? He convinced himself that Scyth called him that under his breath, and from that point on, Tobias held a grudge. But he shouldn't have, because it was the very reason he would lose all his reputation in a matter of days. And with that, he'd be losing his team, expensive equipment, and all his savings as well. It all happened in the arena. He bet a huge amount on their battle, even going into debt. But in the end, Scyth humiliated him. Who could have guessed his unarmed combat was so sky-high? And after he lost the duel, he read the logs and quietly lost his mind at the damage figures. Seemingly, while everyone thought he was sitting around like a fool, he was somehow leveling punching in secret. Wow, that noob was a surprise. That must have been why Crawler took him on. The story of Crag, the unlucky ganker, entered public consciousness, and everyone started to hunt him down. Finding and killing Crag turned into something of a fashionable form of entertainment. The tables had turned, and now he was ganked many times over, losing all his clothes and even his team's gear. Rashidos got sick of it and went to a different clan. Then Vista started dating some boy and spending all her time in the game with him. And he, Crag the fearsome warrior, named in honor of an ancient rifle, was left completely alone. At that point, he grew a bit of humility. Then his mother's health started giving out, and there was less and less time for Dis. He kept entering the game, but he'd given up on gankerdom and spent his required hours doing the thing he knew best, praying at the temple of Nergal the Radiant. He didn't want to do anything else. The path of a loner, the path of a clan member, the path of a leader. He was not up to any of them. Maybe this local deity will give me more than the Creator, the boy thought. He already knew how stupid these thoughts were, but was hoping the faith points he prayed for might lead to something else, something he couldn't reach any other way. Just anything. And he knew how to pray like none other, especially in the second half of the 21st century. For most of his contemporaries, God had been replaced by vehicles, and faith in a divine being had been outstripped by faith in many other things and concepts. Spending day after day at the icon of the radiant God, monotonously reciting personally invented prayers, eventually he was noticed. First by priests, who started treating him to divine nectar as they passed or doling out blessings. Then Tobias saw the senior priest as well, who would stand next to him for longer periods, listening to his prayers with a slumping, flagging figure. But Crag wasn't paying attention to any of it, fully immersed in his confessions, desires, woes, and simple thoughts about the order of the world, which he suspected was unjust both IRL and in Disgardium. By that time he had stopped looking at the clock, instead praying fanatically as if entranced, just begging for anything that might allow him to change his life. He had no thirst for revenge, and there was no one to take revenge on. He wasn't burning with desire to become stronger than others, because that was what he'd need for robbery, and he didn't want to keep robbing people. He didn't ask for power or money, because he didn't think they would be much help. They were seductive and caused suffering, but he was sick of suffering and only wanted peace. And maybe some more means so he could treat his father and help his mother, who had grown wan from their life of misery. But then he wanted peace. The peace of knowing he was protected and could protect others if needed, because he had proven unable to help either Rashidos or Vista. And then Nergal himself turned his attention on him. The radiant God answered in the middle of the night when the boy was alone in the temple, just praying humbly. "I have heard your prayers." A kindly voice rang out in his head. Tobias opened his eyes and swallowed a lump in his throat. "You shall have what you pray for, although I do not know exactly how." The icon of the god froze again, leaving no reminder that the conversation with Nergal had even taken place. Crag concluded it was just a delirious vision, but then he looked into his profile. In his skills and abilities, there was now a new red line. Nergal's Wrath. The description of the passive ability said it would be activated if Crag was attacked. Then and only then the ability would multiply all his attributes by 10 for the duration of the battle. And that was just at level 1. What was more, the divine ability would apply to anyone he was in a group with. And only when he realized he'd prayed enough, a siren wailed. "We have detected a disturbance in the strings of creation. Something new has awoken in Disgardium, and it might upset the balance and usher in the reign of chaos. Estimated potential threat class, D. Current threat class, Z. Most likely location, cannot be detected. Now that this germ of chaos has awoken, we mustn't let it grow more powerful. Be the first to find and eliminate it, and the powers that be will reward you generously. And if you succeed, O brave hearts and heroes, the gods will be favorable to you as well." Tobias Asser, a.k.a. Crag, stood up and shrugged. Chapter 12. Outlaws. It was business as usual at the Kobold war camp. A few sentries peering out into the fog, A few soldiers hanging around a big pot over a fire, the rest sitting in a semicircle and talking. One was pontificating as the others listened and made commentary. I didn't know their guttural barking language, but it must have been a humorous story because it was punctuated with waves of laughter at regular intervals. The humanoids, clothed in dirty rags, had set up camp at the mouth of a cavern and were either guarding some surface-level ore vein or had been expelled from their home tribe and didn't know what else to do with themselves. Only one thing was clear. The leader of the group must have really pissed off Tristat. The price on his head was a whole 5 gold. It was thin gruel, but I was fixated on helping the doomed city, even if this was the best I could do. Beyond that, on the edge of my mind, there was a nagging little idea just begging to be tested. I was here for the head of Grogixir, leader of the kobold band. I saw him enthusiastically cleaning the rust off a heavy pickaxe. He was a bit taller and bulkier than his compatriots, about up to my chest, but 3 times broader at the shoulder. He had a huge gut that hung down below a belt which served no functional purpose. Walking around without an ounce of shame, flaunting it even, he had no pants on, just a loincloth. But I was most impressed by his enormous feet, which must have been at least 20 inches long. Outlaw Grogixir, level 13. Kobold. Elite. Aha! Exiles. Then I could see why the miners had turned to crime, robbing travelers and raiding farms in the vicinity of Tristat. Meanwhile, the outlaw scratched his head with the pick and gave a yawn. Maybe he felt like sleeping after a hearty meal. I ran my gaze over his underlings. 10 soldiers, level 10 or 11, and an ancient, hunchbacked, level 12 shaman. He then, not paying attention to anyone, started dancing and singing near the fire. All that time I was lying in stealth, not so much thinking through a plan of attack as checking the surrounding area for other players. The skill wasn't going up at all, but that was no guarantee I was alone. Still, I had the skill at level 63, which may as well have been the stratosphere in a sandbox. I waited a couple of minutes and didn't see anything suspicious. Just to be safe, I hid my name and went out to position. The elite had 800 health points, but I could take him down with 1 shot from my bow without even entering his aggro zone. Unfortunately, I had very little plague energy. So, given I'd have to stand naked while the unwashed troglodytes attacked me, I wanted to take as much damage as possible without wearing down my gear, so I left everything that didn't fit in my inventory under a tree. At least there was something to be gained from them. I pulled out the bow I bought the day before, extended it, and pulled back the bowstring until I felt an arrow materialize. Hunter Conrad had shown me the right way to hold, aim, and shoot the bow. Still, considering this was a game, I could have used it without any training if I wanted. I didn't even need the skill, like how I used to fight with the sword and club, but both accuracy and damage strongly depended on skill level. Even with very high accuracy, not having the skill carried severe penalties. So I'd done this the right way and brought it up to 1 with the trainer. Out of pure interest, I asked him and found that crossbows and gnomish guns would have required separate training. He also explained how the mechanism for using different kinds of arrows worked. And there were lots of them in the game, 1 for every sadistic taste, from freezing and burning ones to arrows with tips that splintered inside the body. The material could also be different. For example, some were adamantium with enchanted explosive warheads, and others carried poison for greater damage. But for the time being, I could only dream about that. To change arrows in a standard quiver, you had to press the corresponding interface icon. But for now, I only had 1 option, a standard arrow with bronze tip. I wasn't up to more powerful ammunition yet, either in skill level or financially. Just like the cavemen's Scyth. But they generally did not have plague energy. To get the party started, I put my remaining plague energy into a shot, aimed, yes, that had to be done, critical damage depended on where I hit, and loosed an arrow at the shaman. I might have said the hunchbacked old coot drew my ire from first glance, but that wasn't really what guided me. It was always important to take out the mage first. They had the least life, but could do the most damage. I was hoping 1 shot would send the chamois to his beloved astral plane. So imagine my disappointment when the arrow just missed. But the kobolds didn't miss my arrow, which whistled right over the meaty ear of its target. The warriors instantly shot to their feet and turned their disheveled heads in alarm. The chieftain barked a series of commands, pointing in my direction, but despite my expectation, there was no rush to attack. The fighters circled around the elite and faced me. The shaman got in formation next to them and immediately started casting. I only realized what he cast after I used Fast Shot, my only special attack for now, loosing a rapid series of arrows. All of them stuck into an invisible obstacle, slowed to a complete stop, and disintegrated. Another bark from the chieftain, and the shaman summoned adds. The soil bulged, releasing some small earth sprites around the height of the shaman himself. Once active, the shaman gave them a command, and they went back underground. The soil stirred above them as they moved through, showing they were heading in my direction. I didn't really have to worry. After all, I could always activate Curse of the Undead. But still, I took a couple steps back when the ground in front of me exploded, spraying clumps of dirt and stones. The spirits turned solid and all attacked at once. As soon as they saw where I was hidden, the kobolds tore off in my direction as well. The chieftain stayed where he was. Either he was planning to cover the shaman, who was summoning more spirits all the time, or he figured his warriors could handle one lone enemy. And they could have. My health points were falling very fast, but... Curse of the Undead activated. All damage taken reduced by 100%. This curse will remain active until you completely restore your health or deactivate the skill. Sensing something, the shaman fired off more spells at machine gun pace, and, to be honest, the packs of adds did nothing for me. They gave no experience and dropped no loot, so I decided to stick to my plan and take out the old man first. And I stopped using the bow, changing to good old-fashioned fists. I scattered the warriors and adds with a ghastly howl and ran toward the spirit talker. 2 warriors were still dogging me. The howl didn't work on them. But with my speed bonus, I quickly left them in the dust. The chieftain proved his mettle, blocking the shaman with his chest. I missed, but then the kobold raised a clawed hand, held it out, and said something in human language. That was so unexpected that I stopped.
"Wait, human."
Talking mobs were nothing new, but generally they were found in quests or dungeons. Normal mobs attacked first and asked questions later. Although, this elite actually was part of a quest. All right, rat person, I'll hear you out. We stood opposite one another, me with my head angled down and him with his chin stuck out, baring his teeth.
"Your foolishness and bravery know no bounds, Outlander. Most people like to fight all head to toe in metal, hiding. But not you. You went into battle wearing nothing but a loincloth and wielding a silly chunk of wood I can't even quite call a bow. Forsooth, you must be off your rocker. Are you suicidal, human?"
Nothing of the sort, kobold. I'm not off my rocker, nor suicidal.
"So your madness goes even further, and your cunning. You hid in the bushes and loosed an arrow at the Honorable Rigexar, the Spirit Talker," Grogixir barked out. "Did the Shadow Walkers send you?"
I have no idea what you're talking about, chieftain.
"The Shadow Walkers, our former clan, did they send you?"
No, Grogixir. You're a criminal and Tristad has put a bounty on your head. See? I opened the quest window and read aloud. Leader of a gang of kobold outlaws. Murderer. Thief.
"So you've come for my head?"
The chieftain stroked his belly, cracking some caked dirt off his fur with a nail.
"Say, human, what makes you so confident? You're weak and all alone. But we..."
I looked around and found myself surrounded with warriors and earth sprites, each of which was holding a spear tip 1.5 feet from my face. Even though the tips were made of stone, it was pretty scary. The kobolds were snarling and emitting a stench which could be seen as a form of psychological attack. And then I laughed. Their insurmountable confidence amused me. Come now, Grogixir, can't you see that I am no human? In thoughtful silence, I could hear the shaman's command clearly. Behind me came a crack and a rustle, then a shadow rose above me. I turned. All the sprites had converged into one mega earth sprite several times as tall as a human. Unlike its smaller components, this one had legs and the body looked to be carved out of a solid piece of stone. It had no neck, but its colossal arms and hands could crush a person with ease. And it was holding a massive club. One look at its spikes made me nauseous. Earth Elemental, level 15. Minion of Rigexar. With a flick, the elemental tried to smash me into the ground. The attack was as unexpected as it was pointless. I didn't even fall over, but the club was smashed into 1,000 pieces. Still, it was a very powerful blow. All the more energy for me. I walked up to the elemental and slammed it with a hammer fist, filling it with all my plague energy. The monster exploded and clods of mud, muck, and rock dust came raining down. You have damaged Elemental, 1,217. Elemental is dead. Someone loudly cleared their throat. The warriors, frozen stock still, were filled with dread. If this conversation is over, let's get started. I stashed the useless bow in my inventory, then unclenched my fists. That was a very dirty trick, shaman.
Agreed. Old man, you acted dishonestly, Grogixir yelled, turning with indignation to the respected Rigexar.
But Grog, he's undead, the shaman noted, quarrelsome. I can see power in him, but I cannot tell its source. This boy must be hiding something. I was just testing his might. He hasn't shown us everything he can do yet. There's no use fighting him. Better just turn yourself in. See, those people won't execute you right away. They'll send you to prison. You'll like it there, Grog. I've been once or twice.
Then he retreated to the cavern. Seeing where he was headed, the chieftain frowned, sighed, waved a hand, and turned toward me. His fists were clenching and unclenching on his pick handle.
You'll never take me alive, he barked out. Just please take mercy on my tribe. I challenge you to an honest duel, just me and you.
If you say so. I shrugged my shoulders, not wanting to draw this out, but then it dawned on me. Wait, Grogixir, there's another way.
And what is that? Will the rulers of your city be content with the head of old Rigexar?
The shaman started coming back. Oh, nether with them, the rulers. Who do you bow to?
Kobold god Kurtulmak leads the kobold race to domination and superiority over the high races, Grogixir answered without a thought. Kurtulmak especially hates dwarves. If you were one of their ilk, I wouldn't even be talking to you.
But now you kobold outlaws have ceased to honor your deity?
What makes you say that?
The chieftain asked in surprise, and the warriors supported him with muted snarling. Because you're no longer normal kobolds, you're criminals. You don't live in caves, but outside, and you don't spend your time as any self-respecting kobold might. You only think of robbery and thieving. Kurtulmak can't possibly approve of that.
We are not outlaws,
Grogixir shot out, enraged.
It was just circumstance. You think we changed careers because things were going so well for us? We're warriors. The rest of our tribe hides in burrows and won't even stick out their noses when they see a person.
So it isn't you, it's life? Come on, chieftain, don't be ridiculous. The world is always the same. The only thing that changes is who lives in it. Your god commands you to search for gold, embers of the sun, which you must return to the sun. But you have decided to live otherwise. Now either you man up and admit you no longer honor your god, or return to his rules and remain faithful. Where are your candles? I asked bombastically, happy that reading the game encyclopedia while sitting in stealth had paid off.
We no longer carry candles, human. The chieftain's voice rang out dully. There is no longer a need for them, and it's too late to go back to our former lives.
It's never too late, I shouted, but he turned away and didn't answer, so I stopped. Grogixir withdrew for a long time, and his warriors realized the fight was delayed indefinitely and sat on the ground. Rain had set in, and their coarse, whiskered, wet snouts were looking more rat-like with every second.
What do you suggest? Join your pack? But you have no pack, human.
Not my pack. But you have the right idea, Grogixir. Many, many winters before Kurtulmak appeared on Earth, this world was ruled by other gods. You know them as the Sleeping Ones. The kobold shuddered at the mention, but came closer, intrigued, and perked his ears. The chieftain was listening very closely, but his stony face gave no clue whether he was truly taking to what I said, or just wanted to hear me out. By the power of unity, it is not an empty faith for ephemeral temporary power. It provides guaranteed growth of all stats from intelligence to strength, endurance to agility. And I allow you, Grogixir, to be first of your kind to join the ranks of the followers of the sleeping gods. The kobold outlaw chieftain looked back at his pack, mentally calculated possible bonuses, crossed his arms over his chest, and barked out,
"I'll believe in your gods as soon as I see what you promise. What needs to be done?"
After meeting an emissary of the destroying plague, I wasn't feeling up to making a final decision on the quest. I'd been forced into too many big decisions in the last couple of days as it was. But what really had me wound up were the constant monkey wrenches being thrown into my plans. I had 3 months to complete the Destroying Plague quest, and the Sleeping Gods Temple quest had no time limit, so I didn't exactly have to push the sound barrier. But to the nether with all that. My hands were itching for a fight, and I was so nerve-wracked over my stalled-out level, I gave up on both the unarmed combat master and my plan to level cooking. I made up my mind to stop dilly-dallying and ran off to farm experience. In fact, I was in such a rush that I didn't even complete the Alton Quarries quest, leaving the Eye of Mercus taking up one of the 3 slots in my inventory, after the new class bonus. All I did was drop by the archery trainer to unlock the skill. Hunter Conrad taught it to me for 1 gold, trained me in attack, and told me to return for more when I was ready. As I left the hunter's place, I remembered the epic loot Crawler promised, but there was nothing in my mailbox. What was more, he wasn't even in the game, just like the other Dementors. I ran out of Tristad to the southeast in order to begin my great campaign for the heads of the most wanted mobs, and that was where I encountered the kobold camp. By the way, the quest marker didn't show a specific place on the map. It just encircled an area where the mob could be found, which, in the worst case, might take 1 day to explore. But I got lucky. After an hour of wandering interspersed with taking down low-level mobs, I found Grogixir. However, instead of taking his head, I left the camp with 12 new followers of the Sleeping Ones, and just as many randomly assigned attribute points. The 1,200 experience points and hitting level 12 were just a pleasant bonus. I was only sore that I now couldn't add any more followers until I rebuilt the Temple of the Sleeping Gods, which I now saw as a progress bar. Followers of the Sleeping Ones, 13 of 13. To my surprise, I was immediately elevated to the top position in the hierarchy of the Rat People miners, and the kobolds said they wanted to come with me. But I didn't see a benefit. Grogixir, it would behoove you to stay in these lands and defend your pack. When the time comes, every fighter will be important. Stay away from humans like me and become stronger warriors. I was not certain respawn would trigger for them. As far as I could remember, named elites like him disappeared after their quest was completed and they died. Then they would be replaced by either a simple monster or a more dangerous beast. And that creature would only be subject to a bounty after being reported on by the, let's say, crime blotter of Tristad.
"I understand, my lord."
Grogixir and his clan bowed their heads.
"Any further orders?"
Did he call me Lord? That I found amusing. Soon enough, I would become a Dark Lord, especially considering who I was dealing with. The deadly destroying plague and the ghastly Sleeping Gods. Only one. If you speak with any of your former tribesmen and perhaps any other intelligent creature, trolls, trogs, gnolls.
"The gnolls are our sworn enemies."
The shaman raised his voice, before that standing in ashamed silence. I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, I don't know who you might cross paths with, but regardless, tell them the name of the true gods.
"Yes, my lord,"
Grogixir barked.
"Will we see each other again?"
I will come see you, sometimes, I answered ambiguously. I couldn't appoint any of them priest, which meant I would have to pay them a visit occasionally to see if they'd made any new converts. I promise. I left the kobold camp and went straight into Gloomwood. On the boundary between the forest and a mountain range, a quest said I could find the lair of a cannibalistic ogre. A special variety of intelligent race. Cannibals were not a great rarity in this world. They lived a life of solitude and, due to their perverse appetites, made little effort to socialize. What was more, their diet made no distinction between humans, elves, gnomes, dwarves, trolls, goblins, and orcs. I walked to the next spot with the curse off. By the time I left the kobolds, you could see my flayed strips of skin and rotting flesh from far away, and it was not worth the risk. Then a question popped into my head. What if I waited for the transformation to be complete? If I let the curse of the undead turn me into a fully fledged undead, would anything change? Or was it just a visual effect? I didn't have time to finish that thought because I got attacked by an enraged level 8 boar. The creature charged at me, sticking its tusks into my tenderloin area, and I spent the next few seconds in flight, filling the surroundings with a scream. And at that, the wild hog's momentary triumph was over. In just a few blows, I took the boar down and moved on. With the inventory penalties, I couldn't even carry a pot with wood and fire starter. Otherwise, I'd have cooked up the big forest pig right then and there. The mobs in this part of the sandbox were low level, and I encountered players quite often. I also saw gankers looming over the disappearing corpse of a player. But they were beginners, and when they saw my level, preferred to keep their distance. As I went, I mowed down all kinds of life forms, often running into scattered groups of low-level bandits from a gang called the Nettles, led by a wanted criminal that nobody in Tristad could track down. I took a quest for his head, but it just showed an area that covered the whole sandbox, and that gave me the impression that the leader might be anyone at all. For the most part, the Nettles were normal mobs, though they were human. They had a set couple phrases they would shout, and their behavior was pretty absurd. Classic mobs for leveling from 1 to 10. Downed bandits would respawn 15 minutes later, and it was a waste of time to expect even a morsel of intelligence out of them. Still, I thought about trying to make converts of them. It had worked with the kobolds, so, in theory, it was possible with the bandits as well. If, of course, I could somehow solve the temple issue. But I was left wondering whether the gang leader really did exist. No one believed he was real, but would the city really put out a bounty for the head of a non-existent mob? Those thoughts spawned others. Maybe Nettle was real, but wasn't just some elite or rare mob, but a real-deal raid boss. The journey was starting to drag. Without Curse of the Undead, I wasn't building up plague energy, and I had to get by on honest damage alone. I pulled a mob with my bow, getting off 3 shots before I had to enter close combat. Fortunately, Hammerfist solved all my problems, and it never got too hard. In all that time, my life never went below half, though it did hit exactly 50% one time, when I crossed paths with a whole pack of hardened wolves, and a wandering branch-horned elk suddenly attacked from behind, having decided out of the blue that I was trespassing in its territory. Eventually, a black bear joined in on the fun as well, and thankfully that was after most of the wolves were no longer breathing. Leaving the wolf meat, bear meat, and venison as unclaimed loot, I gave a sigh. If I had Patrick with me, he could have carried everything. The sun dipped below the horizon. It turned dark and stars started peeking out. But I still wasn't there yet. By that point, I had realized why no one had come after the cannibalistic ogre in all this time, despite the quest for his 2 heads. The 10 gold reward was clearly not worth the wasted effort. The rare, wanted mob was both too far away and its level too imposing. 17. Unlike Crusher, who I got an achievement for killing, this ogre was not considered a local boss, just a named mob, even if he had fattened up a bit. What all? Level 17. Ogre Cannibal. Rare. Easy pickings. I took out my bow and was preparing to activate Curse of the Undead when suddenly I heard a rustling in the bushes next to me. And when I turned, I saw Crag crawling out.
Chapter 13. Cheer Elixir.
Carelessly kicking rocks underfoot, Crag walked up to me. He didn't look anxious or ready to turn tail at any moment. Instead, he was walking confidently with a rakish gait, hiding a smirk in his eyes. "Ah, look who it is, Scythe the Noob," he said, looking up for a second to read my information. "You here for the ogre?" The ganker warrior had changed since our last encounter. His level was higher and he had different gear. It was not, of course, the glimmering armor he used to flaunt around town, but it also wasn't the mismatched trash he was wearing yesterday. Back to his old ways? A successful gank? Or did he find money and buy it? The look in his eyes was different too, now seeming to secretly harbor a sense of superiority. "Yes, you too?" "You might say that," he groaned, finally coming out into the light of Gala. He sized me up, smiled for some reason, and spat at my feet. "But first I've got a score to settle, between you and me, remember?" "We settled it in the arena, and in case you still haven't learned your lesson, you better not mess with me." "Then you've got all the less to fear, stupid noob. Look, I'm even unarmed." He put away his sword for show. "I don't give a crap. That isn't why I'm here."
Chicken, don't drop a load in your pants. What, don't got the guts without your precious dementors to protect you?
I looked closely, trying to figure out what he was driving at. Crag was not a great actor, so it wasn't hard to guess he was hiding something. But what? He wasn't just goading me for fun, after all. And out here his reputation wouldn't suffer if he attacked first, so he couldn't have been worried about that. So what was it? Did he have his lackeys hiding in the bushes? Anyhow, if that was what he wanted, for me to start the fight, that was exactly what I needed to avoid. And so, ignoring the ganker, I calmly headed into the ogre's lair. I had enough bonus attributes to take down a whole pack of creatures like Wotal, even with Tobias stabbing me in the back. Taking my attributes alone, I was comparable to a level 35 player. Add to that ghastly howl, resilience, and 30 seconds of stone skin, and I wouldn't even need the curse of the undead to kill both Wotal, the remarkable ogre, and Crag, the even more remarkable idiot.
Hey, noob ass, where you going? Rang out behind me.
Go take a walk, idiot.
Okay. If we see each other again, I promise. We'll see who can take who.
Oh, I can't wait, little Crag. And I didn't wait for an answer. The warrior went and hid back in the depths of the forest, sending me off with a middle finger. I went into the cave. It was 100 feet long, a bit less in height, and wall-to-wall width. At the far wall stood the beefy ogre saddled on something like a stool. In the end, he had only one head, and he was mid-meal, slurping out of a ladle right from a pot perched on his knee. The cannibal was of an impressive size. There could have been a medium-sized kobold hidden behind each of his legs. A bit further away there was a big burning fire, and shadows flickered on the walls in its fickle light, disorienting me. I entered in stealth and froze at the front door to check where the ganker was. There was no one near the cave, and I was almost convinced Crag had left. What changed my mind in the end was past experience with Mr. Asser. It was always extremely negative and never without a stab in the back. I waited another few minutes and didn't see anything moving behind me, so I figured I was safe. The ogre was still slurping down food, and based on the size of the pot, he would continue to do so for quite some time. Mentally apologizing for interrupting his dinner, I got up and ran at the rare mob. As I went, I unloaded a series of fast shots into him, then stashed the bow and slammed into the angered, roaring cannibal with a hammer. You have damaged Wotal, 937. Health points, 1,663 of 2,600. A massive knife materialized in his hand, which he brought down on my face with no swing. I didn't have time to dodge, but I did have stone skin at the ready. Wotal has damaged you, 18. Health points, 736 of 754. The damage was cut by both my resilience and stone skin, and as a result, minuscule. But the physical force of the blow nearly knocked my head off. If my legs had been chained to the ground, that would have happened. But game physics were on my side. My body lifted off the stone floor of the cave and flew upward. The tip of the ogre's weapon caught me in midair, but fortunately didn't go through, instead adding more speed to my flight in a glancing blow. Wotal has damaged you, 11. Health points, 725 of 754. After a few backwards somersaults, I slammed into a pair of feet. Crag! Damn, I knew he was still lurking, but I was hoping to cut down the rare mob first. I shot to my feet and noticed he was brandishing a sword. But that was no reason to be upset yet. After all, Stone Skin was still active, and I was pretty sure I could beat this ogre before it expired. Pushing back the ganker, I sent him running in fear with a ghastly howl so he wouldn't trip me up, then ran at Wotal. The ogre was also in motion, grinning at me like a piece of meat and just about licking his lips as he came at me with heavy footsteps. This time I either successfully dove under the whistling gladius or dodge triggered, but he didn't hurt me, and as I moved, I hit him with a hammer just above the knee. And it was a massive crit. You have critically damaged Wotal, 1,376. Health points, 287 of 2,600. Not wanting to draw it out, I added a series of blows, and the ogre, whooping in pain, lifted me up over his head. From my high vantage point, I took a look around. Crag was nowhere to be seen. But the cannibal didn't have time to throw me as he was planning to. Hammer cooled down just as the ogre's disgusting face came into range. You have damaged Wot Al, 937. Wot Al is dead. Experience points received, 150. Experience points at present level, 12. 390 of 10,100. You have received quest item, Wot Al's head. Dead or alive, Wot Al completed. Inform Tristad Chief Councilman Peter Whiteacre to receive your reward. The ogre's legs wobbled, and with a thunder that shook the whole cave, he fell to the ground, dropping me. I rolled over his corpse and got to my feet. Then something else happened. I raised a hand to see the loot. Stone skin expired, and a minute later, I saw the tip of a sword stick out of my chest, then immediately disappear, followed by an avalanche of blows. Even with my resilience at cap, they were hitting hard, dealing almost 20 damage apiece. Sharply turning around, I grabbed Crag's hands, hoping to take advantage of my higher strength. But then the unbelievable happened. The ganker easily got loose and kicked me in the gut so hard I flew to the far wall of the cave right into the fire. Player Crag Tobias Asser damaged you, 31. Health points 601 of 754. My surprise was replaced with comprehension. Of course. He was a warrior. He had higher strength. Of course, with my plague energy, it was of secondary importance. But for a warrior... However, there was no time to think about why my resilience wasn't doing the trick, or how crazy this kid's damage must have been to overcome it. Crag raised his shield and sword and walked in my direction. His first attacks were very clever and surprising, and that gave him a slight advantage. But now his luck had run out. We went back into close combat, but this time I was ready. He would swing and I would dodge and then try to counter. But every time, either I connected with his shield, leaving monstrous dents, or just simply missed. This kid's dodge and parry chance must have been sky high. With yet another hammer, the ganker's shield fell to pieces and Crag calmly tossed it aside. While we fought, he was silent and concentrated, not chuckling like he used to. We exchanged blows in oppressive silence, punctuated by the clang of weapons and heavy breathing. I still had half my life left and wasn't panicking. I could take down somebody like Crag in one hammer. I just had to get one off. And if I had to die, it wouldn't be my first time. I certainly wasn't going to activate Curse of the Undead. This little skirmish wasn't worth so blatantly advertising my threat status. His next blow landed, and my health bar was getting dangerously close to the yellow zone. Whenever I tried to come near, he easily pushed me back with either a shoulder or a kick, and they really packed a punch. It was like getting hit by a truck. The ganker was trying to push me against the wall, but every time I jumped out of his trap. His health, meanwhile, hadn't gone down by even 0.25% despite my landing a hammer. What? More than 3,000 health points? How? In a flash, I dressed myself down for draining my plague pool and swore that no one would ever catch me off guard again. Did you put everything into endurance or something? And level resilience? Crag asked, suddenly stopping. And it sounded casual, as if we were old friends sitting on a couch and just chatting. Where'd you get all that health from? It isn't possible to level endurance that much at your level. I can usually take people down in one hit, but your health bar won't even budge. Very true, he noted melancholically and went on the attack again. And thank God! The warrior landed a series of blows that read as a well-practiced combo. His blade swung in the air, lowering my health into the red zone. If this were happening IRL with real physics, I wouldn't have survived even one slash. Also in meat space, I never would have been able to get off this move. Bobbing under Crag's arm, I got him in a hold, tightened my left arm around his neck, then slammed him in the nose with my other fist. You have critically damaged player Crag Tobias Asser, 872. Health points, 1,964 of 3,610. I heard a crack. The ganker gave a yelp and, breaking away, retreated. At his level, he didn't have most warrior attacks. Otherwise, he would have shield-stunned or charged me long ago. Building on my advantage, I rained down a series of blows, but got carried away. The bleeding effect, replenished with every attack that hit me, had reached level 8, and the DOT ticks were now too severe. The interface flickered red, and I just about turned on Curse of the Undead in fear. But thank the sleeping ones I didn't. And even though Hammer had cooled down, I wasn't fast enough to use it. Crag's finishing blow was critical and took my head clean off. Player Crag Tobias Asser critically damaged you, 118. Health points 0 of 754. You are dead. Appearing in the Tristad cemetery, I left the respawn circle and sat down on the ground. My resilience was at maximum, unarmed combat was leveled as hell, and I had 113 bonus attribute points. I didn't understand how, despite all that, I had lost to a player of approximately the same level. Something must have been amiss, but I had no idea what to do with that information. Write the preventers? They'd want me to send combat logs, but that would expose me more than anything. And without the logs, they'd just think I lost a battle to a ganker and wanted revenge. Oh, nether. Time would prove if he was a threat or simply hopped up on elixirs. I was so upset at losing that I decided to stop playing. It was coming up on midnight, and I did not want to scour Gloomwood or damp dungeons any longer. All my gear had dropped, and I didn't have a backup set, so I quickly dropped into my room to get into decent pants and a shirt at least. Everything was in my chest as usual, awaiting its hour. The whistle of summoning for the legendary pet, the epic set gloves, and the few rare blue items. I could use some of them already, but didn't want to waste them on farming. I was low enough on inventory space as it was, and wearing it would mean reducing its durability. Basically, I figured I'd better wait. I went down into the public area and decided to sit for a second with everyone like a normal, casual player. It was somewhat novel. Instead of racing through forests and dungeons, farming experience and loot, or dying time and again, leveling abilities, I would simply spend my time relaxing with other players. Idle. At the front door, I turned my head in search of a free table and saw Overweight waving at me. Rita was with her traitor brother Undy and a group of friends. I walked over.
Thank you. Show some love to the beautiful Stefania for her wonderful singing. And now say hello to the Guitar Warriors.
Someone named Claudio announced from the stage while I walked to Undy and Overweight's table. The boy's voice was magically amplified by some clever method so everyone could hear, but it didn't drown out conversations. "Well, well," Undy exclaimed when he saw me. "In this world of constant flow and change, you can always count on Scyth and his style. Pants and a shirt. What else does a person need to feel happy? It's a rhetorical question, friends. No answer needed. Meet our special client, Alex, a legendary player in our sandbox, let me point out." While Undy droned on about how I spent a year and a half wearing through my pants on a bench, "Scyth, are those the same pants you're wearing now?" I shrugged my outstretched arms. Someone patted me on the shoulder. Someone gave me 5. In the end, I was given a seat between Rita and some giggly girl by the name of Goosebumps. She looked me over, curious, and seemingly liked what she saw because she immediately offered me a drink. "2 new friends," she said. A mug of cream beer was placed before me, but when I grabbed it to lift and drink, 2 new friends Goosebumps grabbed my arm.
Whoa, slow down. Earl, give him a splash of your magic potion."
A short, smiley boy with red cheeks on the other side of the table got up, extended a hand, and dripped something into my glass. A second later, the description changed. "Cream beer of cheer. Producer, Earl." "Explain," I said, turning chummily toward Goosebumps. "You add this stuff to any drink, and without changing the flavor, it suddenly has an effect close to alcohol intoxication," Earl answered in her stead. "Not every alchemist can make it. It's part of a special branch for food products."
Goosebumps
confirmed joyfully.
Earl just learned how to make it today, but he's already got a line of customers a month long.
"Yes, unfortunately the cooldown time for cooking it is extremely high." The alchemist made a side note. "Still, it's pretty sweet. Congratulations." I lifted the beer and nodded in respect at the alchemist. We clinked glasses. Someone shouted it was bad form to drink without everybody, and for the next 10 seconds everyone clinked glasses, spilling the sweet, creamy, and foamy amber drink onto the table.
"How's it going, Scythe?"
Rita asked after our cheers.
"I got your message about not playing for 2 weeks. Did something happen?"
"Nothing special. An academic ban."
"Problems with school?"
she asked in surprise.
"I never got the impression you were stupid."
"Yeah, but look at my level, Rita."
Ah, now I see. You just gave up on everything to level? That's impressive progress. I heard the Dementors were helping you out.
I nodded ambiguously.
Ah, I see. If only someone could help them now. Wesley was beside himself when they jumped ahead of him and got the achievement.
You know him?
Yeah, he, used to hit on me.
She waved it off.
We go to the same school and have a couple classes together, but he's not my type. He's an idiot.
Goosebumps shot out.
He doesn't see a difference between the game and real life. Did you hear how he beat up some kid that wouldn't share loot? Last year sometime.
Really? And he got away with it?
The kid chickened out and didn't tattle, so the school had to let it go. Our rating is low enough as it is.
Over the conversation, I realized everyone at the table went to the same school. The noisy crowd of 12 contained members of 4 clans and the traitors underweight and overweight. Those two, refusing out of principle to join any clan, even a fun one, saw themselves as traitors through and through. And recently they'd hit level 10 and reached their goal. The system offered them the traitor class. As it turned out, battles and killing mobs weren't the only way to level in the game. You could also do class quests. The traders Chris and Rita Wood got experience for every trade, and the better deal they got, the higher the margin, the more experience. Once they hit a high enough level, they could open their own shop and, with time, their own trading company. And that was what the brother and sister were aiming at, spending all their time on trade and related quests. The time flew by unnoticeably, and I lost count of how many beers I drank. Earl, by the way, obligingly dripped his magical cheer elixir into every one. Undy, meanwhile, was now all red and stuck fast to a cute redhead named Emmy. Her hair color reminded me of Eve O'Sullivan's. The traitor, by all appearances, was squeezing his persuasion skills for all they were worth, and, before too long, their seats were empty and they were gone. "Hey, where did Undy go?" I asked at an odd moment, pointing to his place.
Chris and Emmy? Up, probably.
Rita shrugged.
As usual.
Are they hooking up?
Who's they?
She asked, astonished.
No, come on. Emmy just broke up with her boyfriend and she just met Chris today.
As Rita got distracted answering somebody's question, Goosebumps, a blonde, showing me sincere signs of attention, touched my sleeve.
Hey, Alex, you think maybe we could dance?
I thought she was cute, and I saw no reason to refuse, but I didn't have time to answer.
Goose, can I talk to you for a minute?
Rita asked insinuatingly, sitting back in her chair. The girls walked into a corner, talked for a second, and Rita Wood came back alone.
Something came up. Silly Goose had to go somewhere, she said, so I'll take her place.
In what way? I asked, blunted.
Let's go, Scyth. Dance. Do you know how?
I did. Since childhood, at every family celebration, Eve would always invite me to the Ladies' Choice Dance. The musicians on stage had just settled into a very romantic and, I might say, melancholy number, which wasn't to say they were doing a bad job. The bards really were giving it their all. If I didn't know they were the same age as all of us school kids, I might have taken them for professionals. Although the mechanics of this world were helping them, of course. I was sure bards had the ability to play musical instruments and sing, which leveled just like my combat skills, by use.
You don't have to worry about your feet. I have a talent for not stepping on them during dances.
I got up, gave Rita my hand, and led her out to the dance floor, which was quickly filling with couples. Everyone danced as best they could, but most without sophistication. Generally, they would press up as close to one another as possible and give their hands room to wander. And we didn't overthink it either. I took her by the waist, which seemed thinner than I expected, and Rita lay her head on my shoulder. We spun around at first, slowly, getting used to each other's rhythm, then started going a bit faster. I felt her hot back with my fingers, and she nestled up against me, pressing close and putting her head on my shoulder. She gave off a slight aroma of beer and something flowery. I was no expert, but I liked the smell.
You in a hurry?
She whispered into my ear. Sorry, we can move slow.
No, I'm talking about this. Maybe.
Emergency exit has been activated by external command from immersion pod. Remaining time, 3. Rita, sorry, someone just hit my emergency exit button. I shot out, disappearing from her embrace. I couldn't hear what she said back. I spent a bit of time in darkness in the pod, adapting until I got control over my body. I could hear muted voices from my room. The intragel flooded out, the door slid aside, and I saw Mom.
Alex, I didn't know what else to do,
she said, distraught.
but it's important.
Tissa walked out from behind her. She too looked devastated. Chapter 14. Taking a losing bet. "Hello, Tissa," I said.
Hi.
She answered quietly, not knowing what to do with her hands.
At my...
She stumbled. Tissa had been caught in the rain and was all wet, but that couldn't be what had her so upset. Her usually pretty eyes were all red, one cheekbone was purple, and there were silent tears rolling down her velvety cheeks. I couldn't remember ever seeing Melissa Schaefer cry, and I'd known her since I was 5. In elementary school, Tissa's over-strict father had once shaved her bald. Mr. Schaefer probably didn't mean to punish her or make her an object of mockery. It was probably all part of his idea of rationality and practicality. Less hair had to be washed less often, need less shampoo, dried faster, and didn't need to be brushed. Tissa's father had basically raised his daughter as a boy, and that included the way he dressed her. That lasted until middle school. The first time we saw Tissa after that summer break that year, we laughed. Even Greg couldn't resist a smile. But she just joked back, letting it roll off her like water off a duck's back. She didn't cry when she fell out of an overfilled school flying car either, and that broke her left arm. Or when I opened a door too hard and hit her in the forehead. Or when Ed Rodriguez pulled her braids in 3rd grade. Or when little Hung stole her backpack and threw it on the roof of the school. But now her eyes were full of tears. She was hovering next to my mom, biting her lip, but didn't say a single word as I hurriedly and fitfully got dressed.
All right, guys, I guess I'll leave you alone, Mom said. If you want some hot chocolate or a snack, just say the word. And yes, Melissa, it's late. You can stay the night here if you want. I'll make up the sofa in the guest room for you.
Not waiting for an answer, Mom left, carefully closing the door behind her. I walked up to Tissa and hugged her in silence. I wasn't sure how, but I realized that it was best to say nothing. She pressed up to my shoulder and burst into tears, soaking my t-shirt. We stood like that for a very long time. Embracing hard, she was almost hanging off me, and at a certain moment I realized my knees were buckling and brought her over to the bed. "Let's sit down. My legs are tired after the pod." She nodded in silence. She got up on the bed and pulled her knees into her chest. "Will you tell me what happened?"
Yes,
she answered quietly.
but I should get some dry clothes on.
Of course. I pulled out a clean black t-shirt with a holoprint of the solar system and extended it to her. "Here, take this. I'm going to go get us something to eat." Leaving her alone, I went into the kitchen. Dad was looking at something on his comm. Mom was fussing around the multi-cooker, and when I came near, she asked, unsettled,
How is she?
"I don't know yet. I left to let her get dressed."
Pizza and hot chocolate?
"Yes, that'd be great. Thanks, Mom."
It'll be ready in 3 minutes. Will you wait, or should I bring it in?
"I'll wait."
Then help. Get out the pizza cutter.
Mom went silent.
Have you and her been talking again for long?
"Not really." "Be very delicate with Melissa, Alex," Dad added. "I've heard her dad's having problems. That might be affecting their relationship. Do you like her, son?" I nodded. Father winked, gave a thumbs up, and sank back into his comm, watching the news.
Mark, I think Alex can figure it out on his own,
Mom noted, upset.
But let me tell you one thing, son. If a girl is having problems and she flies off to see you, that's saying something.
"Agreed," Dad snorted, glued to his screen. Mom rolled her eyes. Just then the timer beeped and she took a steaming pizza out of the multi-cooker.
Ready.
With 4 deft motions, she cut the pepperoni pizza into slices.
Sauce?
"No thanks, Mom." She helped me bring in the pizza and mugs of hot chocolate, and there Tissa grabbed them, having changed clothes. We were left alone again. Seeing her pants drying on the back of the chair, she must have been wearing nothing but the t-shirt. Well, that and underwear. Be that as it may, it was long enough to cover her intimate garments. Almost all the time. She threw herself on the scorching hot pizza with a groan that seemed to emanate from deep in her gut. For the record, I was also famished.
Thanks, Alex,
Tissa said after chewing through the first piece.
I had nowhere else to go.
What about the guys?
They're in the hospital,
She said darkly.
Didn't you hear? They got attacked today and in a blind zone. They got the shit kicked out of them, even got some bones broken. It's a good thing none of them got their skulls cracked.
Who? The news had me choking. Have they found the people who did it?
Some Inwanova. Hung ripped off one of their masks, but all he could see was that it was an Asian.
Have they established an identity?
Alex, no. As I said, it was in a blind zone, and surveillance data doesn't show anyone there at all. By the looks of things, they were the only ones around. Sure, and they beat themselves up.
Do you think it was freeborn? I asked, referring to the growing social movement of people who refused to get medical chip implants. These days, everyone got a chip. At first, they were just to monitor vital signs and provide timely medical aid. But as the technology progressed, the medical chips started having more functions, and one of them was constant government surveillance over every citizen and non-citizen. But the name stuck.
Maybe.
Were you with them?
That's the thing. I wasn't,
Tissa said, as if her presence might have prevented the attack.
They were flying alone because my father came to pick me up. Over a dump, their flying car deviated from its route and made a landing.
How is that possible?
Manual control was locked, and someone hacked into the automatic system. Alex, it was either freeborn or people with hacked chips. After all, if they know how to hack a flying car, they can't just be simple hoodlums.
I was dumbfounded. Every automatic system had its vulnerabilities that hackers could exploit, but in everyday life it was rare to encounter. The net was much more transparent than in the first years of its development, so full anonymity had become very nearly unachievable. All comms, both those integrated in the body and external ones, were personalized, meaning they were tethered to just one owner. There was no way to access the net without a comm, and if someone did, it would be immediately disconnected. The VR police had grown into such a powerful organization that they outnumbered all other law enforcement bodies put together by many times, including both active AI security and boots-on-the-ground organizations. And what was more, regular police were more and more being replaced by robocops, a name invented by science fiction long before the first prototype was ever built. Tissa chewed through the last piece of pizza and looked at me guiltily.
I haven't eaten anything since this morning. I went straight home from school, then from there to the hospital. At home, I got into a fight with Father. Then I wandered the city until nightfall, not knowing where to go. Thanks again.
Oh, come on, it's nothing. I had an idea. We should be looking for who stands to gain. I faltered. Tissa's t-shirt slid aside a bit and my gaze caught on a bare thigh. Were they robbed?
No. Malik had a gold chain on his neck. No one touched it. Nothing was taken. But it isn't hard to guess who's behind it, Alex.
Tissa sighed.
As the attackers were leaving, one of them said a straight line segment can be drawn between any 2 points. Then he laughed, as if he'd just made a very good joke.
A straight line between 2 points. Axiom?
You're smarter than the boys,
Tissa smiled sadly.
A statement so evident it can be taken without question. They didn't put 2 and 2 together until I figured it out. It's gotta be Axiom, or to be more accurate, Big Poe. Wesley friggin' Cho.
How are they?
I visited them in the hospital. They'll be fine by tomorrow. The fractures will heal. The police officer investigating the case took some notes, said he'd interrogate Cho, but it's impossible to prove anything. In his words, it looks like a bit of a stretch, just a way to try and slander someone over a conflict in Disgardium. He was more worried by the flying car hack. Moron. If we were higher category, he wouldn't be acting this way. And you know what, Alex?
With difficulty, I tore my eyes from a pearlescent patch of exposed skin. It made a big contrast with her tanned legs, drawing my gaze. What?
That spiteful, vengeful idiot will never stop. You should be careful, too.
So should you. Nether, we can't just leave it like this.
And what are you going to do about it?
Tissa asked mockingly. We need to talk to him. Figure out if it was him or not.
Like he's going to tell you.
Whether he admits it or not, we'll be able to make some conclusions based on how he reacts. I'm going to go. I jumped up and started removing my clothes, heading into my pod.
Hey, wait up, Alex, she shouted. It's night now. He's probably not going to be there. We can talk tomorrow. We can fly to his school together.
As soon as I stopped, I realized I was standing in front of her in just my underwear again. And this time I definitely should have covered up. My face flooded with red, and stumbling and falling leg first into my pants, I got even more embarrassed. Tissa filled with good-natured laughter, and I threw a pillow at her. "Turn around!" After I got dressed, I sat next to her. "You're lucky you weren't with them."
Maybe yes, maybe no.
She shrugged indefinitely.
They've always treated me better than the guys.
"Just a sec. So, if you weren't with them, how did you—" I pointed at her cheekbone. "I understand what happened with the guys, but what about you?" She turned dark and lowered her head.
If it's not too big a deal, I don't want to talk about it. Can I stay here a couple days? When Father comes to his senses, I can go back home.
So he's the problem? Did he hit you?
No, Alex, don't even think of it.
Tissa shot up, grabbed me, and shook me, her eyes burning.
Don't you dare tell anyone. Do you understand?
Got it. She pulled her hands away and started nervously pacing the room. I figured it was better to stay silent and wait for her to calm down. In real life, the Priestess of Light was famed for her flare-ups of anger and quickness to forgive. And as usual, she calmed down soon enough. A few minutes later, her chest had stopped heaving, the lightning out of her eyes, and she sat back down next to me.
If they find out, they'll take me away from Dad,
she said quietly.
And that would just kill him. I'm all he has left. He's just having difficulties, and sometimes It was my fault. I was running my mouth.
And does your father have difficulties a lot?
No, come on,
she shot out in fear.
No, he just needs to calm down, come to his senses. So I can stay?
Of course, stay. The thoughts of Tissa's father instantly blew away when I realized what she was asking. In a flurry, I hopped out of bed and started picking up my room. If you want, you can sleep in my bed and I'll stay in the guest room.
Thanks, Alex.
She kissed me on the cheek and yawned, covering her mouth with a dainty little hand. She rubbed her eyes.
Then if you're not opposed, let's go to sleep.
It was an uneasy night on the guest room sofa. Intimate thoughts were twirling around in my head, multiplying. The fact that Tissa was in my bed sleeping thrilled me. By midnight, I had regained control over my imagination. But then something else got stuck in my head. The attack on the Dementors. Somehow it seemed to transcend the average confusion between Dis and reality. Was Big Po really so vengeful that he would jump right to flagrant criminality? It didn't make any sense. Who was this Wesley Cho? Just a teen like me from a totally normal family. We weren't even citizens yet. We had no money, no influence, no connections. His guild had decent cash flow, but that was in gold, which we couldn't withdraw yet. There was no way of meeting players from Big Dis. Our messages couldn't even reach there, so... All that led me to another idea. If what happened to the Dementors was Big Po's doing, how did he arrange it? After all, the attackers were clearly not simple, unemployed Inwinova. They were career criminals. They had no chips, didn't give a damn about citizenship categories, and had no dream of one day becoming citizens themselves. These were people who didn't give a damn about the law. With those thoughts in mind, I fell asleep. But as soon as I closed my eyes, Tissa and Mom were waking me up. I could smell toast and fresh brewed coffee.
Rise and shine, sleepyhead.
Tissa poked my shoulder and giggled. She was already dressed and looking very fresh, much better than yesterday. The bruise on her cheekbone had been treated by the home doctor, and not a trace remained.
Get him up, Melissa, Mom egged her on. Alex will always trade a hot breakfast for 20 minutes extra sleep.
There's no such thing as too much sleep, Mom, I shouted, jumping out of bed and went to get cleaned up. We had breakfast without Father. He, as it turned out, had spent all night simulating a new project and was now sleeping it off. Mom set the table and drank a cup of coffee with us, then tactfully left us alone. We need to fly, I said. We'll be playing hooky, of course, but I won't be able to calm down until we solve the Big Po problem.
Agreed. Let's go,
Tissa said, full of unflinching vigor.
Let's see what that lardass has to say.
Flying sails high, where Wesley Cho went to school along with, as I found out yesterday, underweight, overweight, and goosebumps, was of the same category as Tissa and mine. It was in a different part of the district, and it took almost an hour to fly there, but with Tissa by my side, it went by in a flash. Obviously, they didn't just let us in, and we had to wait for Cho in an alley in front of the main door. And we had to give our names and the purpose of our visit. Such precautionary measures had become normal after a spate of school shootings, when people turned violent for no good reason and killed school kids. We had to wait a long time. First for the bell, then for Big Po himself, who, by the way, didn't have to come if he didn't want to. But he did. Most likely he was just curious. Either that or he was eager to mess with us. My experience with Wesley had given me the impression that he never missed an opportunity to remind you who he was, who was more important. His pudgy, spongy figure was hard to mistake, even though this was the first time I was seeing him in real life. Tissa and I got up from the bench at the same time, and I had to hold her back. She was seething with righteous anger, just bursting to throw herself onto Wesley with her fists. I had spent the whole flight trying to convince her not to, but she was stubborn. "Well, look who the cat dragged in. Shepard, Tissa, decided to join Axiom. You didn't have to come all the way out here to do that." He didn't extend a hand, just stood in front of us with a broad grin. "Speak." "Yesterday someone beat up Ed, Malik, and Hung," I said. "We're sure you had a hand in it." "Crawler, Infect, and Bomber got beat up? What a pity. I don't know anything about that." He turned around to leave. "In any case, accept my sympathies." "You lying piece of shit!" Tissa shouted, throwing herself at Big Po, but I stopped her. Wesley walked away, raising a hand, his middle finger up. Letting Tissa go, I caught him at the door. "Wait, Wesley!" I grabbed him by the shoulder, but he got out of it. "Hands off, Shepard." "All right, just answer one question." He looked at the clock pointedly and nodded. "Make it quick. I gotta get back to class." "Just tell me how to stop this." "Stop what?" The mockery in his voice vacated all my doubts. He spat at my feet in contempt. "Well, be more specific." "You know what I'm talking about." "I do. And so do they. What difference does it make?" He shrugged. "I told them 100,000 gold and the incident will be forgotten. But you know, even if they can find all that money, I'll just tell them my price went up to 150. Big Po gave a vile laugh. It really sounded evil. I wanted to slam the chuckle down his throat, but I restrained myself. "So that means you're only interested in money and even that won't change things?" "Well, who said only money? Money just happens to be what I'm most interested in. But I could see myself accepting an artifact," said Big Po, stroking the back of his head with a snicker. "An artifact? Will a legendary do?" Like hell I'd give him a legendary. I just wanted to get as much information from the Axiom head as possible. Maybe I'd find out something useful. "Just fine!" His eyes lit up, suspicion flickering. "But where would a poor bastard like you get a legendary item? Is there something I don't know about you, Shepard?" "Wait, I'm not sure I understand. If I just give you an artifact or a legendary gear, you'll forget the whole thing? You'll leave us alone both in Dis and IRL?" "Come on, Scythe, to hell with him," Tissa edged in. "Can't you see he's just mocking you?" "No, I don't want it," Wesley replied, ignoring her. "You can't get away with just giving it as a gift. Every transaction of that sort is subject to special corporate and police oversight. You know how many cases of meat space blackmail and extortion there have been in Dis? How much money laundering? How many bribes paid in virtual gear? No, Scythe, this isn't going to be that easy." "Then what can we do?" "Let's say you have something to offer. You, because I will not be speaking with Rodriguez or his guys. I don't trust them anymore. But let's say you've got a legendary sword." "Okay. Or a mount, or a ring." "Well, I'd have you bet your mount or ring on something you know you will lose." "Like what?" "Well, not the weather. It has to be a bet with some action. An arena match, perhaps?" "Scythe, don't even think of it," Tissa hissed, standing next to me. "Oh, I've got a much better idea," Big Po exclaimed. "I think Crawler will go for it like a dog after a bone." "What is it?" Tissa asked, squinting her eyes suspiciously. "What about the clan tournament in the arena? It will be my last one in the sandbox, and it would be my enormous pleasure to smear you into the sand in front of millions of viewers." The annual Sandbox Clan Arena games were, of course, not as popular as the Big Dis Arena, but they still had millions of viewers all around the world. Axiom took the highest place of anyone in the Tristad sandbox in last year's final rankings, which was how they'd become our top clan.
Save your wet dreams for your girlfriend if you have one,
Tissa snorted. God, Shepard, how can you stand her? Does she ever smile? Wesley chuckled. Anyhow, you and your clan place higher than Axiom, and I'll forget everything the Dementors have done to me, all my grief. And you'll be off the hook too, no matter how much of a sketchy smartass I think you are. But if you can't best us, you give me the legendary, which you don't have. All right, gotta run. For what it's worth, I'll be in the bubbling flagon after school if you want to make it official. Wesley, whistling a little tune, walked away. Tissa watched him and said through gritted teeth,
Good luck, creep. Even if we had something to bet, there's no way we could win. But what a monster! And
most importantly, we know it was him now. Were you recording that?
Yes, but it's useless, Alex. He didn't admit to anything. If I take this to the cops, they'll tell us to get lost along with the audio.
So I guess we have no choice but to take the bet. I sighed, making a decision. When does the tournament start again? Chapter 15. The Awoken.
You're just as competitive as your father,
Mom always loved to say.
Once you get into something, you dive into it headfirst and long-term, until you find your next fixation.
And for me now, Disgardium was a strong fixation. The way I felt after that disrespect from Wesley Cho only added to my enthusiasm and drive. My sharp inborn sense of justice, warm feelings for the Dementors, and attachment to Tissa multiplied them. But nevertheless, before letting my heart decide, I ran the numbers. At the very least I tried, based on present data and logical extrapolations. My ideas about Big Po were based on a very large amount of if. Too much. Too many factors had to come together for us to succeed, and a few of them were only hypotheses for now. But nevertheless, the idea of going toe-to-toe with Axiom had captured my imagination. After school, Tissa and I flew to the regional hospital to see the guys. We hung out in a picturesque park full of ancient oaks on a quiet path by a fountain, which, unfortunately, wasn't on due to the cold weather. There was a strong wind blowing, bending smaller trees, slipping under my clothes and causing me to shiver. We were all freezing, but still didn't go inside the hospital. Ed was severely bugged out and thought we shouldn't discuss certain things in public buildings. And we were talking about Dis and Axiom specifically, basically running down the top 10 list of taboo topics. The guys looked normal, but Hung was limping somewhat. I didn't learn anything from their explanations except that the attackers looked older and there were 6 of them. After Ed heard Tissa's colorful retelling of our conversation with Big Po, he went psycho.
I'm gonna tear that Chinese sack of shit to pieces. Has he lost his damn mind? I mean, now that little bitch is mocking us? The arena tournament? Yeah, sure. He must think we're idiots and easier to beat in Dis.
Good thing there isn't much time left before we go into the big world, said Malik, drawing out his words. And yes, Alex, screw him. No one will touch us now. He gave us a big scare, but it'll all be over soon.
Do you think he's just gonna get away with it?
Hung bellowed.
Hell no. I don't know how, but I will get him back for this. It might take 1 year, maybe 2, or maybe even 10. It doesn't matter. I will not forget this.
We don't even have much time before the arena. Qualifying matches begin the first week of the New Year break,
Ed said dispassionately.
All low-rated teams are split into groups of 5, and only 2 of them get into the playoff bracket. Nobody below level 20 even tries. We'll have no chance against any of them, much less Axiom.
Are they really that strong? I asked.
They were last year. Big Po was lower level for the last Sandbox Clan tournament, but Axiom let him on their team and they performed admirably, reaching the top 100. Best of our whole Sandbox. Nobody else from the Axiom's main PvP team is left except Polynucleotide, Ed said, pronouncing the nick like a tongue twister as if spitting it out. One-on-one, he has no equals.
If he and I were the same level, he would, Hung announced. We're coordinated, good at teamwork, and have a ton of experience.
But we aren't the same level as him, Malik threw out bitterly. Scyth is 12 and Crawler is 11. The rest of us are 10. A year of leveling straight out the window.
Yeah,
Hung sighed.
Even if we had something to bet, we won't be able to level past 15, and we can only even hit that if we stay in dungeons all day and night.
Yeah, he can go fuck himself,
Tissa exploded without warning.
All right, let's drop it. They already figured out the vulnerability they exploited to hack our flying car. I saw it on this morning's news. In school, we're safe. But in Dis, let's keep doing what we're doing, guys. We aren't in any rush, so let's level as much as we can, save up resources, only come into town in the mornings while everyone's in school.
Like rats,
Hung interrupted her. A heavy silence fell. Tissa kicked some fallen leaves with her toe. Malik hugged himself at the shoulders, clacking his teeth. Ed was squinting into the wind and gritting his teeth, and Hung sat down on a wet bench and extended his legs. The right leg wasn't all the way healed yet, though the bone had grown back together. I was not feeling strong enough to make up my mind, thinking tensely. But then I mustered some spirit and shot out, "We've known each other since kindergarten. That's 10 years already. So tell me, Ed, Tissa, Hung, Malik, can I trust you?"
Of course,
they answered in sync. Okay, I might have a way we can kick Axiom's ass. I fell silent. First, they looked at me in surprise, waiting for me to continue. But then all hell broke loose. Malik shouted in jubilation, Tissa squealed and hung off my neck, and Hung stood up and slapped me on the shoulder.
I knew it. I always told everyone, Alex Shepard is the biggest damn Sorry, Alex, is the smartest kid in our whole damn school, and he's always got something up his sleeve. Isn't that right, old buddy?
He stood up, excited, put too much weight on his injured leg, and swore.
Alex, you can trust us,
Ed said after the storm of joy had calmed,
but I'd caution you against it. You see, I think I can guess. Not specifically, no, but in general terms. You've got some talent or quest or ability. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we don't need to talk about it. At all.
So you'll just trust me and do what I say?
Consider it done. But there is one little thing,
Ed reasoned reservedly, steady.
When we get home tonight, I'm gonna disband the Dementors. Big Po specifically wanted a bet with you and your clan, right? Not whatever clan you happen to be in, but your clan. Do you understand? Well, you create one. It just takes 5 signatures, and with all of us, we've got it.
I don't see the difference, to be honest.
There is a difference, Alex,
Tissa intervened.
You'll see.
Tissa had to fly home. Accessing additional profiles from one VertPod cost extra and required extra configuration, so she couldn't log in from my place. I sat in my room and didn't enter Dis until she called.
Daddy's asleep. I'm home. I'll be on in 5 minutes.
Got it. I'll log on.
Alex, wait. He might wake up tonight and be in a bad mood again. As soon as we're done with the clan, I'm coming over, okay?
Not a problem. You promised I appeared right in the middle of the tavern dance floor, right where I had been dancing with Rita the night before. None of the Dementors were online yet, and I walked over to the city council building. That was where Tissa, the guys, and I agreed to meet. I figured I'd hand in the Eye of Mercus while I had the chance, too. The weather in Tristad this evening was favorable, especially after the dank, damp air and wind IRL. The darkening blue in the west was tinted reddish-orange, not obscured by a single cloud. The heat was abated by the breath of a sea breeze coming in from the coastal lands of the Nagas. The city center had been cleaned up for the city council elections. The streets and square before the Temple of Nergal had been swept clean by both bots and players with social quests. The building facades were strewn with colorful ribbons. Light poles were adorned with flags depicting the crest of the free city of Tristad. As far as I knew, this was the first time in Sandbox history a player had run for city council. Ed explained how Polynucleotide had pulled it off. Maximum reputation with the city. All city factions and every individual key character, those like Chief Councilman Whiteacre or Athanasius, head of the Merchants Guild. Unfortunately for Big Po, there were very few players with the status of Tristad resident. Those who did had persistently farmed rep with the city via social quests instead of seeking adventure beyond the city walls, and could be counted with your fingers. And there was good reason for that. Reputation with Tristad had a merely tangential relation with that of all the other cities of the Commonwealth. Meanwhile, so-called Tristad visitors like me couldn't take part in the vote. Otherwise, the council post could have been handed to Big Poe before the vote. I figured Axiom had looked for every possible lever of influence. I caught Chief Councilman Whiteacre as he was preparing to go home, although the clock said there was still more than an hour before City Hall would close. The councilman, who had a rotating question mark over his head, indicating I could get a reward from him for completing a quest, looked to be in a very big hurry.
"Scyth, what a comfort to see you in good health," he proclaimed, by the way, with no enthusiasm. "I really hope you aren't coming to see me. I need to go. I'm in a hurry."
"Good evening, Councilman. I have great news for you." I, in my turn, took the scorpion eye and ogre head from my backpack, setting them at his feet. "I've taken care of 2 problems for the city, sir."
"Yeesh, how gross!"
Whiteacre winced when he looked closer.
"Evil from the depths and what all the cannibal? Excellent! Great! Wonderful, Scyth. Please hold on to them for a second. Come into my office."
We walked past a goblin who was making a painting of 3 late kings having a feast, the human, elf, and dwarf who founded the Commonwealth. We turned down a hallway that smelled of old wood and dust, and at the end of it ran into a door. "Peter Whiteacre, Chief Councilman," said the sign. The councilman fumbled with his keys, poked one into the lock, threw open the door, and invited me in with a gesture.
"Come on, faster, Honorable Scyth. Drop your trophies in the basket, and I'll quick count out your reward."
I stopped next to the wicker basket, which was about the size of a trash can, and took a look inside. It was empty. A digital label over the basket told me it was indefinite storage of material evidence. I threw the heavy ogre head in there, but it disappeared approximately halfway to the bottom. Was this some kind of stationary portal? And where did all these heads, claws, eyes, and other pieces of material evidence go? Who cares? Tristad City Council mission, dead or alive, Mercus, completed. Experience points received, 5,000. Experience points at present level, 12, 5,390 of 10,100. Your reputation with the city of Tristad has been increased by 50. Current reputation, ambivalence. Tristad City Council's mission, dead or alive, Wot Al, completed. Experience points received, 300. Experience points at present level, 12, 5,690 of 10,100. Your reputation with the city of Tristad has been increased by 5. Current reputation, ambivalence. I turned around and caught an attentive gaze from Whiteacre. He was holding 2 bags in his hands, and at first glance, one of them looked heavy and stuffed full.
"Mr. Scyth,"
Whiteacre's tone changed, the first sign of my improved reputation with the city.
500 gold for resolving the problem with the depths scorpion Mercus. It was a big headache for everyone, especially the miners. The city's bounty had been raised to 2,500 gold, but as far as I understand, you overcame the monster with the help of your friends, and they, by the way, already turned in their eyes of Mercus. How many eyes did that creature have?"
"Lots, Mr. Whiteacre. It was not an easy battle."
"Oh, believe you me, I have some idea. It's no coincidence the bounty spent so long awaiting its heroes. But allow me to finish up. As I said, I'm in a hurry. Tristad has new visitors arriving today, and I have to go brief them. Here's the reward for the ogre cannibal as well. He was really racking the nerves of our farmers and gatherers of rare medicinal herbs. As bad luck would have it, some of our most important herbs grow only in the lands where Wot Al once hunted."
The bags turned to vapor in my hands as soon as I transferred the gold coins to my bag. I had never felt so rich either here or in the real world.
"You have my humble gratitude for taking an interest in our fair city, Scyth," the councilman said in parting. "If you keep this up, I might be able to find you some more attractive cases if you'd like to be even more help to the city."
The Dementors were waiting outside the front door. Crawler said softly,
"Hold out your hand. I'm going to put up the epic. You put it away immediately."
As soon as I felt the heft of the epic loot in my hand, I put it in my inventory and read its stats. Bow of Burning Arrows. Epic. Bow. Damage 28 to 42. Possible effect on hit. Spell Burning Arrow, dealing 12 fire damage. Plus 12% critical damage chance. Durability 300 of 300. Requires level 25. Sell price 85 gold coins. Chance of losing after death reduced by 90%. What an awesome bow! Crawler nodded, agreeing with my unspoken admiration. I couldn't use it yet, but maybe I'd hit a high enough level before the arena. The chances were low, of course. But for now, I'd have to put it in my chest for safekeeping.
Well, shall we go? Infect asked impatiently. The locals are starting to stare. We're going to have to teleport out again, but mine is on cooldown.
Don't worry, Tissa chuckled. We can park our butts in the tavern and go on our merry way in the morning. Let's do it quick. My dad is going to wake up soon.
Well then, everyone out of the clan, Crawler said morosely. Well? Who's going to go first? Infect asked.
Oh, hell.
Bomber waved a hand, and a moment later, I saw the clan under his nick disappear. Tissa and Infect followed his example, but Crawler just couldn't bring himself to do it. Even here in VR, I could hear his teeth grating. His finger hung in the air, and he clearly had to overcome himself to press the button, only visible to him, and leave the clan. In City Chat, I saw a scant notification. 07-12-2074. 1836. Player clan Dementors disbanded. Ed Rodriguez looked like all the air had been let out of him, but on his face I saw not only pity at what could have been and somber resolve, but also something bigger. Hope.
Why the long face, huh?
Bomber barked.
This isn't a funeral. It's just a line over your noggin. I mean, we're all still together, and now we've got Alex with us.
Yeah, but it's...
Tissa bit her lip.
Remember when we used to dream that the Dementors would be world famous?
We still will.
Bomber chuckled.
Right, Scyth?
I only have one request, Infect pleaded. Don't call your clan something cheesy, okay? You know, nothing like these Knights of Light, Tristad Defenders, Brotherhood of the Forest.
What's wrong with Brotherhood of the Forest?
Bomber faked indignation.
If you ask me, that's a cool name. Well, maybe not forest, something a bit more exotic, like swamp.
Brotherhood of the Swamp, Infect broke down laughing. What about rocket punks?
Rocket? Tissa raised a brow.
Yeah, with teleportation, we're going to be the most mobile little punks this world has ever seen.
Well, the jumpers,
Crawler grumbled.
the stick-up axioms, ass.
Bomber and Infect kept adding more options.
Pythagorean theorem, Paragon, Exodus.
All right, okay, guys, we're wasting time. Scythe, go to Carlson the scribe.
Ed walked over to the step leading to the city council building.
You have the 10 gold to register a clan, Scythe?
I can find it.
As for the name, we can choose together, or have you already made up your mind?
I have. I was being short because I was afraid of what I was trying to hide, guessing what might happen when we became clanmates. Would they just see my threat status right away? Carlson the scribe, who had just finished up with the new players, was catching his breath with relief. He wiped his big forehead with an epic handkerchief the system identified as indestructible and took a silver flask from the inner pocket of his camisole as we came in. He set it aside, looking upset, and greeted us morosely. Good evening, Tristad visitors, Scythe, Crawler, Tissa, Bomber, and Infect. He rattled off our names, starting from the highest in level. To what do I owe this pleasure? Good evening, Mr. Carlson. I'm all ears. The scribe tried to imitate grace. But hurry up, because my workday's ending soon. What are you here to accomplish? Clan registration. Requires 3 signatures from players level 3 or above. Extending his pointer finger, he counted us. Present. Would you all like to join the new clan? Yes. Requires payment of the clan registration fee, 5 gold, and another 5 for one of the standard clan symbols. If you'd like to choose your own colours, symbol, alert tone, create an in-clan system for messaging, signal amulets, banking, rent clan storage, or see the full list of clan services.
Just go with the default, Crawler whispered. We can change it all later for the same money, on our own through the settings, without this geek.
Thanks, we'll just stick to registration. I politely stopped the scribe, raising my hand.
If you like, you can choose not to register a clan colour and symbol. That will penalise reputation growth for all clan members.
We'll be fine with the default symbol, Scribe Carlson.
If you say so. He shrugged his shoulders in dismay. 5 and 5 makes 10. That'll be 10 gold.
I extended the cash, and the coins magically disappeared. In their place, I saw the clan creation window. Registering a new clan requires at least 3 signatures from players level 3 or higher. Push a line to sign the application. First signatory, founder and clan leader. Second signatory, third signatory, fourth signatory, fifth signatory. I touched the first line and it changed to say, Scyth, level 12 human. With a second touch, I confirmed. All the lines filled in, and a final confirmation button appeared for the clan founder to push. I did. The next window let me choose a symbol, which had no impact on anything, but did add unique flavor and make the clan more recognizable. I scrolled down the never-ending list and chose a tab labeled Animals, settling on one that depicted a hippopotamus with an open mouth.
I hope that isn't a hint that I'm fat,
Tissa joked nervously. The final window was to enter clan name. I could sense hot, frenzied breathing behind me from the former Dementors. The Awesome Posse, Infect guessed while I entered the name. The AWOL? Clan registration complete. Name, The Awoken. Date of foundation, 7 December 2074. Clan founder and leader, Scyth. Clan members, Scyth, Crawler, Tissa, Bomber, Infect.
The Awoken!
Tissa exhaled when we left the office, a smile spreading on her face.
Oh, right, I like it.
She wanted to say something else, but then everything suddenly went into motion. The boys pushed her aside. Infect tossed a gaze over the room, glanced at the door, gave a report. Clear. Bomber grabbed me by the arm. Crawler pulled up my shirt sleeves and stuck a finger into my wrist. Like I was saying, he whispered. During the teleportation, my ears popped as always. I could still hear an echo of the clap as we suddenly appeared in the gloomwood. Somewhere in the distance, as if through cotton, I heard Bomber's voice.
Place. Big Poe's scouts won't find us here. We just need to get to the cabin in the woods. It's next to the river. No one will be able to sneak up on us there. Not even the Ninja Turtles.
Turtles? And ninjas? You need to stop stealing your daddy's liquor. You might as well say the snail sprinters. Infect laughed. It wasn't hard to get him to laugh. He would take any excuse to bare his pearly whites.
Guys, just so you know, I might leave at any time,
Tissa informed us yet again.
If Father notices I'm home and activates emergency exit, but I'd rather not see him. I've still got to fly to Scyth's.
I just don't get why you're going to his place. You could have come to mine,
Crawler grumbled, going off after Bomber.
or one of the other boys, if you don't want to come over.
First of all, your grandma doesn't like me.
Tissa started justifying herself.
Second, she's the first person Father will call, like that other time. Third, Malik has a whole house full of brothers and sisters, and I am not used to that kind of bedlam. Hung's isn't any better, but it always smells like weird food.
Whoa there, sis, Bomber reproached. I don't remember you complaining when you were slurping down dim sum and pork and honey sauce.
Well, yeah, you...
Tissa waved it off.
But most importantly, I promised Alec's parents I would come back. Mark wanted to talk about Dis, and Helene said she was going to make a special dinner and tell stories about Little Shepherd. So the choice was easy.
We reached the abandoned hut. They told me there was a rare mob that periodically popped up in the area. Either a howling ghost or lich hermit, depending on how the RNG was feeling. But for now, it was empty. Clear, Infect confirmed, using his high-level ability to detect hidden things, traps, ambushes, hidden doors, and characters in stealth.
Good, then let's hunker down here,
Crawler suggested, and we sat down in a tight circle, and he spoke directly.
Scyth, sorry for being so forward, but we want an answer to this question right now. We can't wait any longer. I'm sure you'd never tell us yourself. But now we know you're a threat, so let me tell you a secret. Now that we're in the same clan, it's okay. I also used to be a threat.
I breathed a sigh of relief. After what they'd seen on my wrist, I thought my plans were ruined and I'd been hornswoggled like a child. Fortunately, they didn't know my threat level or potential yet. Otherwise, they'd be freaking out. But even still, they could barely hide their joy. Not because they'd uncovered me, but because they now had a chance at a better future. They didn't delve into the details, but I already knew it was mortally stupid to talk about such things in the center of Tristat. Instead, Crawler told everyone to keep quiet. Then Bomber made a group and teleported us all to, as he called it, his secret place. Level 5 depths teleportation lets you do that. Just pick any destination. From Ed's stories, I learned that right when he started playing, he came across an underground cave in the mountains. That was back before Tissa, Hung, and Malik, who were younger, were even allowed to play Disgardium. The day before, there had been an avalanche. The rampaging elements had ripped up trees and bushes with their roots, revealing a narrow, secret hole, and little Ed, just level 2, his character named Nagval at the time, accidentally discovered it. Everyone's first days in Dis were dedicated to exploring the world, and he was no exception. He crawled in deeper, and the farther he got, the more he cursed himself, because the hole was getting narrower. Before long, Ed could only go further and had no way of crawling back. And eventually, it led him into a lifeless cave lit by a dead white light that emanated from the ceiling. There he found a black little lake. The surface was smooth as glass, and when he threw stones in, they sunk without so much as a splash or ripple. In Ed's words, it wasn't even water, but some cold, viscous liquid, sticky and thick as tar. As he walked closer, the level of the lake started to sharply rise, so he tried to head back, reasonably concluding there was nothing good to be found down there. But he couldn't make it back to the hole, so he grasped a stone sticking out from the ceiling, climbed up the wall, and just hung there. The water rose up, then flooded out just as fast, but it left something behind that wasn't there before. There was a crumbling skeleton on the water's edge, and when Nagval searched it, he found a flask containing a strange elixir transfused with all shades of purple. When Ed reached that point in the story, he froze, and a dreamy expression appeared on his face. He sighed.
I was a fool. I should have set it aside until the open world, reached the frontier and drank it there. Then I really would have leveled up. But why shed tears now? What's done is done.
The Mephistroth's salt, and that was the name of the elixir, Nagval drank down immediately, figuring he wouldn't get out of the cave alive, so the flask would be lost in any case. Even if he did get out, he figured he might run into some gankers. At first, nothing happened, but eventually he started to feel a fire burning inside. He was rested, broken, his appendages bowing out and bending the wrong way. And a level-less demon made its home inside the boy, giving him a single-use ability to domesticate any mob of any level by letting the demon possess it. The demonic pet, as explained in the skill description, leveled in time with its master, but twice as fast. That is, it would always be 2 times higher level than Nagval himself, and if it died, it would respawn eventually. That made the pet basically a free power leveler for the inces of Disgardium, because it didn't take any of the experience points. As soon as Nagval realized that, a global notification went out about a new threat with U potential. Ed didn't remember how he got out of the cave and left Dis, not knowing what to do. After that, it was just about like me. A notification, a message from the corporation, frantically reading information online, panicked planning, and not being able to share it with anyone. And his situation was complicated by the fact that he had a debuff as well. Or a buff, depending on the perspective. But he was possessed. He gained experience points twice as fast while the demon was inside him, but that same spirit made Nagval look deeply inhuman. The whites of his eyes filled with an inky blackness, his skin turned crimson, and he sprouted huge claws that stuck through his boots and gloves. He couldn't let anyone see him like that. Ed started thinking of what mob to tame to get rid of his possession.
After lots of consideration, I chose Mosquito, he told us. I was on the edge of the mire at that time, and it was a local boss. Basically, a monster mosquito the size of a truck. Level 18, the highest I could find in the sandbox. The taming went smoothly. The demon just left my body and bam, he was in Mosquito. And the bug changed shape, becoming even more nightmarish.
So what went wrong? I asked, understanding perfectly how Ed must have felt.
I couldn't get rid of him. There was no way. He was always with me and was clearly labeled Demonic Mosquito, and my reputation with all Commonwealth factions just plummeted. To hate.
For days on end, Ed wandered deserted areas and dungeons, farming gold, items, and experience. But he couldn't do anything with the loot because he had no way of getting into town. He didn't even have a way to send it to friends through game mail. After all, he was now an enemy to all people, elves, gnomes, dwarves, and other races of the Commonwealth. He was in a dead end, but it was not the end just yet. He had to draw out time until he could enter the open world, and from there head for the frontier or go join the dark races. But he was eventually found out. Someone noticed him, and he just about got away before it was too late. And when he entered Dis the next day, the area was scoured. It was all leading to him getting eliminated before too long. Nagval tried to hide in the mountains in a cave where nobody ever went. He entered Dis, spent his required time there, didn't come out, and went back the next day to do the same thing. Or, to be more accurate, do nothing. Then, one day, he went after a group of adventurers. The demonic mosquito attacked with no command. The group didn't stand a single chance, but Nagval's hiding spot was revealed. A hunt for the threat began. By that time, Hung and Malik had already registered in Dis, and Tissa was just about to start. So Ed decided to give up. But he wanted to give himself up to his friends and share the reward for elimination. He sent the guys a link to some info about eliminating threats, adding that they should read it and learn it well, then said where to be in Dis and when. After the tangential warning about Ed's status, they went to the agreed-upon point. Mosquito would aggro anyone who appeared in his visual radius, and he had to be taken down first. That was a massive effort. Ed had to go to a high-level dungeon in the early morning and rush him forward to the first boss. The combined efforts of the hostile dungeon fauna killed the high-level mosquito, and his half-hour respawn cooldown opened a window for face-to-face conversation. When the guys saw Nagval, they got straight to work. It took them a long time, even though he wasn't resisting, but the elimination procedure went off without a hitch.
"I expel you from Disgardium forever,"
Hung exclaimed melodramatically, driving the dagger into the heart of the dying Nagval several seconds before the corpse fully disintegrated. Crawler, Ed's new character, got a bit of money from the developers, an epic cloak, and a permanent bonus of 10% experience gain rate. And the reluctant preventers, Infect and Bomber, got more serious bonuses: a fire magic folio, a light magic folio, 10,000 gold, a scalable epic sword, and a similar dagger. In the end, that made up the starting capital for the Dementors, which Tissa soon joined. Crawler became a fire mage, Tissa a light mage, and the epic blades went to Infect and Bomber, impacting their own class choices. Great story. I looked at Ed with different eyes.
Yeah, but that wasn't the only reason I told you. As soon as it was all over, I went crazy on threats. It was like we all lost our minds, in fact. But unlike preventers, we were not trying to search and destroy. We wanted one of us to become one again. We combed the whole sandbox, stuck our noses into every hole, hoping to find at least something worth our while. We spent more than 10,000 on information, and here's what we found out. 9 out of 10 threats were part of a clan when they earned their status. And you can't hide something like that from clanmates. They can see the threat marker on your arm. You understand?
Not exactly.
Keep listening, Crawler said. Once you get threat status, you can only go it alone. If a threat is not leader of their clan, the system gives them the option to leave the clan or refuse the status before a global notification goes out. But if you turn it down, you also lose all the abilities and pluses. There are no other options. That same crap happens if a threat tries to join someone else's clan. Either they can renounce their status and potential rewards along with their imba skills, or no clan. There's no option to join otherwise.
But if the threat is the clan leader, I guessed.
Then any clanmate who sees the mark will also become a threat.
Bomber couldn't hold back.
It's the only way that makes sense.
And there's something else, Crawler added. A clan leader who is a threat can invite other threats into their clan.
but that's just a rumor.
Oh, come on. So you are all threats now, too?
Not exactly, Ed rasped, slaking his thirst with a flask of iced tea and explaining, "We are now sub-threats, and that changes the whole equation. First of all, we cannot kill you now. Second, if you get eliminated, all we get is a penalty for failing to protect you. Third, if we tell anyone about you, the corporation will find out and hit us with a permaban and all associated punishments right up to lowering our category or even stripping us of our citizenship. Now do you understand how strongly we're bonded? Helping you reach maximum potential is our shared mission, because we will only get rewarded if you reach maximum. I bet we can do it before we leave the sandbox. After all, your potential is probably no higher than P, right? I think that's the highest anyone ever got in a sandbox. What's your threat class right now?"
Before I tell you anything, Edward Rodriguez, can you show me anything to back this up? About the sub-threats and whatnot?
Easy. Look in the restricted user section of the game encyclopedia. As a threat, you easily could have looked before, but I guess you didn't, otherwise you wouldn't be asking. Crawler chuckled.
No, I guess I never thought of it. My face flooded red. But what?
Well, yeah. Your status is just part of the game, and given that, the developers had to provide a description, but they only have to show it to people it applies to directly. Don't be too hard on yourself. I used to be just like you. I could have saved the clan a bunch of money if I read through everything before I wasted my status. We had to pay for it.
My game encyclopedia did now have a sub-threats article, which completely backed up everything Rodriguez was saying. The former Dementors now were more motivated to keep me safe than I was. I would get some reward at least, no matter what status I hit. The higher the better. But they would get penalized unless I reached maximum. Bingo! My lips spread into a smile. My current threat status is, I said, making a video recording of their reactions. I'd save it for posterity and watch it if I ever felt sad. Q.
Oh, wow!
They all exclaimed in admiration.
Cool, that means we can't have far to go before maximum. We can split the reward, level up your next car, and tear Axiom to pieces.
Just a sec, Tissa said, displaying the most common sense. Alex, what is your potential? My potential? A. They all froze. I could see impatience and excitement on their faces. Well, come on, spit it out. A. I have A potential.
Yeah, we know you have some potential. What is your class? Don't leave us hanging.
Bomber moved his lips silently, batting his eyes.
His threat class is letter A,
Crawler whispered.
God damn!
The mad celebratory roar that echoed through the landscape after that scared the ravens off the trees. Chapter 16. In the Crossfire. There was no gap between the abandoned wood hut where we were sitting and the forest. The leaves of young trees and odd juniper bushes were intertwined with the poison ivy that grew all over the hut. It seemed to me that there, outside, something had appeared. Meanwhile, the former Dementors had stopped celebrating and were now despondent. They hadn't in their wildest dreams imagined my threat status could be that high. But soon their unrestrained joy was back, this time at the fact that, with an imba like me, they had an objectively real chance of upstaging Axiom. I felt a tickle on my cheek, something crawling and sticking. I couldn't see anything, but the feeling was unmistakable. It was sticky and slimy. I abruptly slapped at my face, but my fingers found nothing but thin air. The guys went quiet and turned their heads in discomfort. I had the feeling we were not alone, and I wasn't the only one. The dead silence was broken by a barely audible, unnatural sound from outside the hut, something rustling faintly like a flag in the wind. Then a distinct scent of offal spread in the air. It was pungent and sweet, nauseating. Crawler touched his pointer finger to his lips, calling for silence, and nodded at Bomber. He reached behind his back. The sword, slowly crawling out of a matte anthracite scabbard covered in silver elven cursive, shimmered over his head.
Stand up slowly so we don't aggro it. Bomb, You whomp it as soon as we leave. Infect, be ready to break its casts. Tissa, you... basically stick to the script, Crawler whispered quickly. Scyth, stay close to Infect if you want a melee or next to me if you're gonna shoot.
I lost my bow yesterday. I shook my head. Crag ganked me, so I'll fight with my fists. But who's out there? They all turned their heads in surprise, not understanding how a Class A threat could lose to a ganker who was now down to level 10, but they didn't say anything.
The Lich Hermit respawned. Timer must have tripped,
Crawler explained.
Level 16 or 17, no more. He hasn't had time to get any bigger yet, but he can really damage. He has deadly DOTs and crazy debuffs, so we'll basically all be like a few levels lower. There shouldn't be any ads, so let's just go straight for the boss. All right, let's go.
We froze outside the hut, studying our foe. I could have taken it down on my own, and without much effort, but I knew I had to practice teamwork for the upcoming arena battles. Although the local rare mob was called the Lich, it bore no resemblance to Dargo the Lich, played by the late Clayton. The hermit hovered in midair, its lower limbs looking more like ghostly octopus tentacles, curling measuredly 3 feet off the ground. I looked closer and saw the creature's gray face, sunken yellow eyes with vertical pupils, narrow slits in place of a nose. The Lich had no ears or mouth. Lich Hermit, level 18. Magical creature. Local boss. This apparition was a quick one. It attacked as soon as Bomber took a step in its direction. Its tentacles all shot out together, went taut, vibrated, and shot streams of jet-black filth. The volley hit us very hard. All our attributes plummeted by 30%, and our tank was caught mid-charge, slowing his super speed to an unhurried pace. The Lich's maw flew open. As it turned out, it did have a mouth, a lipless cleft, and it started speaking indistinctly. A spell trickled out of the decayed opening. It spread its arms, and wisps of black smoke came up from the ground in a 20-yard radius. We started to choke and cough. The earth started bubbling. Our movement speed was reduced even further. Our feet bogged down. And the Lich, still 20 or 30 feet away, was in no mood to stop based on the bar over its head, emptying to indicate casting progress. I gave a ghastly howl, but it didn't get it. Crawler just asked, recognizing.
Crusher? Did you become a threat after him?
I shook my head, but didn't delve into an explanation. This was the perfect opportunity to build up some plague energy. Don't be surprised at what you're about to see, I warned them, activating Curse of the Undead. I hadn't had time to tell them why exactly I had reached such a high threat class. First, they all got way too caught up in the storm of happiness. Then the Lich appeared. They all stared over at me, not yet seeing anything out of the ordinary. Neither did I. I wasn't taking much damage from the rare mob's AoE magic, and Curse of the Undead quickly expired when my health went back up to maximum. And that was all because Tissa had kept calm and not stopped healing. Flashes of light emanated from her body and spread in rings, healing the whole group. The only one actually doing damage was Crawler, dumping fire spells of all kinds on the boss. But his level was much lower, so the Lich's health bar didn't seem to be moving. And the debuff had weakened his magic even further. It was a shame I didn't have that bow. Infect, realizing we'd never reach the Lich Hermit like this, shouted something abruptly in Arabic and ran at him with the dagger. The thief must have been using some kind of ability because his fast-paced jump broke the cast. Turning soil underfoot, Bomber, Infect, and I dashed toward the monster. But we weren't able to sink our teeth in. The Lich surrounded itself with an impenetrable film of orange haze and gave an extended howl. The sound echoed through the surroundings, chilling the blood in my veins. And response came almost at once. Corpses and skeletons crawled up out of the ground, and a soul-piercing banshee screech came from the woods. Ed was wrong. The boss did have ads.
Bomb, get him! Tissa, focus on the boss for now, Crawler shouted. You have increased damage against undead. Scyth, what can you do?
Keep Bomber on the boss. I'll take the ads. Tissa, don't heal me. As I spoke, I activated Curse of the Undead again and ran in a spiral, drawing the risen dead to myself. Level 14 or 15, normal mobs, but there were lots of them.
I smashed their bones and made glaring holes in their bodies, hammering the skulls off the skeletons and smacking rotting flesh off the zombies. When I got off a crit, it only took one. Normal blows took a few more, but that didn't stop me. A minute later, not one ad remained, but new ones had arrived. The banshee that was summoned from the forest had reached the battlefield, and after her, a huge wolf jumped out of the bushes. Punisher, level 16, undead, local boss, vassal of the destroying plague. I was the only one who could see the last line. It was visible only to the emissaries of the destroying plague.
Son of a bitch, Crawler shouted full throat. This is a wipe. Scyth, if you've got any tricks up your sleeve, now's the time.
Gotcha, I answered and ran over to the wolf, gaining speed. Punisher is mine. Ed shouted something, but his words were drowned out by someone else's thoughts in my head.
Greetings, Harold. You called, and I came.
It didn't sound like words as such, but it led me to believe Ghastly Howl could summon Punisher at a short distance, and he perceived me not as a master, more like an ally. The description might give the impression this all took a long time, but in fact, less than 2 minutes had passed since the start of the battle. The wolf came up and gave me a friendly nuzzle to the shoulder. No additional control buttons showed up in the interface, and I didn't understand how to give him commands. He didn't react to mental commands, so I tried vocally. Kill the Lich Hermit. The massive wolf was at the boss's side in one jump, latching onto a dangling tentacle. The Lich perceived this new threat as the most dangerous and turned to Punisher. His palm hovered over the wolf's large forehead, darkness gathered, and Punisher gave a heart-rending whimper. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I slammed the Lich in the face with a powerful hammer and broke its arm with a second blow, stopping it from working its black magic on the undead wolf. You have damaged the Lich Hermit, 635. Health points, 1,541 of 2,300. You have damaged the Lich Hermit, 37. Health points, 1,504 of 2,300. The spirits started to worry, forgot about the wolf, and went to retreat, but it wasn't fast enough. Punisher latched onto a tentacle and shook his head, trying to tear it off. After slamming the boss with another hammer, I looked behind me. The Banshee, a disgusting old lady dressed in rags with absolutely savage hair, was in Bomber's grasp, and Tissa and Crawler together were taking down the last bits of her health. The old crone gave a wail, falling to dust. The rare mob started another AoE spell. A bubble appeared in the ground, spreading a brown, toxic smoke around the battlefield, but the cast didn't last even 2 seconds. Infect got behind the boss and gave it a kick, breaking the spell and sinking his teeth into the Lich's back. Next came Bomber, charging the boss and rendering him motionless. I landed another hammer, and a beam of light gave way to a heavy hand of Nergal, flying down from the sky after Tissa's cast. That made the dead wizard begin to smoke. Then it caught fire when Crawler cast Ignition. A laceration from the wolf rounded out our explosive group damage. Then, with a rustling hiss, the Lich Hermit popped like a balloon and turned into a puddle of tar on the ground. Lich Hermit is dead. Experience points received, 70. Experience points at present level, 12, 5,760 of 10,100. The wolf stuck his snout into my chest. I pet his somehow wet head with both hands. He smelled of rotten meat. One of his eyes was rotten, and I saw a worm wriggling around in it, diving deeper. I could barely resist the urge to vomit, thinking no one in their right mind would choose voluntarily to play a faction like the Destroying Plague. Thanks, I said, looking the wolf in its good eye.
Call if you ever need help, Harold.
Its thoughts came in my head again.
Within the forest, if I am nearby, I will come. Happy hunting in the name of the Destroying Plague.
Licking my face with a cold, slimy tongue, he disappeared behind some trees in a few leaps and bounds. Bomber looked at Infect, coughed, and asked,
Is that big wolf your pet? And what's up with your face? Your skin is falling off and I can see part of your skull.
Wait, Crawler said sharply. Not here and now. Tomorrow after school you can tell us everything, Scyth. Who's going to pick up the loot? I say we leave it to Bomber. He has almost 200 slots and a high carrying capacity. Scyth?
Agreed, especially because I have a slight problem there. I can't... Crawler raised a hand, and I understood. Tomorrow. And we can solve the Big Poe issue at the same time. I say we go our separate ways. My sister's waiting. She missed me when I was at the hospital.
Yeah, I've got to get to Alex's, too.
Tissa agreed. Our tank leaned over to pick up the loot.
So, in the Banshee dust, there's white trash and a bit of silver. And the Lich, oh, looky here, a blue.
Hand of Vecna. Rare. Wand. Damage 11 to 15. Plus 13 intelligence. Plus 4 endurance. Plus 3% critical damage. Durability 150 of 150. Requires level 15. Sell price 11 gold coins, 49 silver coins. Chance of losing after death reduced by 50%.
Can I take it?
Tissa asked.
It's better than the green I have now, and hopefully I'll be able to use it soon.
No objections followed.
So then, Scyth, is that all for today?
Crawler asked.
Before we talk everything through, it's best not to do anything.
We could farm the forest, Infect drew out. No, I shook my head. Crawler and Tissa need to log off, and I've got stuff to do. We shook hands goodbye, then, one after the other, exited Dis. But a moment before the timer gave its last tick, I changed my mind and canceled. I had time before Tissa would be back, and I realized there was something I needed to do. And when I activated Depth's teleportation, it brought me right where I wanted to go. I looked everywhere, and there was no one around. On the edge of my vision was the wall of a dense, dark forest, its mossy trunks looming. Everything else I could see was endless swamp. The Depth's skill did have its flaws, spitting me out not on Behemoth's Island, but a short distance from it, though fortunately on dry land. Depth's teleportation skill improved, +1. Cooldown time reduced from 24 to 16 hours. Current level, 2. I turned around, watching my marker spin on the map until I knew where to go, then waded into the muck, stepping on the butt ends of desiccated trees, jumping from boulder to stone and balancing on a sagging carpet of moss and duckweed. My cloth shirt, bedraggled by the skeletons, zombies, and Lich Hermit, was soaked in sweat and the damp of the swamp. Nearer the sleeping god's tiny island, I had to walk through very deep muck that came up over my head, getting attacked by ruthless swamp creatures. But that was a good way of filling my plague pool to the brim and nourishing Behemoth at the same time.
You came.
A weak voice rang out in my head just as I was getting up onto dry land. When I came up, the puddle of protoplasm wriggled and ran in circles.
What is your purpose, Apostle? The temple hasn't been restored yet.
Something has changed, Sleeping One.
Come closer and let me in,
came the voice, settling down. I walked up to the puddle and planted a leg next to it. It flowed into me, and I saw the avatar of the sleeping god, a projection in my mind. A nightmare in the flesh.
Thank you very much for the new followers,
Behemoth said sincerely.
It is but a dewdrop in the ocean of faith we need to gain back control over our dreams, but now we can communicate once again.
We?
Yes, us, the sleeping ones, whose names have been completely forgotten by the intelligent creatures of this dying world. Their names are Leviathan, Kingu, Tiamat, and Absu.
The developers clearly weren't all there when they thought up those names. All 5 were considered evil spirits in various ancient cultures.
What would you like to discuss, Apostle?
Behemoth droned.
Projecting an avatar is a waste of energy. Hurry up.
The destroying plague, whose mark you see on me, has tasked me with helping it conquer Tristad. It is the only large city for 100 miles, and taking it over...
No, you must prevent this takeover,
the sleeping god barked.
Though that spirit presents itself as an unthinking force of nature, it is nothing of the sort. In fact, it is an expression of the dark side of the one with true knowledge of the power, an abominable entity which you call a god. Making it more powerful, will only hasten the outbreak of the Nether.
Who is this abominable force, O Sleeping One? To whom do you refer?
One of the new petty gods. They have grown too numerous for the limited energy of this world to sustain. The one who marked you. Its brand is tainted by the corruption that plagues it. It is the way the Nether engulfs worlds, tempting the highest powers with even greater might. What do you stand to lose if the destroying plague's demand goes unheeded?
I will lose all the abilities it gave me, Behemoth. The invulnerability, when—
I can see.
The god interrupted me.
I wove an impression when first you came to me, and now I have done the same. You have become stronger. You can now control when the infection takes you. Well. Impressive. It is primitive, crude, but effective flesh magic, multiplied by the infinitude of the Nether. And I'm not surprised it works only on newcomers to this world, such as you. Any native would be devoured by the curse in a matter of days, becoming a thoughtless beast fully subordinate to the destroying plague. But not you. Your natural ability for regeneration is more powerful than the curse.
But if I lose this primitive ability, my life will get harder.
You won't lose it,
Behemoth proclaimed.
Restore the temple, and I will have the power to give you something similar.
I cannot reach it for the next 3 months, O Sleeping One. The island you spoke of is beyond the bounds of where I, as a newcomer, may visit, and the destroying plague's mission has a time limit. My whining went unanswered. In fact, it was directed at nobody in particular. Behemoth had disintegrated, leaving behind just a peaceful puddle of protoplasm and an open quest. Behemoth, the sleeping god, would like you to stop the destroying plague from conquering Tristad. Reward, 10,000 experience points. Skill, invincibility of the sleeping god. Skill, vengeance of the sleeping gods. Penalties for not completing mission, lose the status apostle of the sleeping gods. Of course, I had no way of refusing the mission, and now I would have to make up my mind. Either rotting corpses that threatened the world with a deadly epidemic, or the mysterious sleeping ones whose name put me on edge, which was to say nothing of Behemoth's appearance. After Behemoth left me, I decided to spend some time on farming before Tissa came over, because there were lots of nasty, fat mobs in that muck. Sticking to my well-rehearsed scenario, I sunk into the swamp and spent about an hour on the genocide of amphibians, reptiles, enchanted balls, and a myriad of smaller life forms, like blood-sucking leeches as long as my forearm. The curse of the undead, as always, didn't let me down. I waited for my health to drop into the orange, then activated invulnerability, and the spilled blood attracted hungry mobs galore. And that provided enough farming to level up. You are now level 13. 5 free attribute points available. I put the 5 points into endurance, my lowest attribute. No interesting loot dropped, just various alchemy and leathercrafting resources, plus some strange cooking ingredients. Toxic fillet of big head with blood. Cooking ingredient. Value 27 copper coins. I filled 2 inventory slots with that. Nothing more fit, because the 3rd slot was occupied by the epic bow. I wanted to experiment with cooking, but it was a challenge without fire and a pot. I'd try concocting something in the tavern, if Chef Arno would let me. After level up, I got onto dry land and finished off the creatures that followed me, then waited for combat mode to expire so I could exit. I left my character on an island in the middle of the mire and exited Dis. And when the pod doors slid aside, Tissa was standing there, shaking her head in mockery.
Tisk, tisk, Alex. Trading a girl for a toy?
Have you eaten, girl? Because I'm as hungry as a wolf.
Speaking of wolves, is that part of your threat?
To be honest, I don't think so. It isn't my pet. I cannot control it, and as it turns out, I can only summon him in Gloomwood and only if he's nearby. Anyway, to hell with Dis. We can talk about that tomorrow with the guys. I got dressed, peeked out of my room, and shouted, "Mom, what's for dinner?" Dad wasn't with us at the table. He was spending the evening with a client. In our age of virtual conference halls, when people from various parts of the world could meet anyone they liked without leaving home, simply by using a pod, speaking face-to-face had become as rare as it was pointless. But when it came to secret projects, serious people preferred the security and confidentiality of meeting in person. And that was just what Father had flown off to do. Tissa and Mom immediately found a common tongue. Tissa talked about losing her mom, started crying, and I didn't have time to even blink before the two members of the fairer sex started whispering about girl stuff, then went into a different room to tell secrets. I scratched my head, thought about what to do, and chose to study. When I finished up, I'd go get Tissa. But she came back before that. After she entered my room, she closed the door and giggled in embarrassment. She had my t-shirt on again, and there was an element of intimacy in that. Yesterday she was all sopping wet, but what about today? Seeing where I was looking, she tugged down on the hem, walked up, and gave me a hug.
Thanks, Alex, for everything. Yesterday was a horrible day. I thought my life was ruined, and it would only get worse from there. Well, you understand, right? I had no perspectives in Dis, and IRL, I mean, to be honest, I had no hope that you and your parents would just let me stay so easily. We haven't talked in so long, but you went above and beyond. Deciding to help us without even knowing what it could do is one thing, but...
Not a word about Dis. I raised a hand in protest.
Okay, she chuckled. And another huge thanks to your mom. She's just awesome. She's so easy to talk to.
She fell silent, but I understood what she meant. There were some topics girls could only discuss with a mother, especially if all their friends were boys. Well, if you didn't have your own mother... I thought about that, continuing to hug Tissa, and my heart sang for joy, because she wasn't backing away. By the way, why did you call yourselves the Dementors? I decided to break the awkward silence and change the topic.
A little random, sure, but I'll answer.
Tissa smiled.
Did you know Ed was a fan of Voldemort? He thought Harry Potter was basically cheating with his invulnerability to the Dark Lord's magic. Like the poor guy runs out of Horcruxes and suddenly it was all pointless. Not fair. Anyway, because of that, we decided that when we went into the open world, we'd join the Dark Races. The Death Eaters was taken, so we chose a different name.
That's so... dark.
You're one to talk. Have you seen yourself in the mirror with that curse of the undead? Haha, I mean light gods, good races. There's no such thing as good and evil, Alex, especially in Dis where every race has its own truth. Just tell me one absolutely evil race.
The Orcs? No, they're just savage. The Nagas?
Sure, the Nagas supported the dark deity, but do you know their prehistory? They had no other choice. They'd have all died otherwise.
Demons?
Yes, demons symbolize absolute evil, but first of all, they are not a playable race, and second, it is their nature. If you were born a demon and grew up in an atmosphere of harsh competition, in an overpopulated society controlled by an all-powerful dictator whose commands simply could not be disobeyed without getting disembodied...
I was taking in the smell of Tissa's hair as she spoke about the residents of Inferno when the doorbell rang and the front door opened. I heard Mom's voice. Tissa looked at the door, worried, but I reassured her. That's Father.
Mark?
Yep. Oh, now you can get to know my dad better. I'm sure you'll have something to talk about. After all, he spent a few years in Dis just about non-stop. He used to lead raids back when... Buried in Tissa's neck, I couldn't see the door, so when I heard a different voice, it came as a complete surprise.
Hi, Alex. Melissa.
Slowly backing away from Tissa, I turned around. Standing in the doorway was a girl I barely recognized. In fact, it was damned hard to see even the slightest trace of Eve O'Sullivan now. I looked dumbfounded at the unfamiliar face, noting the results of the plastic surgery. And, seemingly, I wasn't the only one.
O'Sullivan? Is that you?
Tissa gasped. Eve, hi, you look... I drawled. Great. My discomfort was easy to understand. Eve's tight, short shorts revealed a set of long, ideally smooth legs. A high-necked sweater ended below her chest, revealing a flat, tanned tummy. Her bust, threatening to break her top wide open, had become larger, but it was all in proportion. I didn't have much experience, but I was still certain I would need 2 hands to cover just one of them. Eve's hair had been dyed as well, from bright red to light blonde. But the biggest changes were to her face, and although her eyes were blue now, overall the doctors had managed to keep her unique features, but reshape them to make her very attractive. Insanely attractive. I had a hard time looking away, so much that it embarrassed Tissa.
Thanks,
Eve answered mechanically, not taking an eye off the guest wearing my t-shirt. In confusion, I moved my hand and stopped embracing Tissa.
And what are you doing here?
Nothing special, Tissa answered quickly and gave a crafty smile.
Maybe.
I struck her with my gaze, asking her to keep quiet and not throw fuel on the fire, then shot up and grabbed Eve by the hand. This is awkward. Sorry, friend, sit down. I brought in a chair and she sat on the very edge despite herself, her arms crossed on her lap. It's just so surprising. Both your visit and the way you've changed. I mean, sure, I knew it happened. We've been talking on the comm, but still. Seeing it with my own eyes, you look stunning. How was your recovery? Tell me everything. Eve bit her lip. Old habits die hard. I could see how severely upset she was. Only then I noticed she was fitfully clutching a small bag. Eve extended it to me.
This is for you. A t-shirt. It's a glow-in-the-dark replica of the night sky.
Eve pulled out her gift and unfolded it.
And it has a couple modes. You can change it to show the whole solar system, in real time. Here, look. Touch any planet, it will get bigger. Pretty neat, huh?
I really like it.
I'm glad,
she answered with a lifeless voice.
I saw it in a souvenir shop at a spaceport on the moon, and I remembered right away how much you love space.
Thanks, Eve. Want to sit with us?
I'd love to, Alex, but I think I came at a bad time. I won't bother you. Bye, Melissa.
She got up from the chair, slid a gaze over Tissa, and headed for the door. I went after her to walk her to the door and found myself admiring her gait, her raised head and splayed shoulders. By the looks of things, she'd gotten posture correction. The front door went up, letting the guest out, and she wasn't even thinking of turning around. Eve! She stopped and looked at me.
Yeah?
Thanks for dropping by. And for the gift.
It's nothing, Alex. Good night. And you know something else?
She asked, her eyes glistening with tears.
Screw you!
The next day after school, the 5 of us flew to the southwestern coast. I didn't understand why we couldn't just discuss our plans outside, but they were insistent. Hung picked the spot, saying he knew a place where we could eat cheap Chinese food. A 40-minute flight later, we landed on a launch pad and, hoods down to stay dry in the heavy rain, ran into the snack shop. On the street, which stretched along a deserted beach, there were dozens of cafes and restaurants. One of them, stuffed to the brim with plastic tables and with a Chinese sign out front, was our destination. We came in and took a seat at the window.
When I was a kid, Father always brought me and my brothers here. This time of year they don't get much business, so we'll be able to see if any flying car lands in the parking lot,
Hung said. We flew 120 miles for that? I asked skeptically. Was there really a need?
This is a different district, Alex. Now, if any
Ed made an unnatural-sounding cough.
Terrorists are listening in and filtering conversations by keyword, they'll at least get the wrong sandbox.
First I thought their paranoia was over the top, but then I remembered what was on the line and mentally thanked them for the foresight. A waitress came up, a sweet-looking Chinese girl. Hung ordered for all of us, and in Chinese. After that, he said something else, and she left. She came back with a wicker basket.
Take out your comms and throw them in here,
said Hung.
You'll get them back later.
Looking at the others, I unclipped my comm and threw it in the basket. Hung nodded in satisfaction, then explained.
We don't know who we're dealing with. If they can take over a flying car, they could easily be listening through our comms.
And even still, it's better to err on the side of caution, Ed added. So look.
He wrote on a napkin. Threat, citizenship. Class, category. Preventers, teachers.
Got it?
I nodded. Ed balled up the napkin and stuck it in his pocket.
Good. So then tell us the nature of your citizenship and how you got such a high category.
Over my tale about my Category A citizenship, Ed and Tissa were taking notes and making calculations on napkins. From time to time, Malik, a real math whiz, corrected their work, and Hung just sat there, his eyes partially closed, and smiling mysteriously. In passing, I mentioned the legendary whistle of summoning, which I decided to put up in the bet with Big Poe. I felt Tissa, sitting next to me, find my knee under the table and give it a hard squeeze. Their surprised eyes were constantly getting bigger, and by the end of the story, after the destroying plague, when I was getting to the sleeping gods and their bonuses, their jaws just fell to the floor. Crawler and Tissa turned on their analyzer implants and spent some time in deep thought, chuckling as they worked through the news about these divine entities. Picking up his jaw, Ed spoke first.
The sleeping gods have much more potential, but Scyth has hit the limit for accepting new followers, right?
How did you find so many followers for the sleeping ones already, Alex?
Tissa asked anxiously. Don't worry about that. For now, other than me, only mobs believe in the sleeping gods. I told them about the group of kobold outlaws expelled from their clan and the Patrick mission. With pity, I finished. So I recruited the kobolds, and now there are exactly 13, including me. It's a shame, but for now I can't take you.
We didn't know we'd be joining up either,
Tissa consoled me.
And the temple is beyond the edge of the sandbox. We can't get there before we go into Big Dis.
Yes, we need to build the temple, Ed announced. But let's say it's possible. If Poe takes the bet then, for the most part, the unity from the sleeping gods won't give us an advantage in the arena. Just Scythe as apostle will get 10 or so extra attribute points. In the arena, that difference will be easily compensated by one decent piece of gear, and we won't see anyone there in green, I guarantee it.
Yeah, few enough people try their luck with blue, Infect added. Maybe at the qualifying stage.
So then, we need to take full advantage of the destroying plague abilities while there's still time, Ed continued. We've got complete invulnerability, a respawn stone, and Scythe's crazy damage on our side. And he can one-shot any boss. It's a no-brainer. For leveling, it's just a dream. We need an optimal route, locations, dungeons. Me and Tissa will take care of that. We can calculate a reasonable pace for time versus experience points. We can pick out a route between locations taking into account mob respawn times and dungeon cooldowns. Gold is of secondary importance. We can gear up in Insis.
We can just use the plan from before,
Tissa noted.
Yes, but you're forgetting about speed. With Alex, we'll basically be able to clear dungeons non-stop at supersonic speed. The main thing is not to show what he can do out in the open. And we won't, Hung announced confidently. He's got resilience at max, and even without the abills, he can tank better than me.
How awesome that his plague hits are logged as normal ones, Malik exclaimed, tearing himself from the bowl of pork fried rice.
We'll start farming tomorrow. Tissa, how's your dad?
Back on his feet. After this, I'm headed home.
Then we'll get started tomorrow.
Ed looked at me guiltily.
Alex, you don't care that I'm taking the lead here, right? I mean, you're clan leader.
But you've got more experience, I answered, so keep it up. But first, check what I think. The way I see it, there are 3 things we should think about. First, about leveling. Inces are nice, but if one is constantly closed for maintenance, people are going to get suspicious. Sooner or later, they'll put 2 and 2 together. So I suggest we farm the mire. Is there any way to help us not drown? I mean, for me, I don't care, but...
Water walking potion,
Tissa said quickly.
1 silver per stack. It's one of the first recipes learned by all alchemists. The Auks are full of them.
Great. As far as I know, just about no one goes to the mire. Like, they do quests on the border by Hunter's Camp, but nobody goes deep. And the mobs there are high level.
We'll get crushed there, Alex. Hung winced. Are you sure? There are packs of crazy bots, and you aggro one and half the locations on your ass. We wouldn't even go there before the conflict with Axiom, and now with our levels.
Everyone went quiet for a few seconds, and all I could hear was the sound of chewing. We've got to try. Malik suddenly supported me.
No one has ever found a dungeon there, right? Who knows? Maybe we'll stumble across something. And then maybe we die, but who cares? Alex can raise Tissa, and she can raise everyone else. What, have we never gotten wiped before all of a sudden? Remember how many times we tried evil from the depths? We never got sick of running in from the respawn point. And here, look, we've got an immortal one-shotter tank and a respawn stone. People dream of being able to pay for a chance like this.
Okay, we'll consider it, Ed summarized. Alex, what's second?
The temple. Without it, the number of followers is limited, as you know. So I'd put it as one of our top priorities.
The Sleeping One's quest is important, I agree, but there's no easy way to get to the island for now. Once you go outside the sandbox in the ocean, exhaustion kicks in. We might as well forget about the temple until we get into the open world. And where are we going to get builders? And even if we do restore the temple, how do you think we're going to get followers in the sandbox? That will attract the attention of the teachers right away, he said, bending his fingers into quotation marks. What next? The arena, I said. I'm meeting with Big Po this evening. I'd say you guys better not test his nerves by showing up. Anyway, I'm going to put up my ghost wolf, which is worth enough to pay for part of my studies. How are we going to work on team play to make sure I don't lose it? Oh, we've got that down pat,
Hung declared, snatching the last grain of rice with his chopsticks.
We've just got to work you into it.
We will, Ed said confidently, but we need to rework our tactics completely. After all, Scyth isn't just a damager. But first, Alex, let's run around together for a week. I'll look at your combat style and learn your attributes. It isn't enough to just win. We need to win in such a way that no one can tell about your citizenship. I got home by evening. I sat with my parents while they ate dinner and pecked a bit at a plate of food, listening to Mom's lamentations about what a poor girl Tissa was and about how I shouldn't dare let her down. Then I dove into my pod.
You came,
the protoplasm of the Sleeping One moaned out. And left, I answered, activating depth teleportation. See you, Behemoth. I found myself, unfortunately, not in Tristad, and, fortunately, not in the Alton Quarries either. I was in Gloomwood, but not far from town. I made it there without incident, went through the gates, and headed for the Bubbling Flagon. On the central square, seeing a sign for the weaponsmith's quarter, I remembered how I hadn't yet trained any unarmed combat attacks, and decided to finally drop by the trainer. Finding the building, lost among a jumble of others, was no easy task. Barkers, drowning out one another, shouted about unsurpassed trainers and discounts, and banners were vibrantly adorned with advertisements. I saw Master Kirito's swordsman's school, and the Academy of the Art of the War Axe of the famous Master Figley. No joke, that was what they called it. Based on the etching outside, he was a dwarf. There were also competing shops of armorers, weaponsmiths, and blacksmiths at different levels of competence, and for different-sized wallets. Could you tell me where to find the School of Unarmed Combat? I asked a yawning guardsman named Malone. I think the master is named Sagda.
What business do you have with him, ragamuffin?
He asked, casting a sidelong glance at my tattered gear.
I'd say you need a tailor and a bath.
I want to learn to fight, I replied, the living embodiment of patience. So, where can I find him?
The one who fights with his fists, little Sagda, Malone chuckled. He closed his school. He had no students, so he had to find a different way of earning his keep. You can find him either in the backyard of the tavern where Tashot does his underground fights, or in Madame Lakishi's house of pleasure, where he works as a bouncer. But you might be a bit green for that place, boy, missing air in a couple spots. If you want, I can check if Sagda's there now. But, the guardsman leaned down and whispered, just so you know, it isn't free to enter. Can you spare a gold?
Thanks. I think I'll get by on my own. The House of Pleasure. An age-old dream for many in the sandbox, but off-limits to all us kids. There were legends about it, but I had never so much as met a player who had been inside. We simply couldn't enter. There was an invisible film over the doors that detected our age and stopped us with a warning. Interestingly, no one had ever asked why such an establishment was in a sandbox in the first place. But nevertheless, Tristad was considered a developed city, so there were bots who lived a normal and full life here, as well as workmen who could be served real ale in the tavern. They could also enter the House of Pleasure. It just cost. I decided to go looking for the master tomorrow, and figured my cooking experimentation could also wait. I had bigger fish to fry, namely Wesley Cho. I went up into my personal room, dropped off the loot, took the whistle of summoning out of my chest, and headed into the bar area. Big Po was sitting there, surrounded by officers of his clan. Overall, from what I'd seen of his gameplay style, he spent much more time strategizing and leading than on his own leveling. However, it was completely possible that one didn't impede the other. I stopped at his table, which was covered with a dome of silence. Polynucleotide nodded, letting me know he'd seen me, and kept speaking. Then he pointed at me, laughed silently, and the other Axiomites took his cue. Wiping away tears, Big Po invited me in with a gesture. The dome disappeared, and I sat at a vacant seat.
The Awoken! Guys, he really went and made his own clan. Not bad, Shepard. I see you aren't the kind of guy who throws his words around. Ready to bet? He chuckled. Well, I don't make bets with poor people. Apologies.
Wesley, I didn't think you were the type of guy to just throw his words around. I goaded. That change?
No, come on.
He was not embarrassed.
I told you clearly that I would only accept an item of higher quality than legendary. But to look at you, you don't even have the money for a green. So here is what I have to bet.
I took out the legendary whistle of summoning, let them read the information, then put it back in my inventory. Well, are we going to bet or what? Should we summon an arbitrator? Ed was the one who told me about arbitrators, a special kind of AI for resolving disputes. He had sent a standard contract to my mailbox, and I added to it and forwarded it to Polynucleotide.
You're a lucky boy, Scyth, he exclaimed. No, really, where'd you get your hands on this?
It isn't there anymore. Read the text. He bored into me with his eyes, but didn't ask for anything else. With a cartoonish sigh, the leader of Axiom started to read.
You really thought this through, son of a bitch,
Big Po said thoughtfully.
Irina, JJ, check this out. Should we take it?
Until the bet is settled, Axiom shall be required to cease harassment of every member of the Awoken, both in Disgardium and the real world.
Irina quoted.
It's a scam. They're drawing out time, Po. Qualifying matches won't start for a month, then the games last almost a month.
Well, how to put this?
Wesley mechanically wiped his brow.
If they want to buy time, it'll cost them. All right, I'll take the responsibility. We can decide what to do with the mount later. Maybe I'll buy it off the clan for my collection.
He exchanged glances with the officers, got some nods of agreement, and distinctly, looking at the ceiling, said,
I, Polynucleotide, summon an arbitrator to register a bet between myself and the player Scyth.
A flaming blue eye took shape over the table with a gentle hum. Arbitrators had no level, and legend held that they were emissaries of the gods.
Subject of the dispute.
A bet on final position of the clan's Axiom and the Awoken in the upcoming Sandbox Arena tournament. If Axiom places higher than the Awoken, Scyth will give me the legendary Whistle of Summoning artifact. If the Awoken do better than Axiom, Axiom shall stop harassing all members of the Awoken. Here's the full contract.
Bet registration initiated,
the arbitrator stated in a crystalline voice.
Subject of the dispute can no longer be changed. If either party initiates cancellation, they will be declared loser. The conditions of the bet have been analyzed and determined to be unequal. Polynucleotide, please confirm that this bet is not intended to manipulate Scyth in another world or illegally transfer a valuable artifact.
No way, Big Po exclaimed. Arbitrator, none of this violates the game process. Our clan has superior forces and development, and we can decide who we go to war with. After all, this is one of the reasons to make a strong clan. Scyth is proposing an end to our war, and I am willing to give him that if his clan can best mine in the arena. If they cannot, I want compensation for giving him a breather.
Rejected. Polynucleotide, this is your final warning. Would you like to make an equivalent bet, or do you admit defeat?
Elena, run to storage, quick! Wesley cracked a fist on the table, overturning a glass of cream beer. Bring a legendary. The cheaper the better.
You have 10 seconds.
The arbitrator announced dispassionately.
9, 8.
Big Poe looked like a ghost. His hands shaking, he started dumping epics out of his inventory, and the clan officers started doing the same. But every time the arbitrator adamantly pronounced,
Rejected. Value not equivalent. 4. Rejected. 3.
Then the clan leader put forth his final argument. Arena Master's Horn. Legendary. Unique item. Trinket. Plus 20% to all main attributes for the whole group. Use, summon ogre gladiators to fight for you until the end of battle. Ogres are always 3 levels higher than summoner. Cooldown, 24 hours. Only for bard class. Chance of losing after death reduced by 100%.
Wager accepted. Bet registered. All items wagered shall be confiscated until the bet is finalized and will be awarded to the winning party. Best of luck.
The arbitrator disappeared together with 2 legendaries, leaving behind a fading crystalline ring. All sweaty, Poe was sitting with his mouth wide open.
Oh, crud,
I heard from one of the Axiom officers. It's been a pleasure doing business with you, polynucleotide. I stood up from the table and squeezed Wesley's drooping hand. Good night. Emerging from the bubble, I headed for the opposite end of the room. Now that was worth celebrating.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program. This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Apostle of the Sleeping Gods by Dan Sugralinov, translated by Andrew Schmidt, narrated by Daniel Thomas May. Chapter 17. Fight. I got some distance from Axiom's table HQ and spent a long time standing at the bar, turning my head in search of anyone I knew. The former Dementors weren't in Dis yet, so I had no company, though we had agreed to meet at approximately this time to discuss the results of the negotiation with Big Poe.
Hey, hon, grab me another beer.
A bearded guy at the bar shouted over the music. He was dancing to frenetic guitar rhythms performed by a trio of bards, one of whom was a cute girl with an impressively clean voice. First, tenderly cooing a couplet about a young thief girl in unrequited love with a hard-hearted raid leader, she then filled her lungs, bulged out her eyes, and shifted to a full-throated rasp about her attempt to attract his attention with Leroy Jenkins-esque antics. "It's a wipe! Wipe, wipe, wipe! Take this! Wipe, wipe, wipe!" The abrupt transition made the bearded dude shudder. Then he threw his beer mug into the air and started waving in time with the chorus. He must have either liked the song or identified with the subject matter. The tavern was filled with appetizing aromas of roasted meat, fresh baked goods, fragrant herbs, and ale. The waitresses darted around the room like deft little squirrels as Tashot, the owner, a swarthy middle-aged guy with a gut and shimmering bald patch, watched like a hawk. Various mobs and players were coming up to him regularly, and he would take out a thick, disorganized notepad and jot something down. I heard a clanking notification to say that Tissa had entered Dis, and a minute later I saw a message in clan chat. Well, how'd it go? It wasn't hard to guess what she was asking about, so I answered right away. He took the bet. Details tomorrow. Tissa sent a happy smiley and left the game immediately. Clearly, she was leaving to tell the guys my answer. They had all decided to spend this night with their family because we would have to spend the whole next month on nothing but sleep, studies, and Disgardium. At the oaken tables, everyone was just having a good time, regardless of whether they were bots, players, or non-citizens. I recognized a couple of them, and my lips spread into an unwitting smile. In the far corner, I saw my old friends from Cali Bottom, Manny the miner, who I'd stood up to crag for, and Trixie. Like all non-citizens, the little man looked like his real self in Dis. He was stomping his feet and waving his hands furiously, trying to get my attention. I waved back and went over to see him. The 7 workmen were washing down dark, dwarven ale to stave off the heat and making eyes at a languid, beautiful bot. Manny introduced me to his brigade, mentioning what I'd done for him. Their attitudes noticeably changed. They squeezed my hand ardently and patted me on the shoulder while Trixie, slipping out of his seat, ran off to get another chair for me.
"Will you sit with us, Alex?"
Manny asked.
"Sorry I'm not offering a drink. You know about the age adaptation effect."
Like alcoholic ale will turn into cream beer if it's in my hands?
Yep, something like that.
The chief miner summoned a waitress and made an order.
Even if it stays in my hand and you just take a sip, the drink will permanently change. And I'd rather avoid having my drink transmogrified.
Why don't you just drink in the real world? Is it more expensive?
You know, not especially.
Manny frowned.
The price of similar stuff IRL is about the same. You might think they're just selling digital code to a projection of the mind. But do you know what this dwarven swill does to me?
Manny raised a glass.
The VR pot just activates certain parts of my brain, imitating the effect of alcohol. And the thing is, the effect is real, just like you get from real booze, but it doesn't damage the body. You understand? No side effects like fatty liver, alcohol poisoning, or hangover.
Your order, a dream beer.
The waitress, played by Jersey Locatelli from my school, placed a mug in front of me. I took a few big sips and licked the sweet foam off my lips.
"How are you doing, Alex?"
Trixie asked. He added,
I'm a miner now."
"I know, Trixie." I smiled. "I'm doing well. How's your grandpa?"
"Oh,
The little man waved a hand.
belly aching. Everything is wrong with him. He wanted me to say hi if I saw you, so hi from him."
Old man Furtado is breaking down.
Manny sighed.
All right, let's drop the sad stuff.
He was interrupted by the familiar and somewhat surprised voice of Rita Wood.
Scyth, is that you?
"Hello, overweight." I turned and answered. "Sorry about that dance. My mom hit emergency exit."
That's what I figured. I hope it was nothing serious. Is everything all right?
"Yes, everything is fine." I faltered, and though I wanted to talk to her, I didn't want to offend Manny and Trixie by turning away from them mid-sentence.
Anyway, I'm over here,
she said.
at that table. Oh God, Goosebumps already wrote me a private message saying to invite you. Basically, if you're feeling like it, come join us.
Patting me on the shoulder, Rita walked away. I mentally thanked her for not drawing attention to the fact I was sitting with non-citizens. That, to put it lightly, was considered strange. "Manny," I returned to the conversation with the foreman. "How are your pods different from normal ones?"
Ha! He exclaimed. Come on with that. In every way. We call ours coffins, and they are locked into this only. Snowstorm gives them out for free as part of a charity program for non-citizens. And you know what that means?
I shook my head, and Manny answered.
Characters that enter through our kind of pod are assigned a separate class. We're not players, not NPCs, just friggin' laborers. We get no experience, so we never level. That's for one. We cannot take combat skills either. That's two. And that means we can only improve trades and resource-gathering professions. That's three. Praise all the gods that they gave us full perception. But that's just one side of the coin. Pain sensations are transmitted 100%. So, like it or not, the only thing we can do is work.
"Or sit in a dungeon,"
Trixie threw out. Manny hushed the little man and slapped him on the back of his head.
How many times do I have to tell you to keep your mouth shut, Trix? He whispered.
"What, Alex already knows,"
Trixie shrugged.
Oh yeah?
Manny asked, surprised in his turn.
Well, he's not the only one here, dum-dum.
An uncomfortable silence fell, which I broke with a question I'd been meaning to ask for a long while. "Manuel, is there anything stopping you from buying a normal pod? You could level, play like everyone else, and earn money through farming."
Not exactly. There are no formal restrictions against it,
Manny replied gloomily,
except for the price. A foreman like me, earning 10% more than everyone else, would have to save up for 20 years to buy a normal pod of the lowest category. But I've got a family to feed too.
And have there ever been any non-citizens that set a precedent? Has anyone ever made it?
Sure, of course,
Manny shrugged.
But it's like a lottery, you understand? Take 1 billion people, you'll always find 1,000 lucky souls.
Like, for example, there used to be someone named Rachel Kessler who lived in Calibottom a few years ago. She worked washing dishes in a tavern and got close with the chefs. Her and her husband lived an incredibly meager existence while they saved up for a pod. They were saving, but that was only the beginning. It isn't so easy to get even that kind of capital. Anyway, then she drew on her experience and took the cooking trade. At first, she bought ingredients from noobs, rabbit meat, berries, venison, the stuff every player farms in Noobsville. Then they sold it as cooked food practically at cost. That was how she leveled her profession. And they experimented, of course.
I remember Auntie Rachel,
Trixie boasted. He remembers. Manny chuckles. Who doesn't remember her? Now she has her own restaurant in Darrant, and her signature dishes are what most top clans used to buff. Well, and of course, she was awarded citizenship. After all, success in this is equivalent to making it IRL. But you already knew that, right? Now Kessler has a boatload of legendary recipes of her own invention. A whole 30. She might even have more these days. After talking with Manny, I gestured to Rita and Goosebumps that I would be right back and headed into the tavern kitchen. The Rachel Kessler story had inspired me, and I resolved to work on my trade a bit. After all, we were going to be doing some clan leveling soon, and every bonus better food could provide would be welcome. But before I could leave the bar, the music suddenly fell silent, and bar owner Tashot appeared on stage. He started speaking, and I turned. My interest piqued.
"Honored residents and visitors of Tristad," Tashot proclaimed, puffed up haughtily and gesticulating like an actor. "Let me remind you that today is the day of our weekly individual mini-arena, the Tournament of the Bubbling Flagon. At present, we have only 7 registered contestants, and we still need one more fighter. Entry fee, 100 gold. Winner take all." Then he coughed and quickly added, "Minus a small commission for the organizers, let me remind you that the judge of the tournament is the inimitable master of unarmed combat, Sagda." Suddenly, a short man appeared next to Tashot. Wearing no shirt and loose-fitting pants, his long black hair was bundled up in a big braid, its tip glimmering dangerously. He spun in place, jumped up, and made a series of lightning-fast punches and kicks, practically hovering in midair. After that, he bowed, drawing applause. The things Master Sagda demonstrated seemed like a kind of magic. The trajectory of his blows flickered with a dim blue light, and concentric circles of disturbed air emanated from the endpoint of each one. "And let me remind you that we are taking bets on this tournament," Tashot said after a brief applause for the judge. "You may place bets with any of the waitresses or me personally. The tournament will start in half an hour in our backyard." I walked through the crowd as it dispersed, some of them running off to Tashot to place bets. But I was trying to reach Master Sagda, who had already sat down at a separate table. His eyes closed, he drained a glass of dark ale with obvious glee, savoring it like a traveler who'd just spent several days in the desert. "Master Sagda, good evening. Can we speak?" He set down the glass in dismay and turned. There was nothing nice in his facial expression.
"You cannot place bets here, Archer. Go see the owner of this dive or one of his girls."
"I'm actually here to ask about unarmed combat training."
"Ah!"
he exclaimed, understanding.
"So you're one of those types, eh, Archer? I've heard of fools like you who train themselves in all forms of combat. Idiots! There's no sense in learning something new before mastering what you already know, and you'll never master anything if you don't understand what I'm talking about, even if you had several lifetimes. Dilettantes! I cannot bear such people, so get out of my sight."
His tongue was quite loose, but I was familiar with this sort of drunken reasoning. People like him formed their sentences on the fly, reaching a verdict without even trying to understand. My mother was the same way. When she drank wine, she would ask questions, then answer them, then use that to reach a conclusion that had nothing to do with reality. "Alex, did you have lunch in school? Of course you didn't. That isn't good for you, you know. You aren't giving your growing body what it needs to get stronger." Something like that. And replying, "Mom, I did eat lunch," wouldn't change a thing. This NPC, though not human, was given an AI that worked the same way.
"More ale!"
Sagda shouted, slamming the empty glass on the table. He frowned even harder when he saw that I was still standing there.
"Are you dumb, boy?"
You're so unpositive, Master Sagda. For the first time in a long while, you have your first real student, and you're overlooking him to drain mug after mug of cheap swill in a tavern. Is this where you belong? Do you really enjoy judging sham fights for public amusement? Sagda hit me with a gaze as cold as Bose Einstein condensate. I felt beside myself and looked down at my bare feet, feeling a lump of unfounded fear rise in my throat. There was no reason to fear a master, right? But for some reason, I really wanted to take my words back. A moment later, the floor went out from under me, and the back of my head slammed into it. An arm's length from my face, his lips curled, the master hissed.
You kobold donkey hybrid! You must have completely lost your mind if you think you can talk to me like that!
Then he belched out a curse, spattering saliva, but I smiled. He could say whatever he liked. My reputation with the master had just gone up by 5, sending me a clear message that I had gotten through to him. Tashot ran up to the commotion. "Is this kid bothering you, master?" the tavern owner asked.
No, everything is fine, Sagda answered after a moment's consideration. I just had to give a small demonstration of force to this unbelieving youngster, Mr. Tashot.
With a chuckle, the fat man quickly moved away. The master helped me up, extending a hand, and returned to the table. I gathered some courage and sat next to him.
What?
He raised a glass of ale to his mouth, but didn't drink, peering at me through the head of foam. "Teach me to fight, master."
I do not train bowmanship, Archer.
The last part he spat out with such spite and lashing hate that I got the impression an archer had stolen his wife. "My unarmed combat skill is much more impressive than my shooting. With all your experience, haven't you learned that you cannot judge a book by its cover?"
The gods are never wrong, and their information tells me that you are an archer,
the master grumbled, now calmer and returning to his mug. He downed half and set it back on the table.
But even if you are not who you claim to be, I got out of that game. Find yourself another trainer.
He told me to get lost with a gesture, losing all interest in our conversation and starting to sing along with the song being played on stage. The female bard group was performing a well-worn hit of this world about gankers lurking around the corner.
Look at the stars, look at the sky,
Sagda said, drawing out his words in a piercing, horrifying voice. Nether, if I was having such a hard time with my sky-high charisma and persuasion skill, what chance did anyone else have? Or had this mob actually changed profession, and now the AI simply was thinking up excuses to brush me off? The label under his name spoke to that pretty clearly. Unlike Hunter Conrad, who had trained me to shoot, Sagda was not identified as an unarmed combat trainer. 100 gold, I said, trotting out my final argument. That was more than I gave the hunter by exactly 100 times. Teach me some special moves, please. Sagda gave an extended retch, held his eyes closed firmly, laughed, and looked at me with unhidden approval.
You remind me of a burr I picked up on the steppes of Karistan, Archer. It took a chunk of my flesh with it. Then I spent the whole rest of the day digging out spines. What would you like me to teach you? How to punch? He extended a hand. I'll give you a free lesson. Appreciate it. Here, ball your fingers into a fist, swing sharply while exhaling and extend your arm, aiming with these 2 knuckles. Now pony up. 100 gold.
I'm serious, master.
Then I am serious as well. Prove to me that you are worthy. You still have time to register for the tournament, and based on your generous promises, you've got the money. We just so happen to need an 8th fighter. The battles are by elimination. Win at least 1.
Then you'll teach me?
Everything you can be taught at your level. And my instincts are telling me you're capable of a lot, so the whole shebang is going to run you 500. And if you've got a problem with that...
Nope, that'll be just fine. Shake on it? I extended a hand. My reputation with him jumped up another 10 points. Still, he was ambivalent, but the boost was significant. He squeezed my hand aggressively and so hard that tears welled up in my eyes.
Go get yourself registered.
He snorted in surprise, having realized I was not going to howl in pain.
Let's see what you've really got, Archer. And I don't want to see any bow and arrow in the arena. At the very least, not as a primary weapon. As I already said, I don't train bowmanship.
I was slightly worried whether someone from Axiom would be watching the battles, but their table was empty. This was below their level, seemingly. The tournament was set to begin in 10 minutes. I studied the list of participants up on the wall. On a blackboard, there was a bracket drawn in chalk with 8 participants from levels 13 to 15. One of the quarterfinals had me pitted against a level 14 air shaman named Jasper.
Take down his totems, Master Sagda came from behind me. If he gets 3 up, you might as well surrender. He'll be 3 times faster, surrounded by an air shield, and have an elemental which will both slow you down and hammer away from afar with air cleaver.
I looked around and saw Sagda whistling away, already talking with Tashot. The tavern owner was delighted to have found an 8th fighter, and said I would get a 10% discount for the whole next week. Considering my class penalty, it seemed just about worthless, but I didn't forget to thank him. Whether for that or my mere participation, my reputation with him jumped up 5 points. Some other things were weighing on my mind more than the tournament, though. First of all, I had to make sure I didn't reveal myself. Of course, I could not use Curse of the Undead, but I also wanted to keep my maximum level resilience a secret. That meant I couldn't afford to let the battles drag. The shorter the battle, the less damage I would take, and the less logs would be out there. But I couldn't one-shot either. Basically, I'd try to weaponize the same tactic I'd used against Crag in the arena. Second, money. I had enough to pay for Sagda's training, but after that I'd be empty-handed. 100 for participation, 500 to the master, and that would be it. I'd be poor again. Poor. Damn, and I was in basic beginner gear. I headed across the whole room to Overweight's table. Goosebumps saw me and gave a goofy smile.
"Hi, Alex," she exclaimed. "Finally, you're joining us."
Rita shook her head.
"Goose, you make it too obvious when you like something. Behave yourself," she whispered to her friend and turned her gaze to me. "Alex, are you coming to join us? Please?"
Not yet, Rita. I registered for the tournament. Listen, we need to talk. Alone. Can we go somewhere else? While I waited for an answer, I nodded at Overweight's pretty friend. Sorry, Goosebumps.
"I see how it is,"
she said, her eyes open wide in astonishment.
"Rita, did you have your eye on him too? It's always the quiet ones."
There were another 2 girls sitting at the table who snickered at the comment.
"So the famously unavailable Rita Wood is putting herself out there?" "You're spouting nonsense,"
Overweight flared up as she stood.
"My relationship with Scyth is strictly business." "So that's what you're calling it now,"
one of the girls said, pointer finger raised.
"Business."
I did nothing to dispel their suspicions. I really did like Rita, which had me in a bit of a flurry because I was in love with Tissa, and recognizing that made me feel uncomfortable. Then, all tied in a knot, I got embarrassed and my face blushed deep red. "See you," I said, grabbing Rita by the hand. We walked over to one of the columns in the middle of the room. I didn't know why we couldn't just talk there. What was so secret? But nothing had changed. I still turned into an idiot around girls. "Is Undy with you?" I asked. Ideally, I wanted to be able to pick through both traders' wares.
"Chris, he's grounded doing homework. He fell way behind in school. The teacher sent out a strike to our folks. His 2nd of the year, and now they're mad. They wanted to ground me too, but my grades are fine. Just a minute."
She looked up, reading the text over my head.
"Did you join a clan? The Awoken? I haven't heard of them."
"It's a fun clan."
"Ah, I see. Who's leader?"
Me."
"You made your own clan?"
She froze, her mouth open.
"Oh, Nether. Pretty good going from a noob on a bench to running your very own clan. Where'd you get that idea? And why?"
Well...
"Does it have anything to do with Axiom? I've seen you with them. You looked like you were getting along so well."
She suddenly cut herself off.
"Okay, you don't have to answer. I respect a trade secret, so tell me what you've got, because you're going to be late,"
she said, nodding at the stage where Tashot had started announcing the beginning of the tournament. "I need to get some gear right now. Anything. All that matters is I fill all the slots. Do you have your stuff?"
"Ah, looking at you, I had no idea how you were going to fight in that. I've got some stuff on me, some in my chest. I'll run up. Any special requests?"
"No, I trust your experience. Most important, make it fast. I don't need any weapons unless you've got some with bonuses. I'm going to fight unarmed. It's going to be a proper backyard brawl."
"Sure thing. I'll pick out some stuff you can keep using after.
I'll bring it to the arena in 10 minutes.
I liked how calmly she reacted to the odd situation.
Is that all?
No, there's something else. It isn't urgent, but I need money.
Do you think you could... How much?
Rita asked, interrupting.
I have almost 1,500.
No, I said, embarrassed again. You aren't understanding. Basically, don't ask why, but I have crazy penalties on trade. I've got a few pieces of gear to sell. Could you maybe throw them up on Auk for me? Comprehension dawned on her face, and businesslike intonations peeked through in her voice.
Of course, Scyth. I have a 75% discount on auction commissions, and my items start higher up the list. What do you think I leveled this guild for? Me and Undy take 5% of the sale price for consignment services, but for you I won't charge. What do you have specifically?
Listen, I'll just message you a list of everything I've got, okay? And feel free to deduct commission, because this isn't just a one-time deal, Rita. I'm going to sell all my stuff through you from now on. Thanks.
Then don't even worry about paying for the gear today. No sense in trading the same money back and forth.
I wasn't expecting it from myself, but I kissed her on the velvety cheek, which I had to get up on my tiptoes to reach. Then I ran into the backyard. My battle was the last in this round, but I wanted to watch my potential opponents in action. Part of the backyard, especially trampled and enclosed by a flickering magical dome, served as a makeshift arena. The audience of several dozen, clinging to their cream beers and dark ales, surrounded the arena and were stormily voicing predictions. The first fighters were already in their corners of the improvised arena, checking their weapons and renewing their buffs. They were both melee characters, but only one was a warrior, while the other was an assassin. The first, Terry, was stuffed into a suit of plate armor, standing behind a body-length shield he held in one hand and squeezing a short sword in the other. Mongoose the assassin, meanwhile, was flaunting a suit of leather armor and wielding unusual weapons, a small axe with a curved handle and a dagger that emanated black soot. Both of their equipment was studded with greens and blues. As far as I could tell, there was only one epic, the warrior's pride and joy, his shield. Tashot came into the middle of the platform immeasurably delighted. There were rumors that he used to fight as well, both in official Commonwealth tournaments and plain old military campaigns. After taking a pension, he opened the tavern and fattened up, but he had never lost his old love of a good fight. Among other things, these tournaments allowed visitors to blow off steam and settle festering issues without tearing his bar down.
My dear residents and visitors of Tristad, Tashot began, smiling ear to ear. Welcome to the weekly tournament of the Bubbling Flagon. The first of our 4 first-round matches will begin shortly. But first, let me remind you of the rules. The tournament will follow a standard playoff bracket. We allow all kinds of buffs, elixirs, potions, and scrolls, just as we allow fighters of all levels to take part. Fights are limited to 5 minutes. If a winner has not been determined before then, a sudden death curse will be triggered, lowering health by 1% per second. Basically, it's all standard, like any arena in the Commonwealth. Today's participants are all equally experienced and hardened by tournaments and matches except for one beginner. You'll be seeing him in the final round of battle. We've got a hot one for you tonight, folks.
The Tournament of the Bubbling Flagon, Round 1!
Master Sogda's magically amplified voice rang out.
First quarter-final, 2-time champion of the Bubbling Flagon tournament, level 14 warrior Terry versus 3-time finalist, level 13 assassin Mongoose. Fighters, make your final preparations. 3, 2, 1.
Fight!
The crowd wailed along with the commentator. Right away, the assassin went blurry and instantly materialized behind the warrior, having made some fantastic jump over 10 feet into the air and swooping down right on his opponent's head. The warrior darted away and swung his sword but missed. Mongoose then slowly, stomping grandly, turned around, circled Terry and attacked again with a swing of his axe. The warrior waited with his sword extended toward the attacker, and at the very last moment he jumped. Not out of the line of attack, but at Mongoose, swinging down with such force that the air howled. But he missed again, and that must have come as a surprise to him because it broke his rhythm and his subsequent attempt to dodge came a second too late. And that was all the assassin needed. Appearing at Terry's unprotected side, he stunned the warrior and, caught off guard, the warrior began to teeter. Mongoose gave 2 shouts, and his silhouette flickered yellow, then flashed red, surrounding himself with an aura of orange that surged with veins of fire.
Well. As expected, Mongoose has chained together can opener and bloodlust. Armor is completely ignored and damage is doubled, Sagda exclaimed, commentating. But might it be too early? This is a critical moment.
The assassin then sunk his teeth into his opponent, starting with a special and immediately chopping into the warrior's neck with his axe, going through his armor. Then his dagger worked its magic, also ignoring the warrior's armor and mincing the poor bastard's innards like a butcher. With a groan, he shoved the agile, bloodthirsty assassin away, turned in place, put all his weight onto his right foot, gave a sharp swing, and again didn't hit his unbelievably nimble enemy. The opening phase of the battle had lasted just 20 seconds, but the warrior's life was already down by 2/3. The assassin decided not to build on his advantage, though, and jumped back to a safe distance. His volcanic aura faded. Baring his teeth, Mongoose shouted an insult, but his opponent made no reaction. Instead, he bit the cork of a great health potion, popped it open, and drained the flask in one gulp. That was all. He couldn't heal that way twice in one battle.
"It looks like Mongoose the assassin is on his last legs," I heard Tashot's voice next to me.
Master Sagda was of the same opinion. I didn't know whether the fighters heard it, but the warrior gave an evil grin and beckoned the nimble killer. And that was when I realized I had no idea what was happening. Why was the assassin on his last legs when he'd demonstrated a clear advantage in the opening phase of battle? Was that explosive damage a bill on cooldown? The warrior, meanwhile, taking cover behind his shield, started confidently toward his opponent. Mongoose threw sand in his eyes and, taking advantage of Terry's blindness, got off a series of blows. But without can opener, they barely did any damage. Regrouping, the warrior headed toward the assassin again. Charge! The rogue managed to turn on dodge and avoid lots of damage. Similar cat and mouse games kept up a minute until the rogue ran out of tricks and Terry got what he was after. Pressing Mongoose against the force field barrier, he slammed him with a shield strike, then had enough time to also get off a ruination. And after that devastating attack, the assassin could only take one more slash. I didn't think I remembered Bomber having such an attack. Maybe warriors had a branched leveling system? Hung was a tank, after all.
"What a performance!" Sagda exclaimed. "Terry saved his crowning attack for just the right moment. Stunning restraint."
"The winner of the first quarter-final match is level 14 warrior Terry," Tashot announced.
The warrior helped the assassin back to his feet. They both smiled and traded a couple words while Sagda announced the next matchup. A druid and a hunter with a pet, a sweet black and red bear. Had he dyed it that color? But I missed their fight. I felt a touch on my shoulder and heard Rita's voice.
"Scyth, here."
A moment later, I saw a trade window, then heard the practiced and persuasive speech of a born saleswoman.
"All gear is level 10. Nothing fairy, but solid and definitely better than what you've got on now. Everything has max durability. It'll serve you a long time without repair. It's all green for agility and endurance, a couple rings for strength, and a trinket that gives a weak, small shield of absorption. That way, if your health ever falls below 10%, you get an extra 100 HP for backup. I only had one piece of jewelry, for mana. You want it? Okay, here."
She added the trinket to the exchange window.
"All the armor is chainmail. I hope you've got 15 strength." "Cool," she said after I nodded, and she continued. "You're an archer, so I added a bow and quiver that gives a bonus to ranged damage and a boost to movement speed and stealth skill. No need to thank me."
"Still, thanks though. How much do I owe you?"
"Oh yeah, that reminds me." She slapped her forehead. "Look, it came to a bit more than 60 gold. I'll write it out for 55 with a bulk discount. Okay, get ready. I'm gonna go back and sit with the girls. We're rooting for you."
She was going to leave, but I stopped her. "Wait, Rita."
"Yeah?"
I opened the exchange window and transferred her the 500 gold I got from Mercus. "Put it on me, okay? To win the tournament."
"What?"
She batted her eyes.
"Scyth, this is a ton of money. You're a beginner and you've got 15-to-1 odds."
"Exactly, Rita, exactly. Just please do it."
"I hope you know what you're doing."
She sighed, took the money, and headed over to Tashot. I was having a hard time looking away from the rhythmic pendulum of her shaking thighs, and hurried to get dressed before Rita got too far away for the exchange window. Focus on an object, put it on, repeat. Done. Not wanting to fill my bag, I trashed the beginner's canvas shirt and pants with no pity. I jumped up and crouched down, eliciting perplexed and disturbed gazes from those around me. It all fit like I'd been poured into it. The mechanics of Disgardium in action. Every article of clothing was the perfect size for every character, from gnome to troll, no matter the gender. As I tried on my new duds, the hunter finished off the druid with his bow. The latter had chosen panther form, which put an emphasis on damage, but had weak defense, a fact he paid for dearly. Sagda, commentating on the match, noted that the hunter competently froze out the druid's explosive and dangerous attacks with frost traps, while also keeping his tanking bear at bay. Combined with crippling shots to slow his opponent, he held the druid at a distance while taking down his health and taking no hits. The hunter even finished the battle elegantly. With a backward jump, he dodged the panther's ferocious animal rage, then shot him down with a volley. Dwarven guns were a force to be reckoned with. In the third battle, which I joined the girls to watch, an illusion mage easily took down a barbarian 2 levels beneath him. I realized one of the two would be my second opponent, so I was watching carefully. The mage actively conjured illusions of his own body until there were 3, and the barbarian could never find the right one, always just going for the one nearest him. Intentional or not, the original mage was always a step or 2 ahead of his opponent. Furthermore, the barbarian's 2-handed poleaxe was too slow to effectively counter the mage, who was blinking around the arena at every opportunity. With his short teleportations and illusions, he duped his opponent, never once taking a hit.
Now we call our final 2 fighters to the arena, Master Sagda's voice thundered. 1-time champion and 2-time finalist in the Bubbling Flagon tournament, level 15 shaman Jasper versus a new contestant, level 13 archer Scyth. Everyone say hello to Scyth. He took a risk today and made a bet worth more than all his equipment put together. Truly insane valor.
In reply to the commentator's joke, the audience guffawed.
Good luck, Alex,
the girls shouted, but loudest of all was Goosebumps.
Come on, Scythe.
Rita stood there, her lips pursed, clearly worried for my 500 gold. Staring for a second, I caught her gaze. She gave a nod. As I walked through the magical barrier, I saw a pop-up window. Bubbling Flagon Tournament. Round 1. Jasper versus Scythe. 1 of 4 final. Organizer, Tashat Sarkisson. Tournament and arena license provided by Green League Gambling Guild. Central Commonwealth Branch. Darrant. Fighters Quarter. Match type, unrated. Player Scythe, Alex Shepard, your participation is confirmed. Access permitted. Match conditions, enhancements allowed. Equipment durability does not change. Characters do not die. When one player's health points are reduced to 0, he is declared the loser. Participation confirmed by standing in the arena for 10 seconds. I mentally distanced myself from the roar of the crowd and caustic voice of the commentator, telling the crowd to bet how many seconds I would last, and studied the shaman. Sagda said he was fast, but his speed required totems, and it took 3 seconds to place a totem, a fact I learned from the game encyclopedia. So I'd be at his side by second 4. The fighting zone was not large, and I had fantastic movement speed. Plus, I had enough plague energy saved up for 100 Jaspers. The only question was how many hits to spread it out across.
Fight!
The audience shouted. Along with them, the shaman shouted something incoherent, summoning sprites and setting up a totem. I was mistaken. It took him only a second and a half to set up the first totem, with tethered air elemental. It must have been either a buff, a special abil, or a bonus from equipment. The elemental, which looked most of all like a black and white tornado, came right at me, raining down a series of air cleavers. A moment before collision, I jumped to the side, rolled over, and jumped up again, clenching my fist and preparing to squeeze off a hammer.
Oh ho ho! Came down like the peal of bells. The archer is running in for close combat. Why would he do that? He never even took out his bow.
Jasper had a choice. Either get out of my way or finish setting up his second totem. He chose the latter. He was immediately surrounded by a sphere that looked exactly like a soap bubble, and just a moment before my fist slammed into his chest and broke through the shield, I added 100 points of plague energy. The shield popped, cutting the damage, but the shaman took a solid hit. You have damaged player Jasper, Darsan Octe, 682. Health points, 278 of 960. The blow knocked him over. I then, feeling the elemental's invisible sharp blades scratching at my back, spared no energy and, taking advantage of his stun, destroyed both totems. Thankfully, neither of them had much durability, just 200 apiece. And at that, it was all over for him. Having lost his speed advantage, he decided to lean on level difference, but he was still far behind me in attributes. He threw himself on the attack. I greeted him with a hammer, then landed normal blows for a couple seconds with reinforcement from my plague pool. He didn't even have time to use a health potion.
What a stunning outcome,
Master Sagda muttered. Then, with a shudder, he gave some analysis.
The shaman underestimated the archer, and sure, we all did. Who could have expected him to go in and fight with his bare fists? Truly, stupidity multiplied by luck can sometimes work miracles. Just a minute.
A quiet whisper filled the quiet little yard.
I've just been informed that in the arena, Scyth defeated Crag the Warrior, a very familiar face in these tournaments, using a similar tactic. Okay, that explains a lot.
The commentator's voice lowered, sounding again like he was thinking.
That explains a lot.
I went back to the girls, who seemingly now wanted to strangle me in their warm embraces. They were screaming, whooping for joy, and congratulating me on my first victory. Somewhere in the gap between Goosebump's neck and Raven's chest, another girl, I saw Overweight's extended hand and held mine out in reply. They touched.
"What level is your unarmed?" she asked, "and why'd you pick Archer?"
"Very high, Rita," I answered, freeing myself from their embrace. It was a strange feeling. I practically didn't know them, but they were congratulating me like an old friend. I could have picked Monk, but I wanted to play range. That explanation satisfied her, and no more questions followed. In the first semifinal, the Warriors had a protracted battle, even triggered the sudden death curse 5 minutes in. But in the end, the Hunter came out on top. After a short break for the audience to top up their drinks, I was summoned to the arena to face the Illusion Mage.
"Well, with his unexpected victory, Scyth has shaken up the odds for this tournament," Tashot announced. "But nevertheless, if you want to bet on the Archer, you can still make a tidy profit. Current odds to win: Terry the Warrior, 1.5 to 1. Plasmagon the Mage, 2 to 1. And Scyth the Archer, 5 to 1. Residents and visitors, come place your bets."
The battle didn't start until everyone had a chance to make a wager. And it wasn't only players. There were NPCs and non-citizens getting in on the action as well. Based on Tashot's happy face and the long line, the bets were getting fierce. Taking advantage of the commotion, Plasmagun walked up to me and, very quietly so no one would hear, gave me a warning.
Look, Scythe, there are some very important people involved in this. Lots of money on the line. I have to win this tournament. If you don't want problems, lie down and you'll get 1,000 right after the battle.
"What do you mean important?" I asked, surprised more by that than the suggestion I throw the battle. Who could possibly care about a tournament in this little backwater?
These tournaments aren't monitored, and Tashot is worth several million. He'll pay out a bet of any size, the mage revealed. So a lot of people get interested in this tournament.
"And you don't think you can win on your own? Without me laying down? What about the Warrior?"
"Terry is in on it. As for you, you have no chance, but I figured better safe than sorry. You're funny, and I don't like funny stuff. I came prepared to fight the shaman, but then here you come out of nowhere. You messed up our whole scheme."
"Listen, Plasmagun, why don't you and your important people bet on me then? They stand to win even more that way."
"Are you joking?" He gave an evil chuckle. "All right, forget it. I can tear you to bits no matter what, idiot."
He then bared his teeth and walked over to the barrier. Just then, the commentator and audience started a countdown.
"Fight!"
Every couple seconds, another illusory copy of Plasmagun appeared at his side. As soon as they materialized, they started changing places both with each other and the original, copying his every move exactly. Then the 4 mages began to shoot spells at me. Above them I saw the same text, and there were no visual cues as to which was the player and which was the copy. But I was not planning to merely eyeball it. I pulled out my bow and shot them all in turn, putting 300 points of plague energy on top of every arrow. As with the shaman's totems, the copies were fairly fragile, and with a ring they shattered into ghostly shards in just one hit. I was sure Master Sagda would understand this use of my bow. Shooting at the illusions the whole time, I put on stone skin and ran toward the mage. One of them didn't break, the real plasma gun, so I stashed the bow and went to work with my fists. The mage's rags made my job easier, and after a couple several-yard blinks, which did not save him, Plasma Gun died. Unlike the clumsy barbarian, I was quite fast. Looking at me with spite, the kid got up all on his own, not accepting my outstretched hand. Quickly leaving the ring, he walked through the crowd, which was buzzing in dismay, over to a gloomy Terry and whispered something quickly. The warrior frowned as he listened to Plasma Gun, then spit, shook his head, and headed over to Tashot. And the mage went as well. I went back to the girls, preparing fatefully for further outpourings of joy and elation. And that was what I got, only this time Rita Overweight was right alongside her friends, and she was radiant. After Tashot's next announcement, Master Sagda, warming audience interest, conducted an analysis of today's final matchup. He drew attention to the fact that this was the first time I'd be up against someone in plate armor, and, to be frank, he didn't think my chances were great.
Sure, Scyth pulled off 2 surprising upsets, but look for yourselves. Who did he defeat? A shaman and a mage. Leather and rags. Now he's got to go against Terry, a champion who is higher in level and has much better equipment than him. No, Lord, I think the surprises are over for today. We might as well call the final right now.
And although the previous battles had been quite easy, I was somewhat worried about the final myself. The memory of losing to Crag, also a warrior, was just too fresh. I remembered how long it took me to get through his shield, and how massively his plate armor had cut my damage. "Fight!" came a synchronized cry, announcing the last round of the day in the backyard of the bubbling flagon. "Come on, Terry! Kick his ass!" roared some NPC, based on his dimensions, a smith. "Scyth! Scyth!" I heard from the other end, and among the shouts of support I recognized the thundering voice of Manny and Trixie's cracking yelp. Looking in their direction, I raised a fist and walked out toward the warrior. Remembering what the assassin did, I decided to adopt an identical tactic. But he acted completely different. The warrior charged abruptly, too fast for me to dodge, slamming into me like a flying semi at full speed. I didn't lose much life, having hurriedly banged on stone skin, but I was rendered motionless, and Terry decided to use his main ability, Ruination, which had prefigured the end of his match with the assassin. The devastating power of the blow knocked me into the ground, breaking my cheap armor, tearing muscles, and breaking bones. The fountain of spattering blood caused both distressed cries of disappointment and thunderous shouts of joy, depending on where bets were placed. Terry, invigorated by his success, paid no attention to the fact that his ferocious attack hadn't taken even a third of my health. Throwing his shield away, he grabbed his sword with both hands and flew at me, splitting the air with rampant determination to finish what he'd started. But by then I was already on my feet and going on the counterattack, and meanwhile I heard shouts of surprise. Someone had noticed my health bar. I clenched my teeth and took a blow to the arm, at the same time flattening his face with a hammer fist. After that, Terry's aim went off, because the dented metal of the helmet was blocking his vision. For the same reason, the warrior didn't notice right away that I was no longer in front of him. Then I pounced from behind, hammering in fistfuls of plague energy and chaining them with my only special as it rolled back. He had less health than Crag, so he didn't last long. His attempts to bat me away never once came to fruition. His heavy armor slowed him down, and I, meanwhile, was faster than most. Nevertheless, he did land a few more blows, somewhat reducing my health. I waited for cooldown, and he charged again in my direction, but missed. Still, for the record, the glancing blow to my shoulder was enough to fling me back and steal a few seconds with stun. Damn these game mechanics. Nevertheless, They were the same factor that allowed my fists to bash through his armor like a tin can. Realizing his goose was cooked, Terry used everything he had. Draining a red flask, fully restoring his health, he grabbed his shield again and swapped out his broken helmet for another. I was back where I started, except my own health was down to half. I was surprised at my own arrogance. I could have at least stocked up on health potions before the tournament. Terry was cognizant of the time. Eventually, the sudden death curse would kick in, so, hiding behind his 5-foot shield, he was making sharp lunges, trying to reach me with his sword without giving me a chance to break through his defenses. His tactic didn't surprise me, though. His ultimate abil, the one he used to take down the assassin, had a long cooldown and he was waiting for it to come back around. Beyond that, he had an advantage for sudden death because his health, unlike mine, was full. The final match, which started so brilliantly, has now become one of our most boring. I do believe this is the dullest battle I've ever seen, came the commentator's booming voice. Scyth has the morale advantage, but there's a catch. Terry's tactic of running out the clock gives him the upper hand overall. I suddenly saw a timer counting down the last 30 seconds before sudden death. Terry was no longer coming at me. In fact, he was backing away, drawing out time. I took out my bow. I pulled back the string, felt an arrow materialize, added 1,000 points of plague energy, and ran at the warrior. From 10 feet away, I loosed an arrow, threw away the now useless bow, and leapt forward. The shot outdid all my expectations. His epic shield, having already lost a great deal of durability to my innumerable hammers, shuddered and fell to pieces, leaving Terry holding just a handle. Then came his turn to feel what it was like to get hit by a train. Inertia flung him back into the magical barrier. Sparks flew. I smelled roast meat, and a shout of pain filled the arena. I didn't let him get back up, breaking his helmet again with a couple of strong blows and hammers.
Sudden death,
a demonic voice bellowed, and the curse timer gave a tick, taking down Terry's last % of life. To the sound of a fanfare over the arena, I saw a banner twirl overhead. Scyth has defeated Terry. Scyth is champion of the Bubbling Flagon Tournament. What had I started? Tashot's words of elation were drowned out by the shrieks of the girls. Some cursed, crying over a gambling loss. Some rained insults at Terry the loser. Master Sagda shouted in excitement. I helped the warrior up, and, unlike Plasmagun the mage, he shook my hand.
Thank God I didn't lose the epic,
he said, picking up his restored shield. Wiping the blood off his face, Terry grinned.
I watched the video of you fighting Crag. You're a real weirdo, Scyth, leveling unarmed that high. Once you get into the open world, every clan will be trying to tempt you right to their base with a high salary.
I wasn't expecting you to resist so fiercely, I said. Plasmagun said it was already decided and you were going to throw the tournament to him. He said there were some important guys.
Who? Plasma? Did he offer you money? He's famous for trying to rig these things. Don't listen to him,
Terry exclaimed.
That was how he, won the last semifinal. Obviously, the guy who threw that fight to him didn't get a dime.
I thought you two were working together, I said, remembering when they spoke before the final.
Oh, yeah, he told me to throw the battle. He was hoping he could get back what he lost by betting on you.
And?
I said no, and he ran off to bet on me. What an unlucky idiot, huh?
But you placed a bet before the final, too. I saw it.
Scyth, I'm a good guy. Don't freak out.
He hugged me at the shoulders, and we started walking out.
I bet 100 on myself to lose, so I would end up in the green no matter what. Anyway, let's go inside. They're about to pay out.
The crowd was back in the tavern, and only Tashot, Sagda, Manny, Trixie, and my girls were still near the barrier. Accepting their congratulations, I saw the unarmed combat trainer, his gaze latched into me. He nodded, grabbed me by the head, came right up to my face, and said, "Tomorrow at 8 a.m. outside my school. You have potential, boy." Interlude 2. Bellamy. Bellamy Drake had never been a fan of the Special Projects Emergency Conference Room. It was a real hole in an underground bunker totally disconnected from the outside world. Impenetrable to every wavelength of the electromagnetic spectrum, the walls seemed to encapsulate not only space, but time as well. And Bellamy was claustrophobic, so if he had his way, he wouldn't go down there more than once per year, and then only for a very large amount of money. And for 10 minutes max. And maybe not at all. But his job required it. Recently, projects like Pilgrim and HCMO Cali Bottom had begun to intersect, and such meetings were becoming more and more frequent. The last one was only a month ago, and now here they were again, to discuss issues that couldn't bear even the most secure virtual environments restricted exclusively for company employees. In the real world. In a bunker 10,000 feet below the Earth. The head of Project Pilgrim, the eternally youthful Kieran Jackson, a man with Indian roots and a private island in the Pacific Ocean, had worked for Snowstorm so long he made everyone else there look like a rookie. Even Peter Gowatsky, lead on the Cali Bottom project, who'd been at Snowstorm a quarter-century, had less experience. Curiously, for a man with a Polish surname, Peter came from South America and had a British father and Brazilian mother. Both leaders were now exchanging morose glances as they listened to a report from someone on the Project Pilgrim team.
As you can see, continuing to develop the HCMO project is not in our best interest, he concluded.
What is the maximum duration of a game session for a controlled object? Jackson asked.
21 hours, Kieran, he answered.
Jackson, you see, required employees to call him by his first name.
All the testers had non-citizen pods with curtailed functionality and no life support systems.
Take the 10 most successful testers, Kieran began. He hadn't yet said anything, but the presenter and Gowatsky had started taking notes. Give them pods with life support. Gently suggest they gradually increase the length of their game sessions, starting with 24 hours and going up to 26. Record all deviations in standard and game behavior. Track even the most minuscule changes in brain structure.
What about the others?
Gowatsky asked. Get rid of them. Kieran waved it off, dismayed that he had to explain such elementary matters. Heart attacks, strokes, give them something. Tragic incidents happen every day in non-citizen pods.
Yes, sir.
Peter nodded. All right, let's wrap up the HCMO topic for now. Or are there any questions about the Cali project?
No, Kieran. Everything is clear.
Peter called back. Bellamy had always thought the idea of giving people control over non-player characters was a stupid idea. But it was closely tied to his Project Pilgrim, which he was just as motivated to see succeed as Gowatsky himself. As he waited for the previous speaker to clear the podium, he worked up some nerve, then got up where everyone could see him. Go ahead, Bill. Kieran nodded.
Colleagues, let me get straight to business, Bellamy started, clearing his throat. As you know, beyond my main work for Project Pilgrim, I am also leader of the Threat Department. As a matter of fact, I was on the team that pioneered the very concept and have stayed on to keep watch. As far as we know, the entity known as Patrick is the only relatively successful instance of transferring a human mind into Disgardium. Patrick O'Grady, a disabled veteran of World War III, was convicted of mass murder. For those who aren't aware, he shot his own wife and friends one day before his wedding. For that, he was sentenced to death. He was subsequently transferred to one of our prisons, where his sentence was to be carried out. 3 years ago, we managed to completely transfer his mind into a non-player character named Patrick O'Grady, which we created a year prior to the experiment. His real body was subjected to IDE, or instant death effect, which, by the way, did not damage its viability. The very instant he died, his mind was transported into the virtual world, and his body died. Brain activity then trailed off, and his heart stopped. That became a separate research topic.
Bell, Kieran interrupted him. You're getting off topic.
Okay, Drake agreed. We all remember celebrating our first success. As far as we knew then, it was merely a matter of duplicating those exact conditions, and presto. We thought we had a pipeline for mind transfers, which would both solve the resettlement issue and stage 1 of Project Pilgrim. But our celebration was premature. All subsequent tests ended in failure. What was more, the digitized Patrick's behavior defied all rational expectations. The carefully prepared legend, the story of his character, it all broke down because he retained fragmentary memories from his past life.
His mind rejected the intrusive memories, but to this day he has flashbacks to real events from his life on Earth, confusing them with false ones from his invented history. And we were about to write it off as a failure and isolate him, but then something changed.
What exactly?
Someone from Gowatsky's team asked. Acting on habit, Bellamy forgot he was in meat space and tried to read the man's profile, but then turned his gaze to a badge that read Max Kolesnikov. "Have I already mentioned that I am in charge of the threats department, Max?" He turned to Kolesnikov, but, while talking, slowly led his gaze around the whole conference room. "The threat system is self-regulating and kills a few birds with one stone. First, it gets rid of imbalanced players, and those will always exist because we cannot predict everything. Second, it's a marketing gimmick that adds thrill and the element of surprise for normal players. And third is something we never talk about. The very concept of labeling things threats to the world go back to the 20th century. Communism, nuclear war, Islamist terrorism, drug cartels, global warming, the machine revolt, the lunar insurgency, resettlement. All those things taught humanity to unite in the face of a common threat. After globalization, people needed new threats to remain a united, controllable herd. In Disgardium, contrived, minor threats are labeled that way non-stop, as if they really posed a problem. But not too long ago, Dis saw a totally new kind of threat. A completely authentic, significant danger. And not one we created intentionally.
"Bell, thanks for the tangent, but let's stay on topic,"
Kieran said. "Just a sec," Bellamy nodded. "Has everyone heard that there is now a threat with a potential class of A? And strange as it may be, it was Patrick that initiated the chain of very unlikely events. One day, in a mental fog, he left the city where he's bound and wandered into a zone that's off-limits to normal players. NPCs not only give it a wide berth, they simply cannot see the area. On the edge of the location, which is called the Mire, there is an NPC camp that gives quests for local monsters. But then, miles deeper, it becomes a blind zone. Players have no way of getting there. The muck sucks them in, and if they use a water-walking potion, endless groups of mobs will come from the whole mire with a respawn rate of 5 seconds. It's just impossible to get through. It was a location we cordoned off because of the Awakening of the Sleeping Gods scenario, which is embedded in the core."
"I think we could do with some more detail here." Kieran nodded. "Not everyone here knows about this problem, Bellamy."
"Of course," Drake called back eagerly. "Before the whole threat concept was first launched, one of the initial lead developers added a global apocalypse scenario to the core of Disgardium. At that time, triggering it made the end of the world a virtual certainty. Now—"
"Just a minute," Gowatsky interrupted. "Bellamy, if this is such a nuclear bomb, why wasn't the scenario simply deleted?" "It's impossible, Peter," Kieran answered in Drake's stead. "The core of the game is immutable. It contains the world's physics, its nature, the very rules it lives by. It's basically the same as rebooting our world. All current civilizations would be destroyed, wiped off the map. We'd have to start over again from bacteria, and that would take a very long time." "We're talking about restarting evolution and letting it run until consciousness is reborn. And this time it might not be people who get it. That much is clear, Kieran."
Gowatsky yawned and, digging in his pocket, popped a booster, a legalized drug that enhanced mental activity and reduced exhaustion. The drug also had an anesthetic effect, so the next phrase he said was somewhat garbled.
"But this isn't the real world. Locations, mobs, NPCs, all of those things were written and designed for one." "No, they would be different NPCs, Peter. Don't you get it? AIs live in this world without ever guessing that they are nothing more than an intelligent crystal. They recognize themselves as people, orcs or whatever they're registered as, and when they die, they are reborn in different characters, starting all over again from zero. You need to slow down on the boosters. You're killing yourself, and you can't even remember basic facts."
"Oh my God, Kieran." Peter rolled his eyes. "I can take another 2 doses before I hit the proven safe limit. Then I'm going to bed. Everything is fine, don't worry. Bellamy, sorry for the interruption. Keep going, please."
Drake smiled, reaching for his own boosters, but changed his mind. It wasn't worth compromising himself before his colleagues. Perhaps technically he had equal standing with Gowatsky, but as a favorite son of the founders, Peter could get away with things no mere mortal was allowed. So then, colleagues, we're talking about a simply fantastic coincidence of nearly unbelievable events. Bellamy brought up some slides for all to see. Intrigued, people stood from their chairs and surrounded the panoramic image. Each of the three-dimensional spinning holoslides showed a different scene. Drake started explaining each of them. Event 1. The entity known as Patrick is overcome by a flashback from his previous life and goes insane, slaughtering his entire patrol squadron. The only survivor is a non-player character named Jane, a mage who created an illusion of her own corpse and fled. Confused, weak, and devoid of mana, she is captured by a band of orcs near Tuatha. They sell her as a slave to a local ruler who adds her to his harem, but she escapes and makes it to Darrent. There she discovers that her father killed himself thinking his daughter was dead, so Jane decides to stay in the capital of the Commonwealth, enrolling in the University of Magic. They were listening to Bellamy with bated breath. Everyone already knew about the Class A threat, but this was the first they would be hearing of the potential consequences and how it was intertwined with Projects Pilgrim and HCMO Cali Bottom. Only Kieran stuck his nose into his comm, but there was nothing new there for him. Event 2. Patrick wanders the Gloom Wood, then into the mire. There he falsely triggers the Sleeping Gods scenario. Patrick returns to town, comes to his senses, and the scenario is aborted. Bellamy flicked to the next set of slides, showing a picture of a gaunt, barefoot young man in a pair of canvas pants and a shirt. Event 3. Scyth, a level 1 player, who started a year and a half prior and had not yet leveled his character at all, suddenly angers AI Peter Whiteacre and is given a quest to clear Zone X4, one of
The ones we control,
Gowatsky spoke up, looming over the slide.
the crypt of the Temple of Nergal the Radiant in Tristat. I remember that incident. The zone was under control of HCMO Andre Clayton, a disabled non-citizen. Clayton surrendered to Scyth.
You're skipping a few things, Peter. Bellamy pushed him gently and said, Event 4. Patrick is begging on the street. Scyth refuses to give him money for a drink, which makes him mad, and, this is important, curses him.
What do you mean?
A few voices came in chorus. Literally. The aborted scenario and Patrick's unusual nature created a permanent connection between his mind and one of the sleeping gods, Behemoth. Patrick's anger was strong enough for the sleeping god to feel, so it was able to make his curse a real game element, the permanent curse Restless Soul. But as a novel effect absent from all our databases, there was no way for anyone to read that Scythe had the debuff. It appeared only in his profile, and only the player himself could read it. That was Event 4.
Any more of these events?
Kolesnikov asked. Bellamy was starting to dislike this upstart. He was too curious and talked out of turn. But he'd heard rumors that Kolesnikov had done half the work on the HCMO Cali Bottom project on his own, so he had to keep his eye on him. In this company, people could rise very quickly and fall just as fast. You bet there are, Bellamy burst out. But good question, Max. Thank you. Look, Event 5. As Peter was saying, Clayton surrendered to Scythe after realizing the boy would keep resurrecting in his instance forever, and Patrick's curse worked exactly as it was supposed to. Here, we can see him writing questions on the floor, but we can't say for sure how Scythe answered.
Yeah. How many times have I said that we have to make audio recordings of all player conversations, not only ones sent over signal amulets?
Kolesnikov exclaimed, and Bellamy noted with surprise that no one disagreed with that. By the looks of things, this upstart had more authority than he thought.
What made HCMO Clayton surrender? After all, he knew what he stood to lose.
But we are making recordings,
A girl from the same department objected. Bellamy didn't know her name for certain. He was seeing her for the first time.
Everything players say in the X zones is recorded.
We started recording after that incident,
Gowatsky noticed gloomily.
All right, Bell, keep going.
Event 6, a direct consequence of number 5, Drake said coolly, after he realized no analysis of that episode was coming. Clayton activates Final Death, which gives a small chance of conferring one random skill from the arsenal of the Destroying Plague. And Scyth gets, well, more like we get Scyth. Ta-da! Bellamy sang out. Anyhow, he gets the skill Mark of the Destroying Plague.
What a complete flustercluck,
the girl whispered, her eyes wide open. Yep. Drake grinned happily, as if he'd given Scyth the ability himself. And no player before him had even seen that boss skill. As a matter of fact, its location hasn't even been discovered.
Nevertheless, that only upped his threat class to L, Kieran added. Come on, Bell, keep it going. You're on fire. Surprise us.
It just gets more unbelievable from there. Event 7. Using the Curse of the Undead, Scyth gets first kill on Crusher, a minor rare mob in the Gloomwood. And as insignificant as that may seem, when the system calculates loot drop, he gets one that only has 0.5% chance. A quest. Medallion. For Patrick. Can anyone smell what's cooking?
Patrick generated a quest?
Gowatsky asked. Yes, the trigger was around an event that came before O'Grady met Behemoth. But then, when Patrick saw the medallion in Scythe's hands, he gave him a mission to go to the Sleeping God. And this is where we smoothly transition to Event 8. This one is completely predictable, seeing the way the stars keep aligning. The scenario was never fully activated before and was caught in a loop. The system was looking for ways to move it forward and threw Scythe a bone for first kill in the Evil from the Depths location, and again, ta-da! Bellamy said with no emotion. The Depths teleportation skill. According to the scenario, it is an ability of priests of the sleeping gods, and the AI took its only chance and gave it to Scythe as a reward. Why only? Because Evil from the Depths was the only dungeon in his whole sandbox with the tag Breath of the Sleeping Gods, and skills can only be awarded for first kills. Anyhow, do you know what the chance of this coincidence was?
Am I to understand there is also an Event 9?
Well, I'd hardly call it an event. Look. Bellamy flipped to the final slide. Scythe uses the teleportation skill and seemingly falls through the ground. Behemoth's AI intercepts Scythe on his way to Tristad, where he was supposed to be sent, redirecting him to the mire. If it were any other player in his place, it all would have ended then and there. At the very least, nobody else could have survived. Nobody. Either they'd drown in the muck or be devoured by swamp creatures. But it wasn't any old player. It was Scythe, who always respawns right where he dies and has a chance of becoming invincible. And that was exactly what happened. At the same time, he leveled his resilience skill to maximum. For his level, of course. Praise the Nether, he was not the first. Do you remember the achievement Mogwai got for that?
Yes, we do.
Gowatsky said cantankerously. Everyone knew the number 1 player in the world.
What came next?
Behemoth named the boy Apostle of the Sleeping Gods. For now, it doesn't give him any advantages, but potentially, considering the Destroying Plague, he could end up destroying the entire world. Now, probably not the same way the dev who set that bomb was thinking, because Scythe probably will not have any way of converting half the population of Dis into followers of the Sleeping Gods. There won't be a complete awakening. But just imagine what will happen if the boy turns Darrant. That's half of the world's power, the economy, interconnections between regions, quest chains, the leaders of the Commonwealth. Everything will collapse. The world will never go back to the way it was.
Why don't we just ban his account?
We can't. Kieran shook his head. Everyone turned to him. We cannot do anything at all, even if the boy, let's say, unexpectedly crashes in a flying car. The system will just assume control over his character, as happens with any threat in such situations. He's a part of this now, and there's no changing that without violating the game process. Preventers? Bellamy voiced the obvious.
Yes, but not the way you're thinking.
The head of Project Pilgrim gestured for everyone to take their seats.
No leaking information to Preventer clans, no help, and no hints. Everyone clear.
Kieran raised his voice and someone tucked his head between their shoulders. With a wave of his finger, The man could show great favor or, with one kick, send anyone flying down from Olympus.
Good. For anyone who still has doubts, let me clarify. This is what the Founding Fathers specifically wanted. They're watching the boy and even making bets about how far he'll make it.
So we're just going to stand by and watch?
Max exclaimed.
Because of him, Project Pilgrim might completely...
Peter, control your fighter.